Hey, welcome to day 2 of .NET Conf. So much amazing stuff yesterday, right, Katie?
Yeah, there were so many sessions, John. It was incredible. We learned all across the board, you know, cloud native, there was some Blazor, intelligent
Some
apps.
MAUI stuff.
Yeah, what was
Oh
your
my
favorite
gosh.
session?
Well, okay, the keynote was near and dear to my heart. I love the
course.
keynote, so much fun stuff there. I don't know, for people that were watching closely, we had some cameos with Scott Hunter, so watch for that.
Easter eggs?
Yeah, yep. Aspire, so
Oh,
much cool stuff in Aspire.
incredible.
Yep. Oh man, so that's definitely something to dig into more, and we have all this stuff listed in the blog. So
Yes.
it's AKMS, .NET.
.NET 8 blog.
.NET 8 blog, so a lot of good stuff to catch up there, and we link over to some sample applications and things
Yeah.
with the eShop.
The blog
So-
itself is a work of art. I know
Yeah.
I was scrolling through, I was like, whoa, this is coming too? It was
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, there's so many things too where we link out deeper. So for instance, it goes over to the docs, because there's only so much we can cover even in a few days at the conference and in the blog post. So there's like, you can go way deep on specific features if you're interested.
Which is incredible that there's so much. In fact, today, we're actually going for, what is it, 32 hours straight?
It's many hours. I don't know.
It's
So we
so many
basically, we start
hours.
now, and then starting at 5 p.m. Pacific time, we go around the world.
Yeah.
So that was so fun too. I helped put together some of the session content and like figuring out, okay, this time zone works with this person. It's really kind of tricky with that. But yeah.
It's a great balance too. We'll hear from some of our favorite folks on the Microsoft side, on the product team for .NET, but we're also going to hear from community members and folks who are super active in building with .NET.
Yep. Hey, speaking of all the stuff you can learn, you've been working on some great things with the Learn content, right, Katie?
Yeah, there's a ton of awesome new Microsoft Learn learning content. So those are self-guided tutorials. And we also, by the way, for those beginners out there, do have a freeCodeCamp certification that's based on some of our Microsoft Learn training content. So definitely check that out, whether you're new, whether you're someone who's been around for a while and just want to freshen up on some of our new topics, cloud native, Blazor. You can totally learn all of that.
Yeah, and you know, the team's worked really hard on this. It's really kind of fun. Behind the scenes, you get the fresh bits where everything's been kind of tested out. The team's been working with the bits as they're not quite ready, getting all the Learn content ready. We're really excited for you to dig in there. And so we've got the Learn collections where you can go kind of deep. We've put together some of our favorite things that we think you're going to want to learn about. That certification with freeCodeCamp is so cool.
We've really pumped it up for beginners. This year we also have a whole new set of beginner video series. We have 19 C# videos.
Wow.
How crazy is that?
And you know, we've got actually a session that you helped record with Scott Hanselman and
Quincy Larson.
And
Yep.
so they're going to be reviewing that for, I think, about a half hour later today, where they go through that in depth and show all these cool learning resources.
Exactly. They're going to show you not only the certification, but just how to use and learn at any level. Because with .NET, of course, as we know, we're always learning.
There's so much. You know, it's like, hey, there's a new C#. Oh no, oh, I got to learn some,
it's like,
hey, cool new features, but it's new stuff to learn,
yeah.
right? So,
And by the way, if you missed our C# 12 session yesterday, all of those are going to go to YouTube soon as well. So you can always tune back in, check those out, and learn something.
Well, we have got a ton of great stuff going on today. We're starting the morning off with some really cool kind of cloud native things, web dev and all that. And so we're going to be talking about, hosting and Azure and, deploying websites and really cool stuff there. And what I'm excited about to start the day is some of the some really great stuff for building professional cloud native applications. And one thing that you need to do with that is Open Telemetry. So we've got some experts starting the day with that. We've got Sam and Noah. Open Telemetry, and anything I say here is going to be slightly wrong because they're going to go deep on it. But I think of Open Telemetry as a way to observe an application as it's running.
Yeah.
It's really tricky, like debugging a live site. How do you know even what's going on? How is it working and all that? So.
And that's why we put it first, because we want you to get the inside scoop about how to do that for your own applications. I know I'm going to be watching it very closely and learning from Sam and Noah. They are the experts, and we're really excited to have them here with us today in studio.
Yeah. So I think we've got them all set up and about ready to go. So we're going to be going into that, and then we kind of just dig right in one after another through the sessions this morning. We've got a lot of great stuff wrapped up. So let's pass it over to Noah and Sam to kick us off.
Hey, thanks John and Katie. What a great intro. I'm Sam Spencer. I'm here with Noah Falk, and we're going to talk today about Open Telemetry and .NET. So what we're going to cover is an overview of Open Telemetry. We're going to talk about what's been added in .NET 8 around metrics, telemetry API improvements, and Noah's going to do lots of demos during this talk. So let's start with what is Open Telemetry. Well, up till a couple of years ago, if you were going to add telemetry to your application, you would need to pick an APM vendor. APM is Application Performance Monitoring or Application Performance Management. The industry can't kind of decide what the acronym actually is. Anyway, you'd pick one of those, and they'd give you an SDK, and you would write code in your app to their specific API. The problem with that is you're then tied to that one APM vendor, and you can't change very easily. But also, it messes with the ecosystem because every library has to work with all of the APM vendors or pick one, and so you're constrained with libraries which you can use, et cetera. So the industry got together and said, what we really need is some kind of, this is an industry-wide problem, what we need is some middleware between the application and our back-end monitoring systems. And so what they came up with is Open Telemetry. And so it is a platform-agnostic observability and telemetry platform. It's available for multiple languages. It's supported by most of the major APM vendors. It's open source via the CNCF, and it supports kind of the three pillars of telemetry, which is logs, metrics, and distributed tracing. Typically, in most languages, Open Telemetry defines the API and applications right to that. We're a little different in .NET in that we added those APIs directly into the platform, so you can work against those platform APIs rather than Open Telemetry, and then Open Telemetry pulls that data. Recently, they've just signed off on a set of schema for, particularly for metrics and other data, which defines exactly how your metric data should look, so that if you're using, say, Node and C#, your metrics will coexist nicely with each other, and they'll use the same terms for the same things. And finally, there's a wire protocol, which is becoming more and more popular, and that's called OTLP. So looking at this in relation to .NET, I need to
nice looking diagram.
Mark some stuff here. We have our APIs in .NET representing those three pillars of telemetry: iLogger for logging, meter for metrics, and activity for distributed tracing. Those are then consumed by the OTel SDK, and there's then a series of exporter components that you can use to talk to different backends. So if you want to work with application insights, you'd use the Azure Monitor Exporter. If you want to use OTLP, there's an explicit exporter for that. OTel has a router for OTLP called the OTel Collector. Jaeger now supports OTLP. Other tools like Zipkin has its own exporter. Prometheus has its own exporter. A thing that's a little interesting with Prometheus is most of these are push models. Prometheus is a pull model, so you actually have to define an API endpoint as part of your app for Prometheus to scrape from. And then finally, while we have these APIs in the runtime, not everything is using them yet. So we have a concept of instrumentation libraries that will pull data from other parts of the runtime using things, runtime APIs, and then feed that into OTel, actually using the meter and activity API, et cetera. So that's me giving an introduction. I'm going to pass over to Noah to show this in practice.
Yeah, demo time. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a monitoring dashboard. And we're going to use Open Telemetry, we're going to use Prometheus, and Grafana. And what we want to see is we want to see some application performance, how is app doing in production, and also if there's errors in our web requests, we want to see those too. And you can do this many ways. It doesn't have to be with Prometheus and Grafana, but we picked Prometheus and Grafana because they're free, they're open source, and they're pretty widely used in the industry. So that's a great combo. All right, so now let's check out this app. So what I've got here is my sandwich shop, and my secret goal is to make Sam as hungry as possible. And so this sandwich shop is a .NET 8 web API, and I started with a basic template, and I've only done a little bit of work. I made this orders controller, and forgot to get rid of that. Orders controller. And all this thing does is it takes a user ID and a sandwich choice and a store where the user would like to pick up their sandwich, and it creates an order, and then I pretend to save it into a database, and then I send back the new order ID. So at the moment, this app isn't producing any telemetry at all, and we're going to need to be sending some data in order for our monitoring dashboard to work. So let's hop back over to program.cs, and we're going to make that happen. And so one other thing I did beforehand is I did add a couple of NuGet packages. I added the Open Telemetry extensions hosting package, which has most of the APIs I'm going to write to, and then I added a exporter package for Prometheus, as you saw in the diagram there. So I'm not going to make you wait while I type a whole bunch. We're going to do sneaky drag and drop. So here we've got almost all the code that we need to get this working. And if you saw any of the Aspire demos yesterday, this is very similar to code that Aspire would put into the service defaults for you. But because this app isn't using Aspire yet, this is just a plain old .NET 8 Web API, we're going to add it manually. So what we're doing here, we're adding Open Telemetry to our service container, and then we're calling this with metrics API to say that we want Open Telemetry to send metrics. And these 3 lines right here say what kind of metrics we want to send. So metrics are divided up by meters, which are like categories with a name. And so these 2 right here, these are new meters built into .NET 8 in ASP.NET Core. And then this one here is also new in .NET 8, and this is built into HTTP client. And so together, this is like inbound traffic and outbound traffic, and this is what we're going to be taking a look at. And then we've got this Prometheus exporter, and like Sam said, this is how Open Telemetry knows to make the data available to Prometheus. And because Prometheus uses a pull model, which is a little bit odd, we need to do one more thing down here, which is we need to add this scraping endpoint. That's where Prometheus is going to get the data from. And so, all right, last little bit. So you also see I added this OTLP exporter. And this is not needed at all for our monitoring dashboard. But the reason I stuck it in is that a while back, Sam convinced me that that Aspire dashboard we've got for the telemetry, it's
pretty damn
really
cool.
Yeah. So
we're going to have worked on it.
We're going to have a little fun with that as well. And the Aspire dashboard, it uses OTLP to get the data. And so basically we pulled it out, we made it standalone, and so now it's basically like any telemetry we send out, we can take a look at it in that dashboard just to spy on what data is coming out of our application. And also not needed for the dashboard, but I put the logging here as well so we can check that out too, and we'll use it a little bit more later. Open Telemetry does also support distributed tracing, which is also awesome, but we're not going to get to it in this demo, unfortunately. So with all that said, let's get this thing rolling. So I'm just going to run my app, and I'm going to use this .http feature here, and we're going to start making web requests. So we're going to order a grilled cheese.
You can see all the questions that have been submitted, and they'll also ask questions on your behalf. So that'll be,
we're
you'll
going
be
to
set to
order
go.
a club, and let's go ahead and then take a look at, let's go over here first. So here is that Aspire dashboard I was talking about. So here we can see the logs for our app showed up, but I want to hop over here to metrics. So here we've got those 3 meters that we turned on, and each one of them has a list of different metrics turned on by that meter. So let's take a look at HTTP server request duration. So this is showing the latency of web requests, and we can see here's some different percentiles of latency, 50, 90th, and 99th percentile shown on the chart here. And we can also see that these metrics are broken down by different dimensions. And so you can filter, for example, if you only wanted the latency of the order create endpoint, or you only wanted the latency of certain status codes, you could do that. And then we'll just take a quick peek. We can see other metrics, like here's the number of active connections to the ASP.NET Kestrel server, or here's the number, here's our outbound HTTP client requests. Here's latency on those. These are some popular metrics you might be interested in. So now I'm going to take this same data, and we're going to use that to power this Grafana dashboard. And so all I did to get this dashboard is our coworker James basically put this thing together, and it's hosted in our repo, and there's a link to it at the end of the deck. And I just grabbed that thing and I stuck it in Grafana. There's also a link at the deck that if you've never set up Prometheus in Grafana before, you can deploy it on your local dev machine. You can deploy it, on any machine in the cloud. And there's a link at the end that says how to set that thing up. So once you've got this, you've already got sort of a basic monitoring solution that it can at least tell you, some interesting starting point info for your app.
Yep.
And so now we're just going to dig in a little more how you can further customize.
Switching back, please. Sweet. So Noah showed metrics. What if you want to delve into more details? The way you would typically do that is with logging. And logging in .NET is exposed to a concept called iLogger. This was initially introduced by ASP.NET, but is now available in Microsoft Extensions logging for all applications. iLogger is DI-based, dependency injection, and has a source and provider model. It's a bit of a confusing nomenclature. So the source is the components that are actually going to send log messages, and the providers are the components that will receive those. Examples of providers are the console output, which you'll typically see when you're running an ASP.NET application, Open Telemetry, of course. If you're running on Windows Server, you can send it to the Windows event log. If you're debugging, Visual Studio will hook that into the debug output window. And then you can configure, through config, you can say which sources you want to go to which provider and at which log levels. So if you want to actually send log messages, then there are a couple of different ways to do it. The simplest and dirtiest, and one that members of our team cry if you use it.
Only a little bit.
Riley. There's a set of extension methods of iLogger for log information, log warning, log error, etc. This takes a message string and parameters, but the parameters is typed as objects, so they have to get boxed. That message string has to get parsed each time, and there's no stable ID on it. So it's quick and dirty, but if you're doing anything in a high frequency application, don't use this API. Instead, there's a mechanism called loggerMessage.define that will automatically create a delegate for you. And this is much better because the parameters are strongly typed, so there's no boxing required. The message only has to be parsed the first time it's created, and it has a static ID. The problem with it is it's kind of fugly. So in .NET 6, we added a code generator. So instead, what you can do is you define a partial method and decorate it or annotate it with the logger message attribute. And it will then generate pretty much the same code as logger message.define, but it will also automatically handle exceptions. So that is what we want you to do if you're doing logging. What we have extended that with in .NET 8 is the ability to use custom objects as part of those log messages. So in this case, I have a user info record with a name field and a GUID. If I pass that in, typically it will just go like a two-string on it. But if I want the individual fields, what I can now do is decorate the logger message call with a log properties attribute, and it will go and pull each of those properties, each of the public properties off the object and include those on the log message. Akin to most of our serialization, if you don't want particular properties, you can use the log property ignore attribute to tell it to ignore specific ones. Or if you want full control, you can use the tag provider attribute to delegate the functionality to a particular method. And it can then write out whichever properties it wants in whatever format it wants. Finally, we've added IEnumerable and iDictionary support. So if you pass one of those into a log message, all the members of those will be omitted, which is great for small ones, but if you pass a large dictionary, you're going to be in trouble. All right. Finally, on logging, some really cool stuff here. We have a bunch of internal teams at Microsoft running high-performance, high-scale services, things like Office 365, Dynamics, Teams. And they typically use .NET on the back end. And so in producing those services, they have been building internal libraries of functionality that they need. And we got together with them in .NET 8 and said, well, the rest of the world wants that functionality as well. You've learned a bunch of great lessons. How can we bring that into the .NET runtime? So 3 things we brought in for logging. The first is redaction. So if you're running a global service, different regions have different rules on how to handle personal PII, personally identifiable information. Typically, you don't want that to appear in clear text in a log. Depending on the region, it might have to be removed. It could just be replaced with a kind of redacted, or it could be hashed instead. So we now added a whole policy mechanism for that, which you can use. There's enrichment. So if you want to have the same fields on every log message, for example, you want the subscriber ID, or you want to know the customer's quality of service tier, you don't want to have to pass that data all the way through the code to like deep points where you send those log messages. So instead, what you can do is do enrichment either at global scale or at the HTTP request level, and add those, and they'll get appended to every log message that gets produced. Finally, we do a lot of unit testing, and so they produced a component that acts as an iLogger provider. In your unit tests, you can call your code, it can write log messages, you pass in that fake, it will record all the messages that are output, and you can then, as part of your test, go look and ensure that you got the log messages that you were expecting. So I'm going to pass over to Noah to show us some of this in practice.
There's way too many features there. I'd never be able to demo that all in time. So we're going to do just a little bit, just a taste. So let's say we deployed our monitoring dashboard before, and now it spotted that some error was happening, but we know it's happening, but we don't yet know why. And so we decided we really need some more custom logging to be able to track that thing down. And so I'm just going to show an example quickly of how you could add some custom logging to your application. And so all we're going to do here, we're going to do the source-generated logging, like what Sam described. So I'm going to go ahead and create this. Oopsie.
Oh, that really is partial, isn't it?
Yeah, very partial. All right, so we've got this static partial class log here, and we've got one method in this class for each kind of log message that we want to send. So this one has log level information, and here's the template for it. And we can see there's going to be an order. and then we can see it, it's going to take this order property. And all I want to do is I want to log all the properties on the order so that, I understand, what was the state of the order at the time it got created, and then if things go awry from there, I'll have this log as reference. And so I can use that cool log properties attribute that Sam just mentioned a moment ago. In the past, I would have needed to create like a giant template string and put every single property of order into the template. And if order ever changed, I would need to go back in my code and find every place that I had it and update all of them, or maybe they'd be out of sync. And this is way simpler than that. So after this, all I have to do is go to my create method where I'd like to do the log, and I'm just going to go ahead and stick this logger order created call right in there. And now let's just run this again. And now whenever I have orders, we should see log messages for it. So let's go back to try and make Sam hungry again.
I'm very hungry at this point.
Grilled cheese, order a club.
More clubs,
maybe another.
please.
Okay, more clubs. 3 clubs. There you go. All right. And now if we go here to our structured log viewer again, we can see these new messages that were not there before, saying that our orders were created. And this would go to any telemetry backend that you had. It doesn't have to be, of course, this one. And when we go and we view, we can see that all of the different, we can see order create time, store ID, sandwich, user ID, all of the properties of the order got logged just the way we wanted them to.
Perfect.
So now let's do some metrics.
All right. Can we switch back, please? Okay, metrics. So our support for metrics in .NET is through the System Diagnostic Metrics API. From that, you can create a set of different instruments. There's counters, gauges, histograms, which is useful for tracking times. That gives you the P95, different latencies. There's both kind of point of time, so you just like fire values, or there's observable variants that will call you back when they wants to measure a particular value. As Noah kind of showed in the demo for the built-in metrics, you can add key value tags to those to add dimensions. These are really handy, but don't go overboard with them because it becomes each combination of key value explodes out the tracking for those metrics. And of course, these can all be observed through Open Telemetry. Drilling into what we have in .NET 8, there's a whole set of new built-in metrics. Noah showed them. The ones we've done this release are around ASP.NET Core and HTTP Client. And these are all dimensioned. They're all built using the semantic conventions from Open Telemetry. The developer who worked on that, James, he was adding it to ASP.NET, which is heavily based on DI, both internally and for you guys using it. And he realized that metrics doesn't kind of support DI very well. So came to us and said, like, we need a DI mechanism for defining my meters and defining my counters. So we added that. That's called iMeterFactory. We also added a fake to enable unit testing. And similarly to how with logging you can add static properties to them, you can also define static tags and dimensions for your metrics. So I'm going to pass over to Noah for the final demo.
All right. So as our last step here, my boss at the sandwich shop told me, well, we'll pretend, told me that we really want to track the number of orders. We want to track which sandwiches are being ordered, which stores they're being ordered from, and he wants more metrics on that dashboard. And so my job is to always more metrics. Everybody wants more metrics. So we're going to add some more metrics. So to start with, I have defined this class, sandwich shop metrics. And in here, I'm going to put all sorts of custom metrics for my app. But at the moment, I just have one. I have this orders counter. And all I'm going to do here is I took my meter factory as this constructor. I used the meter factory, unsurprisingly, to create a meter. And I've named my meter sandwich shop. And then I use my meter to create a counter. And so I've named this counter the sandwichshop.orders.count. And that's it for this. So now we just need to hook this up. So I'm going to hop over to Program CS here. And what we need to do, we need to create a singleton instance of our sandwich shop metrics and push that into the service container. We need to enable this meter just the same as we were for others. So let's put that there. And now the meter would, the counter would show up, but it would always be 0. We're not incrementing it yet, so let's get it incremented. So go ahead and stick that there. Yeah, good enough. And as a last step, let's add some code to increment this. So here we go. We've got the add call on the orders counter. So every time create is called, we're going to add 1 to the orders counter. And I've also defined 2 dimensions, the store and the sandwich. And now let's give this a run, check out our new metric. So last call, grilled cheese, club, and let's take a look. So here's our new sandwich shop.orders, and we can see 2 sandwiches have been ordered, just like we said. And if I get rid of grilled cheese here, now it's just 1. So there we go. Now I just go over to the dashboard, edit my Grafana, and make it look a little prettier.
Yep.
And metrics done.
Yeah, so the cool thing about that dashboard is it is dynamic, so as additional metrics are created by your application, they're automatically shown in the dashboard. You don't need to go modify it like you do with Grafana. So as you're testing your own app, it's really the great way to see what is going on with your application. All right, if we can switch over to the resources slide. Here are the links that Noah promised, and I believe we are out of time. So I will pass back to John and Katie if we have any questions.
Wow, that was a great way to start the day. We had just one question. We have a very short time. A few people asking about Aspire. Can this work with Aspire?
Absolutely. So Aspire is based on exactly the code that you saw here. Pretty much the code that Noah typed is incorporated into the shared project automatically as part of Aspire. So it's based on exactly the same concept. The Aspire components also include their own metrics using the same functionality, logs, and distributed traces depending on those components. So Aspire is basically built on the telemetry story in Aspire is built on exactly what we showed in this session.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you for your time. Great way to start the day.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Katie, this, we're off to a great start
We're
already.
off to the races, and we have so much more coming.
So, you had a few things you wanted to mention as we start?
Yeah, actually, so we're going to teach you a lot today, but we also want to learn from you. So we do have a .NET survey that's going to be at aka.ms/.net-survey. And we really just want to learn from you. How are you using .NET? What's your company like? What kind of projects are you building? What version are you on? There's so much that we can learn from you.
And we build .NET based on what our customers want, right? And so many of these things, like Open Telemetry, that's an example of something we saw our customers, what they're building, what we need to build. As we're ready to move into the next section here, and Martin's going to be telling us about building resilient cloud services with .NET.
All right, I'm excited. Martin, you can take it away.
To my session about building resilient cloud services with .NET 8. And in the next 25 minutes, I will be talking about our cooperation with the open source community in creating the new Poly V8 version. And I will be also demoing these new resiliency features and the new resiliency libraries that we are introducing as a part of .NET 8. So when in the cloud world, or when communicating with remote cloud services, one thing is certain, and that failures will happen. And these failures can happen either due to a network outage or transient errors on the service side, or in the more serious scenarios, the remote service outage, when we are not able to communicate with service for an extended period of time. And the resilient cloud service is able to anticipate these errors, can recover from them, and can adapt to the change conditions due to these failures. It's impossible not to mention the Poly, the .NET Resilience library, when talking about the resilience, because it is the most popular .NET Resilience library, and it allows us to enhance the system stability and resilience. It also handles the transient failures, and it can help protect our system resources. The Poly offers a variety of resilience strategies or policies, for example, the retry, circuit breaker, timeout, fallback, rate limiting, and more. I will be talking about these in the demo, but if you want to learn more, you can visit the Polydocs site where we explain all of these resilience strategies in detail. So what's the relation of Poly and Microsoft? And I can tell you we love Poly and we use it a lot because Poly is powering some of the largest scale cloud services that we use in the team space or in the office space. And we also use it to build both server and client application. And over the years, we have also built some internal resilience libraries on top of the Poly. And we added some features that were not available in Poly as a built-in feature. For example, the telemetry support, the dependency injection, or the options-based configuration. And over time, we saw the wide adoptions of these libraries. But we also encountered some limitations of Poly v7 API and design. And we also experienced some performance issues where there were some allocations on the hotpath. So at some point, we sit down and started thinking about how we can expose these improvements back to the broader open source community and how we can improve the Poly itself. So what we did, we demoed the new proposed API to Poly community and maintainers, and it got a great feedback. So that's when the Poly V8 project started, and I think it was around March, and we worked on the Poly V8 for the better part of the year. And now, yeah, it's here. So the Poly V8 was released in September, and this is the result of collaboration between the Poly community and Microsoft. The Poly V8 offers the modernized API and simplified design. It also improves the performance and exposes the new low allocation APIs for advanced scenarios where everybody is successful for you. It also offers the built-in native telemetry. It natively supports dependency injection. We also expose the new hedging resilience strategy. So in short, the hedging allows you to retry slow requests in parallel, but I will showcase the hedging in the demo. Also important to note is that the Poly V8 addressed many long-standing community issues that were simply not possible to be fixed or very hard to be fixed with the older design. And we also worked on the documentation, so you can visit the polydocs.org site, and we got many great contributions from the community that contributed the content for these docs. Let's take a quick look at the Poly V8 usage. So the central API is the resilience pipeline. The resilience pipeline can be created using the resilience pipeline builder. You use this builder to add one or more resilience strategies to the pipeline, and you can conclude by calling the build method. Once you call build, you get an instance of resilience pipeline, and you can use this object to execute arbitrary callbacks. So you can use the asynchronous callbacks, synchronous callbacks, or like anything that returns void or any type of result. The specialized scenario for the non-generic pipeline is the generic pipeline. So what we can see in this slide is the resilience pipeline of HTTP response message. The sample is very similar to the previous one. Maybe one notable difference is the should handle predicate that, and in this case, we are telling the retry strategy to retry exceptions and also on some results. So for example, we are retrying any internal server error or greater. And the usage is the same. The only difference is that this resilience pipeline only accepts callbacks that return the HTTP response message. So next, adding resilience to the HTTP client is a very common scenarios. So that's why we are introducing libraries that have dedicated resilient support for HTTP client. We offer seamless integration with HTTP Client Factory, and these new APIs are tightly integrated with Poly V8. So they also inherit some of the great features of Poly, like a low allocation API, improved performance, and it will be very easy to use for anyone that is familiar with Poly. And also, we also support new capabilities. And all these APIs are based around resilience pipeline of HTTP response message that I was showing off earlier. So the first library we are announcing is the Microsoft Extensions HTTP Resilience Library. And this one is used to build resilience HTTP requests. As I mentioned earlier, it's built directly on top of Poly V8, and it offers API for creating and using the HTTP resilience pipeline, such as custom pipeline, standard pipeline, and standard hedging pipeline. We will demo these in a bit. And the other library we are announcing is Microsoft Extensions Resilience Library. So this one is a really thin library. It just enriches the built-in telemetry of Poly with some new dimensions that you might find useful. And now let's go to the demo. So what I did, I prepared a very simple solution where I have a server application, the client application. If we explore the server application, it's just a single endpoint that exposes the weather forecast. So let's try to run it. And the client application is a console app that is using the iHTTP client factory to create an instance of HTTP client, and that client sends the request to my server. We sent 10 requests to the server, and we also track the latencies and the status codes and any exceptions that throw. So when I run the server in a bit, let me just type something here. .NET run. I don't know, for some reason the console window disappeared, but what we see, the latencies are great, the responses are great, we are getting 200, so everything is good. And this is because we are in the local environment, and the risk of failure is very, very low. But what we can do instead is to simulate the real world scenario, what we can do, we can inject some failures on the server side. So what I'm doing here, I am injecting request delays and exceptions. So there is 20% chance that the request will take more than 5 seconds, and there is 30% chance that the request will fail. Like, hopefully no real service is this unstable, but for the purpose demo, let's go with these numbers and see what happens on the client. So I'm running client again. And now when I send the request, the situation is not so good anymore, because what we are experiencing is the increased latencies, 500s. Luckily, this is exactly the scenario where the new packages or new resilience libraries can help you. So what we can do, let's shut down the server, or the client, and let's add dependency to a new Microsoft Extensions HTTP Resilience package. So let's install it. Let's build our client application so we know everything works fine. And let's try to use the new APIs that are introduced in this package. So after we edit our named HTTP client, let's call add resilience handler. And this thing requires the identifier. So this the identifier for the resilience handler. So this will be used in the telemetry. And the other is the callback. And if we explore the arguments of the callback, this thing is the resilience pipeline builder of HTTP response message. So this is exactly the API I was showing off earlier. And what we can do now is we can start to add some new resilience strategies that will be applied to the HTTP pipeline. So what I can do first is to limit the latency of the request. So we want to reject the long requests. So this way we can preserve the both client and server resources. So what I can do is call add timeout, and let's say I don't want my request to take longer than 1 second. So let's run our client application again. .NET run and see what happens. And at this point, we should not be seeing requests longer than 1 second. However, we are still seeing 500s and the exception caused by the timeout resilient strategy. So this is a good place to introduce the retries to our pipeline. So let's call builder add retry. And let's use the HTTP retry strategy options here. Let's include the namespace. If we look at the definition of these options, these just derive from retry strategy options. So these are polyv8 options, but we derive from them and tailor the defaults for HTTP scenarios. So we don't have to set up all the stuff from beginning. But what we can do in our scenario is to increase the number of retry attempts from 3 to 5, because our server is quite unstable. So let's make sure our requests are successful by increasing the number of retries. Next thing what we can do is also we can change the amount of time that the retry strategy waits between the retries. This can be done by using the backoff type. So the default is exponential. I will just keep it as that. We can also add jitter to retries. And in the end, I can change the base delay that will be used for the retries. But for the purpose of the demo, I will just change it to 0 so we don't wait too much. If I run the client application again, run, we should not be seeing any 500s or issues because everything is automatically retried. We can see some increased latency. So for example, from this, I know that, okay, first request failed, but the second was successful and so on and so on. Now, let's try to simulate the outage of the remote service that we are connecting to. And for this, we can just shut down our server and see what happens now. We wait a little because the retry strategy and timeout is attempting to over and over send the request, but since the server is down, there is nothing this pipeline can do with it. So we still keep sending the requests. We still keep wasting the client resources or server resources. And at this point, this pipeline cannot do anything with this. What can help here is to integrate the circuit breaker. And circuit breaker is able to detect the outage in the remote service and is able to suspend all the communication to that endpoint for a period of time. Then it can try again and see if the issue is resolved. But to integrate the circuit breaker, what we can do is we can call add circuit breaker, and let's use the HTTP circuit breaker strategy options. So in general, like the options in Poly are used to define the behavior of the strategy. So in this case, let's fine tune the circuit breaker, and let's say our sampling duration is 5 seconds. From seconds 5, I will explain this in a bit. Our failure ratio, let's change it to 0.9. Our minimum throughput is set to, let's say, 5, and duration of break duration is set to 5 seconds. So what this configuration tells the circuit breaker, and the idea is, over the sampling duration of 5 seconds, if you have a minimum throughput of requests of 5, and 90% of those requests are not successful, then the circuit breaker will open. And open circuit breaker means that there is no communication flowing out of the HTTP client. And that circuit breaker will be opened for a break duration of 5 seconds. After those 5 seconds, circuit breaker will allow a single request. We call it probing request. And if that request is successful, the circuit breaker is closed, and the communication can flow again. So let's try how this pipeline behaves now. What we should see is that initially, we should see a longer delay. So you see initially, this correlates with the sampling duration of 5 seconds. And during this sampling duration, circuit breaker detected that the endpoint was not healthy, and it's simply broken it. And from now on, we see that all requests are very fast because there is no communication that flows out of the HTTP client. We can see occasional increase in latency, and this indicates the probing request. So probing request was sent, the server is still down, it was not successful, circuit breaker stays open, no communication can go out. So let's run our server now again and see how the pipeline, I was thinking that this should take longer, but the pipeline immediately recovered. Because the probing request sent from the HTTP client was successful and the communication can flow again. So if we review our pipeline now, we can see we have a custom resilience handler with 3 strategies. So there is retry, circuit breaker, and timeout. And for completeness, for our internal partners and for our recommendation is also add the overall timeout strategy. And this timeout applies across all the attempts. So there is, including all the attempts, we don't want our request to take more than 5 seconds. And also, additionally, to prevent against DDoS attacks, what we can do, we can add a rate limiting. In this case, I'm adding the concurrency limiter, and I am saying here that I will not allow more than 100 concurrent requests that can flow at any given point in time. And this is the pipeline, exactly. If you look at these 5 strategies, this is the pipeline that we recommend and we use in many of our internal services, and these are huge services. The thing is, typing this over and over again is time-consuming and error-prone, so that's why we have also introduced this add standard resilience handler API that automatically incorporates these 5 strategies. There are sensible defaults. You can just use it as it is, unless you don't want to fine-tune the behavior. If you want to fine-tune the behavior, you can use the configure extension and change the options. And let me just copy and paste the options I have used in the custom pipeline. And if we run our sample, everything should work just fine. Now, what we got some really great pipeline that works just fine. But in some scenarios, you don't want to have these high latencies. And thankfully, we also have another API that can help you with these scenarios, and that is the add standard hedging handler. So the standard hedging handler is the pipeline of this standard hedging handler is very similar to the standard resilient pipeline. The only difference is that instead of retries, the standard hedging handler uses the hedging. And what hedging does is that it retries slow requests in parallel. A very important note is that it should only be used for idempotent requests, so the requests that do not change the state on the server. And this is because you could get some into corrupt state, and because like the hedging by definition can send multiple concurrent requests at any given point. I will explain the configuration. Let me just paste the defaults or change the defaults. The rest is almost the same to the previous pipeline. The only difference here is the hedging. So previously we used the retries here, but hedging has very similar configuration to retries, but the delay, what it means for the hedging engine is that if you do not get a successful response after 50 milliseconds, send another concurrent request, and then raise those requests and pick the fastest successful one. If we run our application again, what we can see is that our requests are very, very fast. This is because the hedging kicks in and shields us from those slow requests. And the final thing I want to show in this demo is the telemetry that is built into the Poly and the new resilience library. So to keep out the noise, I have turned off the logging, but let's just enable them now, and let's run our sample. And now you can get much more insights into what's happening inside the HTTP pipeline. So most of these logs are generated by Poly. We also have metrics, but I will not be able to show them. But what we can see the pipeline executions. We can see a resilience event. So for example, this hedging happened. So you might want to track, number of hedged attempts to see, how healthy is your dependency. And I think this concludes the demo, and I can just present the final slides to conclude the whole session. So the summary, what we have shown here. We have shown 3 APIs for HTTP clients. So first one is the add standard resilient handler. This should be your default choice when you need to add a resilience to HTTP client. It has been battle tested in many services, and it has sensible defaults. If the standard resilience handler does not work for you, and the latency is important, and you do not care about increased costs, and you can send multiple requests concurrently, you can use the standard hedging handler. And one important feature I have forgot to mention for standard hedging is the support for routing. So for a hedging handler, you can actually configure at what endpoints each attempt can go. So that way you can hedge against multiple servers. So if one server goes down, the hedging will automatically fall back to the secondary server or any amount of servers you want. And if both standard resilient handler and the standard hedging handler does not work for you, you can use the other resilient handler, which is used for building custom resilience pipelines, and you can tailor the pipeline to your scenarios. This is the API I was just showing off just for completeness. And if you want to learn more, you can visit the official documentation on the Microsoft site. You can also learn about Poly at polydocs.org. And if you want to contribute, go to the repositories of these extensions and the Poly. And thank you. That concludes my presentation. And back to you.
Martin, that was an awesome presentation. We do have a good question for you, actually, from Andrew. Yep. And the question is, how can Poly retry cope with a remote API that enforces rate limiting?
So this is something I have not mentioned also. So usually when the remote service rate limits, it also sends you the retry after header. And actually the Poly, or the API we introduced here, supports the retry after header. So if I switch back to the add standard resilience handler, and we go into the options, retry and retry after, we can see we have should retry after header property. So this is by default set to true. So the standard pipeline automatically respects the retry after header that's being sent from the server. So if the server rate limits the request, it also tells the client, okay, you can try again after this amount of time. And that information is passed in the retry after header that we respect automatically.
Wow, that was great stuff. All right, I think that's all the time we have for. So we did have. Let me see. There's some great stuff. Great response on this here from on this talk. So we also have to. Should we ask more questions for Martin? Or? Oh, thanks a bunch, Martin. Really appreciate it. Great talk.
Thank you, Martin.
Yep. So for people watching, we've got some great things coming up as you want to get deeper into .NET and learn more about the .NET 8 release. And one of the neat things here is the Hack Together event.
Yeah, so the Hack Together is coming up. And you can actually use your learnings from today in that hack together. That's going to be November 20th through December 4th. There's going to be prizes for AI, cloud native, an overall prize. I'll actually be judging. So
Oh my gosh, that's fun.
I'm just saying, you should definitely join. It's going to be a ton of fun. There's going to be tons of opportunities to learn, sessions, some resources in the GitHub. So go to that link. That's going to be aka.ms/hacktogether/.net.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at all the judges and all the people you're working with and all the content, this looks like so much fun. You know, the way I learn, it's fun to watch presentations, and I watch it and I'm like, that makes sense. But I don't actually learn until I start writing code. You know?
Yeah,
And
you
then
really
all
gotta
of a
get it to
sudden-
stick.
Yeah, or it's something I thought made sense, and then I write it, and it's like, wait, I misunderstood that, right? And so when you actually start writing code, that's when it actually clicks, and it makes sense, and like you learn it. And so this is a fabulous opportunity to kind of dig into that.
Exactly. And another fabulous opportunity to really get that sticky power in your brain is to go to some local events. So over the course of the next couple months, actually, through until February, we're going to have hundreds of local events from community
I think we're up
members.
to like 200 now?
We're up to about 200. They're globally distributed.
Oh,
There's
so
an
cool.
awesome map where you can see where all of these events are happening and get those registration links so that you can tune into one near you.
Yeah, so on the .NET Conf website, there's a local events thing. We have a map that shows them all around the world. This is so near and dear to my heart. I love seeing all our friends all around the world. Everyone, you know, like, and then also tweet your pictures. Take pictures at your local events. Use this hashtag. So it's .NET Conf, hashtag .NET Conf. You can send your questions throughout today. But if you're doing local events, we actually have some like live watch parties and
Yeah.
local events happening now.
Exactly.
Please send us your pictures. We'd love to feature them. And it just makes us happy to see you as you're learning more about .NET.
Yeah, so as a reminder, that link is going to be aka.ms/.netconf-local events.
Wow. Okay, so this has been a great morning to kind of dig deeper into building cloud services. My mind is blowing up thinking about like resiliency and Open Telemetry working together. Yeah. Once you've built these amazing applications, you need somewhere amazing to host them.
Exactly, and that may lead into our next session with Byron, who's going to be talking about app service, which is the best place to host your .NET 8 web apps.
I can't wait to learn more. You know, I've been using Azure, and I always think like they're constantly lighting up new features. Yeah. There's so much great stuff in app service, so I can't wait to kind of dig in and learn a little bit more. So I think we're ready to pass over to you, Byron.
Hey guys, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And what we're going to talk about is you're writing all of these new .NET 8 apps, where should you be hosting them? If you're writing web apps, the best place to host them is on Azure App Service. If you're participating on any of these hackathons, Hack Together, the other thing that you can take advantage of is the fact that we have a free tier, and you can host your .NET 8 apps on Windows or Linux for free. Obviously, there's some limits, like you get certain amount of CPU and memory per day, but you can run up to 10 apps on Windows and about 10 apps on Linux absolutely for free. That has been there for 10 years, so if you're participating in any of these Hack Together events, that's a great way to just throw your project, whatever you're doing to learn, host it on the free app, and that's enough to get you started. And now, the reason I'm here and the reason why I do my talk on day 2 is because usually on day 1, I'm the guy basically chasing after the team, making sure that we have .NET 8 release across the board. So as of yesterday, we have .NET 8 GA bits available on App Service, Azure Functions, static web apps across all regions. Everybody should have it right now. The way we do this is through a just-in-time install mechanism. So we stage the bits there, and if your app is configured to run .NET 8, it will download and run the GA bits. If you're using a function, that usually adds a little bit to the cold start. So what's happening right now is we're going and we're filling in and we're doing another 5-day deployment that actually goes and touches every worker to now burn the bits in so that they're locally available on that app. And when we're done with that by the end of the week, that cold start goes away, but it means that you can start hacking as of yesterday. If you want to learn more about app service in general, we have a blog. That's the link right there. And you can also follow us on X. That's AC App Service. And this is the product team tweeting. It's not a marketing thing. So like real content, real stuff going in there. I have a couple other announcements to get out of the way. Also new this week is we have the support for GitHub Actions OpenID Connect. So what this means is when you create a web app and you have it linked to automatically deploy from GitHub, you can use a managed identity. So in this way, you're not having to store credentials on the GitHub site to then go publish into the web app. It's all done through federated identity. This is great, especially if you're a bigger company where you want to have more stringent controls on security. You can disable basic auth and you can enforce it through policy. So there's no plain text credentials, and all of the auth from GitHub publishing into your web app is done through managed identity. I'm going to show that in the demo coming up. We also have GA of gRPC support on App Service Linux. gRPC is a protocol that is very efficient, and it lets you do some interesting scenarios, especially with AI. So a lot of people today are building chatbots, and if you send a request and you know that the chatbot is going to take a couple of seconds to reply, if you're doing traditional HTTP requests, you need to do a 201 continuation, and you need to manage that all by yourself. gRPC, because it supports the bidirectional streaming, it lets you send the request back and then stream the request back to the client without having to do that HTTP continuation song and dance. So this is something that is GA. It's available on App Service Linux. It doesn't matter if you're doing .NET, Java, Node, Python. If your language and framework supports gRPC, you can host that backend on App Service, and you can talk to that client on your front end. Also, the other thing that I forgot to mention on the previous slide, I know it's .NET Conf and it's .NET Day, but we also just released support for Python 3.12 and Node 20 LTS on App Service. So that's something else to go play with. The other thing is we've seen a lot of focus in the last couple of months around application migrations. So these are people that are, you have your code still running on data centers, and you have this serious problem of how do you save costs, how do you move that legacy code into the cloud, and not only save costs, but then start doing modernization of the applications. And to do that, there are a bunch of tools that you can use to help you, one, discover and inventory what apps you have. And you can do this with the AppCat tool across both Java and .NET. There's also static code analysis that will assess your application and give you pointers for things that you'll have to change if you're moving to the cloud. An example of that is, for example, if you're talking to a local database, well, you're going to have to change that to talk to a database that's in the cloud. Or if you're using something like Windows Auth that doesn't necessarily work on the cloud, you might need to change that to something else. So you have discovery of the application, assessment with a clear indications of what are the things that you need to change to make that app compatible with the cloud. And then finally, the workflow to migrate it into Azure. So you have basically support every step of the way to get you into Azure, into a place where you can now start doing modernization of your app without even necessarily touching the code. And I'm going to get a little bit into that with my demos. And then some other stuff that is coming soon is we've had support for web jobs on Windows App Service forever. And now we're bringing that both to App Service Linux as well as Windows containers. So if you're not familiar with web jobs, it allows you to have an executable that is not triggered by an HTTP request. So a traditional web app, the web app is only doing something if there's an active request coming into the app. So with web jobs, you can do background processing stuff. And this can be either triggered. So for example, you can have a cron expression that says, every Wednesday, go and parse the logs and summarize them. Or you can have things that are manually executed, where you want to say, I need to do a database cleanup. I only want to run it when I want to execute that web job, and you go into the portal and click run. So we're bringing that to Linux and Windows containers. That was a feature gap that we had between Windows and Linux, but now it's getting plugged. The people that are in the early user access preview will start seeing this coming in before the end of the year, and we expect the rest of our app service customers to get it sometime early next year. The next one is support for sidecars on App Service Linux. What this means is on App Service Linux, all of your apps, it doesn't matter if you're deploying code or if you're deploying a Docker container, on our side, we all see them as Docker containers. And sidecars allowed you to specify additional containers that will run alongside your main container app. One of the interesting scenarios that lights up with this is things like Datadog, New Relic, where you can add functionality to your app without touching your app's code. You just have a sidecar container that is running the third-party code, or it can even be your own code as well, that have that shared networking namespace, and they can interact together. So this way you can basically start using Datadog to extract telemetry from your application. Again, this is a feature that is going into early user access preview this year, and then start rolling out to general audience early next year. Along with that, there's also end-to-end TLS encryption. So if you're familiar with App Service today, all of your TLS is terminated at the front end, and then it goes from the front end to your worker. So this is enabling you to have the TLS termination happen all the way down to your worker. And I know that there's some customers that are looking for that. Also coming soon, probably this year. And then TLS 1.3 support, the next version of TLS, we're actively deploying the backend to support this. We expect it to be done before the end of the year. So this, again, one of those that will light up early next year. And because we have dueling conferences right now, we have a session at Ignite that's going to go do a little bit of more demos geared towards web jobs and sidecars. So that's the name of the session right there. I'm going to throw it on. I'm going to throw a link to the session as well on Twitter. Go check it out. Really great demo coming up, showing some of like the cutting edge stuff that we have coming up. Okay, so that wraps it up for slides. Let's go into the demos. Okay, let's start right here. So this is the Azure portal, and one of the new things that we're releasing this week is the ability to create databases as part of your web app creation flow. We know that for traditional web applications, about 95% of them end up talking to a database. And sometimes, creating the resources is not the hardest part, but actually getting them to configure and talk to each other in a secure way, that is where all the brain power goes. So just to show you a little bit, and we're going to do the kitchen sink trick here. So I'm going to create a random web app. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to select, because I can, .NET 8. You see that's with the early access moniker right now. That means we're still in the JIT phase that I described earlier. You should see that early access go away probably by the end of the week, and that's when the .NET 8 bits are fully baked in, so you don't get that little cold start penalty. We can select Windows or Linux. In this case, I'm going to go with Linux. And over here, I'm going to create a new app service plan. And I'm going to show you something else, which is the new pricing tiers that we have. So this is not new for this conference, but it's relatively new as well, is we have the new P0, B3 instance size, which gives you a premium small instance. This one is giving you 1 core. If you're cost sensitive, this is a great option for you. And on the higher end, we also have the memory optimized SKUs, where you can get up to 256 gigs of RAM. So if you want to cram multiple applications, or you have one application that uses a lot of memory, you have options. For this one, I'm just going to go with the P0, B3 option. and move forward. So you'll see the first thing that will start popping up is you'll see the option to select the database. You can say, yes, I want to create a database. And we do a little bit of affinitization, right? So if you select .NET, we will recommend you to use SQL because that's what most developers are going to be using. But if you go and select something else, like for example, we talked about Python 3.12 right there. I go to the database, and I will see that my recommended one is Postgres because Python developers like to use Postgres. But let's go back. This is a .NET demo, so let's go back to .NET. There we go. And go back to the database. I'm going to select SQL. And now here's where a little bit of the magic happens. I'm going to skip deployment for now. But now I'm in the networking tab. By default, we don't deploy your web app into a VNet unless you explicitly tell us to do it. But because here I'm selecting a database, I want to make sure that my configuration is secure by default. So what that means is the web app is the only publicly accessible endpoint. So if I'm on the public internet and I'm trying to access the resources of my application, the only thing I can see is the web application. The database and the web application are going to be deployed to the same VNet, and they're going to be talking to each other over something that's called the private endpoint, which means literally the only thing that can talk to the database is going to be my web app. I don't need to open firewall rules, or I don't need to set any exceptions. That's by default. Later on, if I want to, for example, connect to it from my dev box, I can add the firewall exception and then take it away just when I'm doing the database stuff. So that's one of the powerful things here, which is we're giving you that secure by default configuration by default out of the box without you having to necessarily learn all the ins and outs of it. I'm going to move forward to the review and create. And then this is another really powerful thing, which is not only are you getting the option to go and create the database here, and you can see all of the information, but if you want to learn how this works, one of the things that you can do is you can open the, you can see the template that we would be executing for you. For some reason, that link is not working right now, but you can click here, and it will give you the ARM template, which is think of it as the infrastructure as code definition, so you can see exactly how all the different resources that get created are stitched together. If I go back over here, I'm not going to go through the create process. That's going to take 20 minutes because it needs to create all of those multiple resources that I said. But let's go over here to the web app demo. And you can see all of these different resources that got created for me. So there's the app service plan, there's the web app, database, server, the private endpoint, the VNet, etc. So very, very powerful. If you're not doing this through this template and you need to go create every resource individually, it's going to take you about an hour. This would take you about 20 minutes. So very, very powerful stuff. Now let's go into the web app. You'll see a couple new things that we have coming out. One of them is the new environment variables experience. App settings and connection strings used to be part of configuration, but we've had feedback that a lot of people, the way they think about it is environment variables, so that's the name that makes sense. We're pulling it out to just make it a little bit more of a focused experience. This is purely just UI sugar. It has an easier navigation where you don't have to go click new every time. You can just basically go edit settings in the flow. If you're a fan of the advanced edit feature, that's still there. The other really cool thing that we do with the Web Plus database is we're using Service Connector. So Service Connector allows us to not only establish that relationship between the database and the app, but it can also monitor it for us. So for example, right now, I can do this, and I can ask it to validate that this is working. So this way, I'm not seeing credentials, and what's happening is it's actually running a process inside of the worker where my code is running to test whether the app itself is able to reach the database. That's something that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do unless you're like SSH into the box. So this is really cool. I can see that this is working, so I can rule out that it's a password issue or a network issue that is making it so that I can't reach my database. Very, very powerful stuff. And then just to basically show that this is for real, let's go to this other web app. And, oh, sorry, I'm going to go back. I wanted to show the deployment center and talk a little bit about that OIDC configuration that I called out. So I'm in this Azure subscription that is provided by Microsoft that is locked down by policy. So the first thing that you will see is that when I select GitHub, it will tell me that, hey, the basic auth flow is disabled for this application. You need to use user-assigned identity. And when I go over here, I can still select the demo that I want to do and point it to all of that stuff. But I also have the option over here to use basic auth that I know that it won't work because of that error up there. Or I can do the user-assigned identity. And this will go and not only create the user-assigned identity that I'm going to use to authenticate my app from GitHub, but it's also an identity that is restricted so that it only has permissions to this particular application. It doesn't have permissions to all of my Azure subscription. So that's really locked down. So I'm not going to wait for the deployment to happen. I'm going to switch over to an app that I already have deployed. And we're going to look at it. Just hit browse. There we go. So this is a .NET 8 app running on .NET 8 on app service. The other way to validate that is I can go, for example, SSH. And this is a question that I get often, which is, how do I know what runtime is on my app? Sometimes people go to kudu and they get confused. The right way to do this is you SSH into the app, and this is actually the container where your app is going to be running. And you can do .NET info, and it'll show you right there. These are GA bits. How did this get deployed? Well, we have I set up the deployment center that created a GitHub action. You can see that the GitHub action got executed over here. We can go into the build. Set up .NET Core. So this is basically proving that it's setting it up with .NET 8. And then when I go over here to my code, this is what's actually getting deployed, right? So this is pulling the string of what framework is coming from the runtime information itself. So basically real code running on .NET 8 GA bits in production in app service. And the cool thing is using Open Identity Connect, less passwords, less rotation, less management, policy enforcement, more secure, etc. OK, so now let's switch gears and talk a little bit about static web apps. You'll see a bunch of new stuff that we've done on static web apps. Static web apps is the option for you to host a static app. So in the .NET world, you can think of a Blazor WASM application. If you're familiar with static web apps, you've seen that over the last couple of months, we've updated the new overview page. And what I want to show here is this is my static web apps code. This is literally just like a very simple WASM, the default WASM template, and I've added an API. That API is basically just an Azure function that is going to be running and executing alongside my static web app. So in general, if you have static content and you want to add some dynamic that is server-side rendered, you need to do a bunch of stuff to call another service hosted somewhere else. For one or two APIs, that's sometimes overkill. So you can always just add a little one or two functions to your static web app to have that dynamic content that is server-side rendered. And you can always grow up from that scenario by then connecting to a full-fledged backend that can be either a web app, API management, container apps, functions, etc. Then this is the code for my for my function. So you're going to see that I'm doing basically the same thing, just calling the framework description to demonstrate that this is actually running on .NET 8. And here we go. So this is, you'll be familiar with this. This is the standard Blazor app. And when I click on weather, you'll see this loading that then is pulling the framework description, proving that it's running on .NET 8, executing my function behind the scenes. Now, one of the killer features of static web apps is the ability to create revisions. On your regular web apps, you're maybe familiar with staging slots. Staging slots are stuff that you need, are resources that you need to manage. So you need to create the staging slot, then you need to have the discipline to deploy to the staging slot, swap into production. On static web apps, there is a similar concept, which is environments. Environments, you don't need to manage them in the sense that you don't create the environment and then deploy to it. But what happens is you have your GitHub action, you have your GitHub, and you can create a pull request. The pull request will automatically then create a revision. So you have that deployment to a staging slot that is fully accessible. So you see here, this is the same. If you look at the URL, you'll see that it's the same app with a slightly different URL, but it's hosted on the same app. So now I have a different view. I have a little bit of text just to have fun with it. We do love Blazor. And it's still executing the function, pulling the runtime information, and dynamically displaying it. And then the other thing that I can do here, because I have this multiple staging slots and multiple versions of my code running side by side, is I can add traffic splitting. So, let's say that I'm a betting man. I'm going to go 50-50. So 50% chance that I'm going to see production, 50% chance that I'm going to see stage. And then, so this is a new feature that we're literally just rolling out. So I can select my staging environment. We're at 50-50. I'm going to go to production. And then I'm going to bring out my dev tools. And we're going to look at the cookies. So right now I have a cookie that is being set. I'm going to take that cookie away, and I'm going to hit refresh. And now I'm seeing a different version of the app on the same URL. So this is doing the automatic 50-50 splitting. I'm going to remove that cookie again, roll the dice, and hopefully we get the original version of the app. So now that I have the cookie, I'm pinned to it, and I see the same one, but you can see how you could set this up where you have multiple revisions, you have slices of production traffic going to them, you can validate your code, you can accept the PR, merge it into production, and then have that smooth deployment experience. And that wraps it up for me.
Wow, so much amazing stuff. I expected a lot. I was not disappointed. I love what I heard about the databases, being able to easily connect to a database, the traffic splitting, all kinds of great stuff. We did have one question about, for static web apps, why do I need to choose a region? Here, let me see if I do this and then do that. Yeah, why do I need to choose a region for a static web app?
That's a great question. I get it all the time. So your static web app is geo-distributed by default. So out of the box, we will grab that static content and push it to multiple points of presence. You can make that even better by adding front door. And we have that enterprise-grade edge feature that's right there in the overview where you can just click and enable front door. But that's all dealing with the static content, right? When you have server-side components, like for example, the function API that I'm executing, that actually needs to be pinned to a specific region. And when you make that selection on the create flow, you're basically telling us, here is where I want that API to be executed. Now, on the static web apps team, we're working on some features that we want to make it so that you don't have to make that selection. So coming in the next couple of months, you'll see that go away. And what's happening behind the scenes is we will, one, dynamically assign the function app to a location where we're seeing traffic coming from. And the second thing is we want to make it so that the resource is fully regionless. So you need to tell us anything, and we can dynamically push the function to the right region based on where the traffic is coming from.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Byron. That makes total sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Thanks for a great presentation.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Of course. All right. Well, I'm a little sad now, John.
I am too. It's been a great morning, but our time is already over.
Yeah, us as hosts, not
Yeah,
you
not
as
your
viewers.
time. You've got lots more. Yep.
But yeah, we're excited that our next hosts are going to take you through some of the rest of our day 2 magic. So we have Jamie Singleton as well as Myra Wenzel. They're excellent. You're in great hands. Don't worry.
Yes, we're definitely leaving you in great hands. So, and just to remind you of all the great stuff, we've got some amazing blog posts that you can dig into. We have the Hack Together event. We have the local events. We have,
Learning materials,
beginner
videos,
yes.
certifications. John and I have been throwing a lot at you. We have a lot of AKAs and other links that you can check out. Our other hosts will also remind you of those links. And a big one that I don't think we've actually said yet is download .NET 8.
Right. So you can download, you can get started, works with the latest Visual Studio. You can use with the C# Dev Kit. We had a great session on that yesterday. So a lot of, and there's a new thing too with the setup for GitHub code spaces.
Yeah, there's a new .NET Code Spaces template.
Yeah.
We've heard tons of great feedback, so definitely check that out. Leave us your feedback. We'd love even more so that we can continue to improve that.
Well, so we've been learning about all this kind of web, cloud, all this amazing stuff. And I am crazy excited about this next session. So, yesterday we heard some neat stuff about ASP.NET. A lot of what we covered in the keynote was Blazor. There's so many great features in ASP.NET that the team has been working on. And those apply to everything all across the ASP.NET, whether you're building Razor pages, MVC, minimal APIs, whatever.
Yeah, and up next, Safia and Stefan are going to take us through all of that in their session in .NET 8, ASP.NET 8. All right, over to you guys to get into it.
Hi everyone, I'm Safia.
And I'm Stefan.
And for the past year, we've been working away on the release of ASP.NET Core that you saw throughout the conference. Now, as John mentioned, in this session, we want to take you through some of the features that we released that might not have been highlighted in other sessions. And with that, Stefan, do you want to show us what's new in SignalR?
Absolutely. If you go to my screen, you'll see that we put together a solution with a bunch of demo projects showing the underlying features in ASP.NET that might not have gotten as much attention in this conference so far. And one that I'm most excited to show you, and the reason we're starting with this is a little bit complicated demo, but we have something called SignalR Stateful Reconnect. In the past, we called this Seamless Reconnect. The idea here is even when your underlying WebSocket long polling connection dies, the server and the client can both hold on to their most recently sent messages, and if they reconnect, they can replay messages without any events, and things should continue without having to go to a database or have this long reconnecting. So 2 things that you need to really know to enable this is that unlike reconnects that you might have used previously, this does need to be enabled on the server. This is because this takes extra memory for each SignalR connection that there is potentially. Every single message that is unacknowledged will end up being buffered, and that is what allows this feature to work. So we allow stateful reconnects on the server. You might notice some extra things like the default client timeout's 30 seconds. I changed it to 5 minutes because I don't want to be racing. This demo is a little bit difficult, but with automatic reconnect, I think was introduced in .NET Core 3.1-ish. With stateful reconnect is way easier than when it works. So if you call with stateful reconnect, you can see this behavior. So I have your classic programmer UI SignalR chat app. I didn't even bother removing the bullet points from the unordered list for the chat. And Safia, that's her GitHub username right here, and myself, Halter73, are chatting. And I'm curious if she wants lunch. But unfortunately, as soon as I sent that message, I go offline. And then, Safia, I'll type for you. You down for lunch? Yeah. Sure. Now? Well, I didn't get that over here. I'm offline. You there? That's the acronym for for those of you who are curious. Now, if I just were to go and enable the internet again, the WebSocket would continue working. So I had a little bit of extra logic to the server so I can reset my most recent WebSocket. But when we come back online, what you'll see is that we'll get this new connection. So that popped up, this new WebSocket connection in the network tab, and then all these messages go through. One thing you'll notice is that there weren't any reconnect events. So when we reconnect, the client here is sending what's known as a sequence message, which tells the server the message that it's resending. So while I was disconnected, I sent that "you there," so that gets resent. And then all of Safia's messages that didn't come over the old connection now come over the new one. And to quickly show the difference between stateful reconnects and normal reconnects is if we were to do the same thing, we'll just focus on resetting my connection instead of both. But let's say that we disconnect like we did before, reset the connection again, and you'll see that now we get an error. And eventually, it will reconnect again, but you'll see that Safia now sees I've left the chat. Anything that was sent in the meantime won't be received. So I'll be reconnected. I'll have a new connection ID. I can be the same user if I'm authenticated. So another thing to point out is you can enable them both together. So stateful reconnect is going to be what we try first, and if that fails, we'll go back to the reconnect you knew before. But to support both of those, looking back at that client code, you do need to call both with automatic reconnect and with stateful reconnect. And I'm pretty happy getting that done without many demo fails. Safia, I've heard that there's some cool stuff going on in minimal APIs.
Yes, absolutely. So if you've used minimal APIs in .NET 7 and before, you might be familiar with the fact that form binding support in minimal APIs is rather limited. One thing that we did in .NET 8 is added support for enhanced form binding in minimal APIs. To show you what this looks like, I'm going to hop over to my web browser here, where I have got a simple application that showcases a form. This form is designed to allow us to submit information related to a to-do. So I've got a to-do name, a due date, and the status of my to-do. And I've gone ahead and filled out some details for this form. Gonna give my .NET Conf presentation, and this is due at least by the end of the week. And I'm gonna go ahead and click Submit. And what we'll see is that we have received a response back from the server with the contents of the form that we just uploaded. Let's take a look at the server code to see what just happened here. Okay, cool. Now, if we look at the backend for my application here, we'll see that I've got a minimal API, and I want to draw your attention to a couple of things. First is lines 12 through 71, where I've truncated some of the code related to rendering that HTML form that you saw. Most interesting, though, is line 73, which is the endpoint that actually processes that form response. It's super terse. The key point here is this from form explicit attribute on my to-do parameter. This is an indicator to minimal API's parameter binding logic that we want to resolve the to-do parameter from the form body. And interestingly enough, I get it resolved and I'm able to access all of the elements in my response. There's something else going on here too, in addition to just being able to support complex form binding that we weren't able to do before, which is related to some of the other components that are sent with my request. So if we take a look at the request here, we'll see that I'm sending over some anti-forgery cookies. Okay, that's kind of interesting. And we'll also spot that I am sending a anti-forgery verification token as part of the form data payload. What happens with all of this stuff? Well, that is also new in .NET 8, and that is support for the new anti-forgery middleware. Now, in .NET 7 and prior to, anti-forgery token validation was only supported via an MVC authorization filter. If you wanted to do anti-forgery token validation and minimal APIs or another layer, you have to roll that out yourself. No longer the case in .NET 8. We've shipped a new anti-forgery middleware that you can enable with the use anti-forgery method that lights up in your application. And what's really cool about this is that it functions across all of the framework implementations. C and Blazor all respect the anti-forgery middleware's features and state. So the anti-forgery middleware is not the only middleware that is new in .NET 8. We've been doing a ton of work to introduce new middlewares. And Stefan, I think you have a few to show us.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And to start off, I'm excited to show the request timeout middleware. And there's a lot of code here. I'll try to go through it pretty slowly, but this is what's known as an endpoint aware middleware. So say like your authorization middleware, where you can put on authorized attributes and stuff on various endpoints. With request timeouts, we have the ability to have different timeouts for different endpoints. So much like auth, you have the ability to define a policy. This policy writes a response saying that it timed out the request. That doesn't happen by default. Normally, it just writes a 504 gateway timeout. Normally, a 504 is the server's fault, and a 408 is the client's fault. And even though this demo is only timing out because of task.delays, I'm a good programmer, so if it timed out, it's probably the client. So we're going to change this for the right timeout response. Now, you can still use the request timeouts middleware if you're not using endpoints. You can define a default policy that will apply to any endpoint that doesn't have a more specific policy or that doesn't have the disable request timeout. So in .NET 7, we introduced a new feature to the route builder called map groups. So for most of these tests, we're using this policy, the right timeout response, that I defined right here. So we have the default policy. We'll take a look at delay async in a second. It calls task.delay. But I do want to point out that if you do write a response after the cancellation, the default right timeout response won't get called. And if you have a more specific timeout, maybe you called with request timeout with a time span, or maybe you use that request timeout attribute that I pointed to earlier, that will override the policy entirely. And there's the disable request timeout metadata I talked about before and the middleware. So without further ado, we are going to start this demo. You'll notice that I started this without debugging. That's important. You will not see a timeout if you do debug. That happened to me in the prep. And then on this page, I have some JavaScript that's hitting all those endpoints that I showed you, and you can see what happens. So the default policy, we configure that to be a 408, 3-second timeout, wrote that custom response. If you set a delay that is less than the 3-second timeout, there will be no timeout. The custom response is written instead of that right timeout response here. If you set the 2-second time spans, you see the 2-second timeouts, but then you don't have the other things that you set for your default policy. If you disable things, you get no timeouts. And then the middleware, if you delay long enough, remember our global policy, our default policy was 7 seconds. So it timed out after 7 seconds after we said the delay should be 10. For what it's worth, this is defaulting to 5 seconds for every delay. Another thing worth noting is this timeout is cooperative. So in this, we're passing in this request aborted token. If you take a cancellation token in, say, like an MVC controller or a minimal API, that's normally tied to the request. So if the client, the browser, cancels the request, this cancellation token will be aborted. But when you add this request timeout middleware with use request timeouts and set the correct policy configuration, it will create a link cancellation token source that will time out whichever happens first, the delay or the configured timeout, or the client cancels the request. And to just quickly demonstrate that, if we do pass in cancellation token.none to this delay, which would be probably better to do here so it affects everything for the most part, and then run this again, you'll see that there are no timeouts. And not just because I'm debugging. I'll let you trust me on that because we got a lot of demos. I didn't mean to start the debugger, I just warned you. But as much as ASP.NET NET developers write middleware and endpoints, they also do a lot with DI. And I know we have some exciting new DI features.
Yes, you are totally right. ASP.NET Core developers interact a lot with the DI container, if not more than they do with middleware. And we're excited to introduce a new feature to the built-in DI container in ASP.NET Core for .NET 8, support for keyed services. Now, services are typically identified by their service type, something like an iStorage provider. Keyed services are uniquely identified by their type and a service key, which allows us to distinguish between different implementations of the same service type. So to take us through an example, I've got a demo here that showcases a sample application where I have an iStorage provider interface that I've implemented twice, one with a local storage provider and again with an Azure storage provider. I'm leveraging new APIs in the runtime to add keyed services for the local storage provider and the Azure storage provider to my application with the local and Azure keys to identify them. This is using the add keyed singleton method. Now, what's really interesting here is that we have brought in support for keyed services into the ASP.NET Core frameworks. So I'm talking about minimal APIs, MVC, Blazor, and SignalR. And to do that, you're going to want to take advantage of the new from keyed services attribute. I'm doing that right here in my two minimal endpoints, resolving the local storage provider for one and the Azure storage provider for the other. And if I go ahead and send a request to my running application to both of these endpoints, I can see that one service is resolved as the local storage provider service, and the other is resolved as the Azure storage provider. It's really important as I was able to leverage keyed services to distinguish between the two, instead of having to juggle around concrete implementations. So that's pretty nifty. Support for keyed services, including the integration that comes to Minimal API's binding layer. Now, Minimal API's binding layer has a ton of rules and functionality. It's a little bit magical, we like to say sometimes. And one of the things that I think was really great that we did in .NET 8 was introduce new analyzers to help you use Minimal API's implicit binding rules more effectively. So let's go ahead and show you some of these analyzers now. I've got another sample application where I've kind of misused some of our APIs and parameter binding rules, and I want to show you what these analyzers will help you do. So first, I've got line 14 in my code here. I'm implementing a post-processing handler that accepts a request at a route that seems to have a to-do route parameter. I'm highlighting that right here. And it resolves that using into a to-do parameter type. Now, one of the things you'll notice is that I'm immediately alerted about something that I'm doing wrong here, which is that the parameter to-do that I'm referencing, which is mapped to the to-do parameter in the route, does not define a try-parse method or implement the iParsable interface. I'm doing something wrong here. I'm saying that something should be resolved from the route, but I haven't really presented a way to parse it from that route value. And the analyzer is telling me that I probably need to fix this. There's a couple of different solutions to this. I might change the type of the parameter that I'm consuming so that it actually does contain a try-parse method or implements iParsable. I might implement a try-parse method on that type, or because I'm in the middle of a demo, I might just go ahead and delete the route pattern, in which case we're going to assume that that to-do parameter needs to be resolved from the JSON body of the request and not from the route. So pretty neat. That was kind of a helpful guide into properly letting me know how to use Minimal API's parameter binding effectively. There's another mistake in my code, though. I've got another API on line 17. And what I'm being alerted to here is the fact that my handler contains two distinct parameters that both contain the from body attribute. The from body attribute lets me know that these parameters need to be resolved from the JSON body of the request. But it's not possible to materialize the same JSON body in two different ways in my route handler. So the analyzer is telling me that this is incorrect. I need to fix it. There's a couple of different ways that I can do this. I know that that second parameter, iToDoService, should be coming from the DI container in my application. So I can replace from body with from services to let Minimal API know that that's where I want to source it. Or I can just go ahead and remove that attribute altogether, in which case Minimal API's implicit binding magic will determine that iToDoService exists in my DI container, so it should come from there and not from the JSON body. Now, what I love about the analyzers that we've been shipping in .NET 8 is this is a space where we've had a ton of community engagement come in. We've had quite a few PRs come in from members of the community contributing new analyzers to ASP.NET Core. And I want to highlight one of those right now, giving a shout out to David Acker, who contributed this analyzer to the ASP.NET Core code base. Now, mind you, it's not just an analyzer, it's also a code fixer. So we're actually going to be able to use code fixers to make the update to comply with the analyzer's warnings here and not have to type any code at all, which is pretty neat. So what's this new analyzer about? Here it is up on line 7. I'm calling the add authorization API to register add authorization related services into my application, and I'm also configuring a custom authorization policy. Now, in .NET 7, we introduced a new API, Add Authorization Builder, that allowed you to register authorization services and configure policies with fewer lines of code, less nesting. And we'll see here that the analyzer is warning me about just that. I should probably use the Add Authorization Builder to register those services and construct the policies. So I'm going to go ahead and apply the quick fix, hit it, and voila. My code looks just a little bit terser, nicer to read using that new API that we introduced in .NET 7. I love how useful these analyzers are for helping me write much better code in my application. I could get carried away talking about so many of them, but before I do that, Stefan, you were kind of on a roll talking about middlewares. Do you have another one to show us?
I've got 2 more. We'll start off with this new short circuit middleware. So this is what you can reach to if you have middleware that you don't want to run for specific endpoints. In the past, generally, we've said, let's make your middleware endpoint aware, like the request timeout middleware we just showed you. So if you don't have specific metadata on the endpoint, maybe have your middleware no op. But for certain things, that's not convenient. Maybe there are certain routes that you don't want to log or that you just want to quickly 404 instead of checking the disk because for certain subfolders and stuff, you're never going to have content there. This is what short circuit does. So let's first look at map short circuit. Its first parameter is a status code. So this is 404 not found. And then it takes a params list of route prefixes. So we'll show what that means in a second. But it's not any prefix, it's a route prefix. And then we also added short circuit metadata to this normal mapget endpoint that is returning a favicon. So, and then we have middleware. Let's pretend this is doing something expensive that's logging every request. All right, so if we take a look at the console output, we see our middleware log the request path to / but not favicon. But it's possible that the browser didn't make that request. Maybe it was cached or something, but you can see now we did, and still no log. Well, let's make extra sure that we're not not logging any request again. We'll do favicon 2, and it's logged. So let's quickly look at what we have going on with this map short circuit. So we have ignored prefixes. So normally you can't find a route. You're going to get a 404 anyway, but if we go ignored, 1 second, and we go back to the log. I should have gone 50-50 with this demo. Too late. You'll see that the ignored is there. Did I type it right? Interesting. Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Ugh, typos get the best of us.
That's how you know it's live.
Yeah.
So yeah. And there we go. So now if we try it again, we'll see only the misspelled one still. And then if we add things after the prefix, same deal. One thing is, though, the prefix means with a /. It's like routing. So if you do ignored 2, that will show up in the log. Just kind of FYI. And then there's one more middleware that I'm excited to get to. We're running low on time, but this is a deep cut. This is why we saved this for the end. But I'm excited to get to it, that we get to show it to you. And this will be the new feature that we added to use exception handler. So this is a middleware that you probably used before. But what's new is this interface right here, IExceptionHandler. This is not generally intended for web application developers. As you can see, UseExceptionHandler takes a parameter error or string, which is like the route that you want to redirect to on an error. So here we have an error handler that takes the IException handler feature. This also existed before .NET 8, and like tells you what exception was thrown and stuff if we go to the error endpoint. But I added 2 IException handlers, which could be done by a library. Say that we have a library that maybe it's dealing with teapots. And anytime it throws a library exception, if the app hasn't handled it and written a response itself, it will say that I am a teapot. And then it will say that it's handled, which means that we won't direct to the error page. If we return false, that means you should run the normal user-defined handler. And that's why the logging one always returns false. So really quickly, I don't have like a bunch of JavaScript to hit all the endpoints at once, like with the timeout. But if we hit the error, we should still see the error page, but we should get an extra log, hopefully. Not error, because that is the error page. Sorry. What do we call it? Invalid, I think. Maybe I should have had the custom page. Are we still running it?
Oh, I don't think it's running.
Maybe that's it. All right, I'm still running the short circuit app because I did not change my startup project. Yeah. All right, so really quick, hopefully it doesn't take too long. Valid.
Hurrah!
You see the thing from our error handler in teapot. You don't. I'm a teapot. Exciting. And we got that in just with the nick of time, but there are a lot more that we weren't able to demo.
Yes, you are totally right. I feel like we just sprinted through a marathon with all of these demos. Now, there are so many more features that are coming out in this release of ASP.NET Core. Some of them we've already covered, and some are cute little details like support for generic attributes in MVC. You can try all of these out by downloading .NET 8, and you can check out the code for this demo at this GitHub repo that we've got up. Get things running, play around with it yourself. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy .NET 8.
Oh, wow. That was an amazing session. Thank you so much. You really packed it all in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and live demos, it's the beauty of it. And I'm sad we didn't get to see all demos, but I'm sure that you'll have the samples all there for people to check it out. And we do have a few questions here, so let's get to them.
Let's start with that one. How can we connect this with GitHub OAuth so that I can let folks log in with GitHub?
I think that was for the previous session,
Oh my
so
gosh.
I don't know, but I'm sure they can tell you.
I'm sorry.
I will say, though, we do have OIDC and OAuth
Yeah, we're talking
handlers.
with the auth guy right here.
And tune in at like 2, I think, and we'll talk more about auth.
All right,
Yeah.
awesome.
So we'll get that
Let's
question
see.
answered.
Hopefully this next one is for you guys. Is the service connector can be used for external service connection too? Check too.
Service connector?
I don't think we covered that one either.
No, I'm not the right person.
Oh
for service connectors,
Our
sorry.
tags app may be a little bit delayed. We apologize for that.
It's okay.
Let's
All
see
right.
if we can get a refresh.
I think maybe this one. Let's try one more and we'll see.
Fingers crossed.
Why the timeout is better as a middleware instead of filter? Did you cover that?
No, we did. Sorry. We did not answer that. We definitely covered the request timeout middleware. So good question. And the answer is filters are endpoint-specific concept. You can use either endpoint filters or MVC filters. Those are slightly different. Endpoint filters work with both MVC and minimal endpoints. Middleware works with everything. So that's why I had that like one middleware example where if you're not using endpoints at all, you're just like checking like hbcontext.request.path is equal to whatever, filters wouldn't run, but this middleware still would.
Yeah, and to draw a comparison, we talked about the anti-forgery middleware. Previously, that was only supported through an MVC action filter, but now it's a middleware, so it's a lot more capable when running across different scenarios.
And that came with the most recent release?
Yes.
Awesome. Great work. Thank you so much again. That was a wonderful session. We really appreciate it. And everyone, go check out that sample so that you can get the rest of those demos. Thanks.
All right.
Woo! Well, I'm back for day 2. My name is Jamie Singleton.
And I'm Myra Wenzel. I'm joining you on day 2, brand new, fresh face on the stream.
And we are so happy to be here with you all today. We have a lot to cover on day 2. I know we got through a ton of stuff yesterday, but we have a ton of stuff we're going to get through today for the rest of the afternoon. If you want to already get started with downloading .NET, go ahead and get through to that. You're going to go ahead and download .NET 8 on our homepage. You can also get started with our certifications.
And yeah, so we have a free C# certification that you can go to aka.ms/C#-certification. It's all free, and you get a certificate at the end saying you are C# certified.
Curriculum. Yeah, so we just launched that this year. We're really excited about it. We have a ton of other learning content for you as well with our Learn collection. We also have a ton of brand new .NET 8 videos for you. We have a hack together. It's completely loaded. We can't wait to get you involved.
But we are ready
session.
for the next session. We'll have Eric George Tsarpalis to talk about what's new in System.Text.Json. Take it away.
Thanks, Myra. Hi, everyone, and good evening from London. My name is Eric, and I'm an engineer from the .NET Libraries team. In this talk, I'll be giving you an overview of some of the cool things we've been working on for the new version of System.Text.Json. So, for those of you not particularly familiar with the library, here's a brief introduction. So, System.Text.Json is a high-performance, low-allocating library for processing UTF-8 encoded JSON. It includes an automatic serializer for .NET types and a suite of DOM types for direct JSON data manipulation. The library focuses on security and compliance, and therefore is a bit more restrictive when it comes to permitted JSON encodings or available serialization patterns. It is part of the shared framework in .NET Runtime, and it was first released in .NET Core 3 back in 2019. But it's also available in .NET Standard 2.0 as a NuGet package for those needing to consume the latest version of the library in their .NET Framework applications. So I'm going to start with a quick recap of the last couple of releases in case you missed them. So in version 6, we added support for a source generator, making it possible effectively to serialize .NET types without the need for reflection, enabling serialization support for trimmed and native AOT applications. We also added a mutable JSON DOM, known as JSON Node, which complemented the existing read-only JSON document type. We also added support for streaming serialization and deserialization of async enumerable types. And moving on to last year's .NET 7 release, the library added support for contract customization, making it possible to programmatically control almost every aspect of the serialization contract of a type without the need to write custom converters. It allows for things like user-defined serialization attributes and, assuming you're into that kind of thing, private field serialization. We also added support for a restricted mode of polymorphic serialization via explicitly declared type hierarchies. Finally, we added initial support for required members, although that mode was restricted to the reflection-based serializer at the time. A bit more on that later. So with that, let's talk about the new version. So I'm going to begin with the source generator because it arguably contains some of the most impactful improvements this year. So if I were to group the improvements, they would typically sort into 3 different themes. First, it comes down to native AOT improvements for either trimmed or native AOT applications, both in terms of functional improvements and internal changes contributing to size reduction. Improvements to how ASP.NET Core interoperates with the System.Text.Json source generator, making it easier to register multiple generators and enabling trimmability of System.Text.Json components when used from within ASP.NET Core. And we generally made many bug fixes and reliability improvements, really closing the functional gap with the reflection-based serializer and making it easier to use overall. So I'm going to start talking about the functional improvements here. This release, we added support for required and init-only member support. Previously, if you tried to source generate any of these members, that would result in compiler errors. Now, things work as expected. We've improved source-gen support for polymorphism and unspeakable types, which means that it's now possible to serialize values as objects, i.e. they would work in middlewares, or even serialize enumerables from iterator methods or async enumerable iterator methods. And we've also unblocked string enum serialization in native AOT applications. So let's look at these 3 functional improvements in a demo. So I'm going to shift into my VS Code app here, and I'm going to navigate to this ASP.NET application. And if you see here at the configuration, it's currently targeting .NET 7.0. The code itself is fairly simple and straightforward. It defines an ASP.NET Core application. It's configuring a bit of JSON. It's exposing a single endpoint, which returns random values via an async enumerable iterator with some delays inserted in between. We have a model with required and init-only members, and we have an enum that is serialized as a string. So all 3 components that, as mentioned before, are not working in .NET 7 native AOT. So let's try to see that in action. If I try to run this using regular core CLR, and if I try to hit the endpoint from my browser, you'll see that it will produce the streaming responses as expected. So, this works in regular core CLR. But let's see what happens now if I try to publish this as a native AOT application. So to do that, first of all, I enable this property. And then I need to go to my program. I need to comment out this JSON serializer context that I have here, which effectively tells the source generator to produce metadata for async enumerable, the type that we need for this endpoint. And then we need to plug it into our JSON serializer options for the ASP.NET application. So should be done. So if I now try to write .NET publish to publish as AOT, you will see that, well, it's producing a bunch of warnings about certain APIs not being supported. And it's also failing to compile. And the reason for that is, well, it's complaining that the required member isn't honored appropriately, and therefore things don't really look good when you're trying to do that in .NET 7. So let's try now to make this run in .NET 8 and compare and contrast. So I upgrade the TFM, and if I navigate back to my program here, you will see that a new warning has popped up. And it's basically showing up here in this JSON string enum declaration. And it basically says that this type is not supported in native AOT, plain and simple. Consider using the generic variant instead. So I'm just going to do that. Now, the generic variant is something that we shipped in .NET 8, and it's there specifically to unblock the native AOT scenario. So once I've done that, I can run .NET publish again. And now, mind you, this is going to take a while. So it's going to compile the application, and it's going to start generating native code. Like I said, this will take some time, so please bear with me. I should have thought of some material to fill this dead time, but now it's complete. So if I just try to run this artifact, which, like I said, is a native AOT application, you'll see the server is running. And if I try to fetch the same endpoint from my browser window, you'll see that it works as before. So all the 3 components that I mentioned before, they now work out of the box in .NET 8, modulo some changes, especially with unsupported converters. So that's the end of this demo. Let me quickly move back to my slides. Okay, so continuing to talk about the source generator, we made several changes to the implementation, internals, reducing the size of trimmed applications. For example, minimal native AOT console app that round trips a source-generated POCO has reduced from 3.4 megabytes in .NET 7 down to 2.6 megabytes in .NET 8, which corresponds to a 23% size reduction. And looking at the previous ASP.NET demo app, its size has been reduced from 21 megabytes in .NET 7 down to 8.9 megabytes in .NET 8, which constitutes a 57% size reduction. Of course, this is not specifically due to System.Text.Json work, but everything combined results in a really impressive size reduction accomplishment. Okay. And we've seen similar reports, similar size reduction reports from partner teams. So here, for example, we have a tweet from Sergio from the Microsoft Store team, who reports that they actually migrated their UWP client app, which runs .NET Native, from the System.Text.Json 7.0 package to 8.0. And just by doing that, they experienced a 4.2 megabyte drop in their total application size. The app was already using SourceGen, so this improvement came just by upgrading to the latest bits. Now, since its release in .NET 6, the source generator has incorporated a fast path serialization mode, complementing the default contract-based mode. Effectively, this has the generator emitting a method that serializes values in a fully inline manner. As you can see here in this example here, it effectively just writes a method that takes a writer and fully inlines everything that needs to be serialized for a specific value. And this has immense performance benefits over the traditional contract-based manner, which traverses serialized objects using a lot of delegates and indirection. But one drawback of these fast path methods is that they haven't actually been designed with streaming serialization in mind. And as such, they would never be used in any of the async methods. This can be a problem with ASP.NET, which uses async serialization almost exclusively. So starting with .NET 8, we've actually incorporated a runtime heuristic in the async serializer, which will conditionally enable fast path serialization, provided that the JSON payload never exceeds its designated buffer size. And the performance improvements that stem from that change are immense. Like if you see here at these benchmarks, which I took from the performance improvements blog, we're seeing over doubling of performance in terms of time, and also we're seeing about 1/10 of total allocations. So you should be seeing huge performance improvements if you're using the source generator and moving from .NET 7 to .NET 8. When trying to serialize a value without any additional configuration parameters, System.Text.Json will default to using the reflection-based serializer. This behavior stems back from the days when reflection was really the only available serializer in the library. And while it makes sense to have this default in regular core CLR applications, in trimmed or native AOT applications, it can result in largely unpredictable results. So having this as a default can be a bit of failure, where reflection code works in your debug environment, but crashes when you run it in its published target. Starting with version 8, it is now possible to turn off the default reflection behavior. And you do that by disabling this property in your project configuration. By doing that, you will replace the default behavior, i.e. using reflection-based serialization, with a fail-fast runtime exception. And this ensures that you effectively get consistent behavior across all runtime environments. Whether you debug or whether you run in native AOT, you will get the same result, i.e. exception. And it will prompt you towards using the source generator instead. Now, JSON source generation options is an attribute that lets you pass serialization configuration to the source generator at compile time. Until today, this attribute only let you specify a small subset of the settings available in JSON serializer options. Starting with version 8, the attribute has been expanded to include almost every setting available in JSON serializer options. So here's an example of how a fully configured JSON serializer context looks like today. It has almost every thing that exists in JSON serializer options, and a few examples here is that it accepts JSON serializer defaults parameter. It also accepts custom converters as long as you specify them by type. And if you look at what this maps under wraps in the source generator itself, you'll see that it's effectively a one-to-one mapping to the JSON serializer options API. So it's passing the designated JSON serializer defaults, it's instantiating the designated converters, and it's mapping all the other properties as one might expect. So you get a lot more flexibility when specifying the default settings for your source-generated code. Finally, we've made numerous bug fixes to the source generator, improving its performance and reliability. I wouldn't go through everything in this list, but just to give you a few examples, we've added incremental caching to the source generator implementation itself, which should see improved IDE performance, especially in large projects that define a lot of POCOs. We've improved the quality of generated code, including fixing several formatting issues in the generated code. We've fixed a whole number of bugs around accessibility modifier resolution, where the source generator would try to generate metadata for private or inaccessible members. So all this will have been fixed by now. So this concludes my presentation of the source generator. With that out of the way, let's talk about features of the serializer in general. So I'm going to go back into demo mode now. So let me step back into my VS Code instance here. And I'm going to navigate to this other console app. And this console app is fairly simple. It takes a bit of JSON, it deserializes it into an instance of type POCO and prints the result. Now, if you look at how my POCO is defined and compare it with the JSON value, you'll see that the shape of the data is effectively a one-to-one representation. So if I were to run this, I would expect that the values in the JSON will have fully mapped to the final values of the deserialized POCO. But if I actually introspect the result in the debugger, you'll see here that, well, the values collection is effectively empty, and the nested property in the nested POCO has also not been populated, which is interesting. The question is why that happens. And the answer to that question is, if you just need to inspect at how my POCO is defined, and you will notice that both properties here don't specify a setter. Now, System.Text.Json historically has been treating properties without setters as effectively non-deserializable. They will be completely ignored and skipped for the purposes of deserialization, which should explain the behavior we just saw in the debugger. But starting with .NET 8, it's now possible to change that behavior, because if you notice here the properties, even though they are getters only, they actually return values that are A, populated, and second, they are mutable. So it is conceivable that the deserializer could simply take these values and populate them directly. So with .NET 8, it's possible to do exactly that. And the way you achieve this is via the JSON object creation handling attribute, where I need to specify the populate setting. And once I do that and rerun my code, we'll now see something different in the debugger. So if I introspect the result now, you will see that, well, both my collection has been populated and the nested property has been populated as well, because, like I said, it has used the values provided by the POCO implementation itself. Now, of course, one question might be, do you actually need to specify this attribute for every single POCO that I defined? And of course, that's not the case. You can actually specify this as a global policy. For the case of source generators, you just need to find to define a JSON source generation options attribute and pass a preferred object creation handling setting and specify, like before, populate. And again, if I run this, I'm getting the exact same behavior. Similarly, if you weren't using the source generator, but you were using JSON serializer options instead, you just need to specify the corresponding property in that object. But again, as you can see here, the results are pretty much the same. So this concludes the demonstration of populate members. So let me move on to the final part of this demo. I'm going to open this new console app. Close a few things here. Okay. So like before, this console app is very similar. It takes a bit of JSON and tries to deserialize it into this POCO. Let me try to run this from the command line this time. If I run this now, you'll see I'll be getting an exception. It says JSON deserialization for type myPOCO was missing required properties, including the following ID. And I guess the reason for that is that, well, the ID property has the required keyword. And historically, System.Text.Json has been mapping required members into a JSON contract where effectively it is required that the deserialized JSON contains a JSON property of the same name. So in order for us to be able to get this deserialization to succeed, it is by, well, specifying an ID property in the JSON payload. So if I try to run this again now, you will see that deserialization will succeed, returning the value as expected. So this concerns required properties. But what about redundant properties? What if I wanted to, if my JSON payload had some other property, I don't know, let's call it prop, the value doesn't really matter. What happens if this redundant property appeared in the payload? If I try to run this again, you will see that actually the deserialization will succeed again. And the reason for that is that historically System.Text.Json would happily skip over any properties that don't map to any members in the POCO that you're deserializing to. And starting with .NET 8, it's actually possible to change that behavior. And we do this via the unmapped member handling property attribute, where you specify, where if I specify the disallow value, I've now changed the configuration so that it fails if it encounters unidentified properties. And as you can see in the error message here, it says the JSON property prop could not be mapped to any .NET member contained in type myPoco. And I guess as a final thing to show you how you get this to stop failing, well, I just need to delete the redundant property. And if I run this again, you see that it succeeds. So this concludes my demos for today. So let me quickly go through some of the remaining features that we're shipping in .NET 8. We've added a few new naming policies for property name and dictionary key conversion, complementing the already existing camel case naming policy. These include snake case and kebab case, and they both come in both lowercase and uppercase variants. The new naming policies have been designed with JSON.NET compatibility in mind, but I have to say that we made necessary divergences only for the cases where the JSON.NET implementation is known to have flaws. So generally speaking, this should be safe to use if using it as a replacement for JSON.NET naming policies. And to show you these in action, here I'm specifying a property naming policy with snake case lower in my options. And if I try to serialize iPoco with that configuration, you will see that this property name maps to, well, a snake case rendering of the same thing in all lower cases. And in the second snippet, if I do the exact same thing where I'm passing kebab case upper, the same property name value is mapped to, well, all caps, kebab case rendering of the same name. Also, this year's release sees the inclusion of support for interface hierarchies. So now if I try to serialize an instance of type I-derived, the serializer will actually include all properties for all the base interfaces that it might define. So it will serialize both X, Y, and Z, as you can see here in this example. Perhaps one thing to note, though, about interfaces is that they do support multiple inheritance, as you can see in this example. So there might be cases of diamond ambiguity, i.e. cases where a property of the same name might be appearing in multiple base types. In these cases, the serializer would be rejecting the type with a runtime exception, just so you know. We've also added out-of-the-box support for a few new types. So memoryft and read-only memoryft are now supported out of the box using the same semantics as arrays. And at the same time, we've added a few numeric types, so system.half, int128, and uint128. And these serialize as you might expect. Finally, talk about analyzers. If you've been using System.Text.Json, you might know that single-use JSON serializer options instances can have substantial impact in serialization performance. And the reason for that is that JSON serializer options instances essentially encapsulate all caches that the serializer creates. So if you use a new instance every time you try to serialize, that forces substantial recomputation. And while we did apply mitigations to this problem in the last release, so the performance issues aren't as bad as before, it still is the case that transient JSON serializer options instances offer suboptimal serialization performance. So this year, in order to help our users avoid using this pattern, we're shipping a new analyzer that detects and notifies the user of single-use options instances, encouraging them to cache and reuse instead. And if you've been watching this animation while I spoke, you'll see that it actually identifies these transient instances. And once I refactor this to be a singleton, well, then the analyzer goes away. So we're hoping this will have many users change their coding habits when it comes to System.Text.Json. Finally, for a few noteworthy additions, we've relaxed the JSON include and JSON constructor attributes so that they can be applied to non-public members. This means that you can now opt into internal or even private fields, properties or constructors in your serialization contract, assuming that you specifically annotate each one of them. It's not a blanket policy. We've added deep equals and deep clone methods to the JSON node type. It's the aforementioned mutable DOM type. Now, we've also made it possible for the user to explicitly mark a JSON serializer options instance as read-only and prevent any further modification happening to it. And finally, we've added async enumerable extensions to the System.NET.HTTP.JSON companion library, making it possible to stream data in HTTP requests. I also wrote an article about the new System.Text.Json. So if you'd like to find out more details about that, I do encourage you to read that. And just to say that .NET 9 planning is currently underway. So today really is the time to file a feature request or give us feedback. Do not hesitate to reach out to us if you have any questions, feedback, or concerns regarding use of and migration to System.Text.Json. Finally, some links for you here. I have created a few aliases here. So this points to the docs landing page for System.Text.Json. This is an article for all the new stuff we've added in version 8, our API documentation. And finally, this links to all the System.Text.Json open issues that you might find at GitHub. So if you want to contribute, find out what we're working on, I do encourage you to click that link and find out more. And with that, I'll thank everyone for joining. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Eric, for this great talk about all the improvements in System.Text.Json, performance, some new features. People can get ahead and start planning .NET 9 with you. We're just launching 8, but it's like you can start thinking ahead. And we do have a few questions. They're mostly related to Newtonsoft, so I think we can go ahead. So let's go with this one.
How does the new System.Text.js compare with the Newtonsoft.js in performance and storage?
So in terms of performance, System.Text.json performs much, much better compared to JSON.NET. And that's no criticism of JSON.NET. It was written at a different time when it didn't have access to all these modern .NET APIs for performance. In terms of actual numbers, from the top of my head, I can't really recount them, but I think it's 2x performance. I'm hand waving here. But generally speaking, if you really, really care about performance, System.Text.Json is the library to go for. Assuming that's the only thing you care about.
Sure.
And then we have another one about, is .NET fully migrated from Newtonsoft library? I imagine that some of our projects used to use Newtonsoft and that have been migrated to use the System.Text.Json right now?
I actually do not know the answer to that. I believe that whatever comes with the .NET SDK at this point has fully moved away from JSON.NET at this point. I might be wrong, of course, but I do know that, especially within our team, like the incentive to move into the new thing is big, primarily because JSON.NET, unfortunately, does not work for the case of trimmed applications and for the case of native AOT. So any sort of application that wants to use native AOT will necessarily need to use System.Text.Json because it does come with a source generator.
Awesome.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I actually have a question for you. You mentioned your blog that you recently published. That's on the dev blogs, right? The Microsoft dev blogs?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, cool. And how long ago was that published? We've been publishing a lot of content, so I want to make sure people can go and find that right away. Was that just yesterday?
In September 19th. So
September
that was
19th,
when
okay.
it was published. Yeah.
At Microsoft Dev Blogs. That's where you can find that. Thank you so much, Eric. That was amazing. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Great. Well, we still have lots of stuff to cover today. We have lots of sessions going on into the evening, into tomorrow.
We're going 24 hours, right?
24 hours, sessions in every region around the world, nonstop, all through till tomorrow. But if you're just getting started with .NET and you're kind of wondering, what are we all talking about right now? All of these amazing sessions, well, you can get started with .NET. We just released a ton of brand new .NET 8 videos, all beginner level, right on our website. You can find those, they're live today. And so there's tons of learning content there. We also have a Learn collection for this event that has everything that we're talking about, tons of samples, and you can get that over at the Learn.net session.
And I know the team will continue to make more videos, and so we're excited to get you out there. We've done a ton of work to get those beginner videos refreshed. They've been super successful, and so now you have the most up-to-date .NET knowledge for .NET, for C#,
AOT, machine learning and AI with .NET, C# and .NET development in Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. We also have package management in .NET, also teaching you how to update your applications with a .NET modernization.
Yeah, the upgrade assistant.
Yeah, and we have tons more in the pipeline that we're working on for you. So really go over, check that out. See what you like, let us know if that's working for you, and we're excited to see how you like it.
Yeah, and I'm curious to learn what people are enjoying the most about the .NET 8 release. So let us know, and we might pop up during the live stream here.
Yeah, we have a survey that you can fill out that gives us all of that information about .NET 8, about this event, and so please, please, please let us know how we're doing.
All right, and we have another great guest coming up.
Yes, the one and only Damian Edwards up next with tiny, fast ASP.NET Core APIs with native AOT. All right, Damian, if you're over there, take it away.
Thanks very much. Well, here we are, .NET Conf, second day. Thanks to everyone who's been watching so far. I'm pretty excited to talk to you about native AOT with ASP.NET Core. It's one of the things that we worked on kind of for the first half of the release during this year. And then we may have been working on something that we announced yesterday for the second half of the year. But I'm really looking forward to talking to you about native AOT today. So tiny fast ASP.NET Core APIs with native AOT. What is that all about exactly? So why native AOT? What is native AOT all about? Well, it's basically these three things. You want to get smaller apps, you want to get faster startup, and you want to use less memory. Why would you want to do those things? Well, for ASP.NET Core, at least for this release, the primary focus was around enabling more cloud-native type of scenarios. We heard from customers who were deploying ASP.NET Core APIs, maybe gRPC APIs or minimal APIs, HTTP APIs, and they were deploying them into containers, and they wanted to understand some of the behaviors that they were seeing. Like, why does it take this amount of time to start up? Why is it using the amount of memory that it's using? And why is it the size that it might be? And so, especially when they started comparing to other stacks, which we can't avoid, you know, we exist in an ecosystem, and people are always going to compare ASP.NET Core to other potential solutions, and we obviously welcome that. We started going, oh, okay, this is obviously something that we probably need to look at here. What is it that we can do to try and improve each of these three things? How can we make ASP.NET APIs smaller, start up more quickly, and use less memory? So let's go to code, because I do have slides. We'll go back to the slides a few times, but I like to explain a lot of these things with code. I'm just going to create an empty ASP.NET Core application here. We'll call it, where are we? We're at .NET Conf, aren't we? So let's call it .NET Conf 23. And as I said, we're just going to start out with empty. I'm going to untick HTTPS. I don't need that for this scenario. So I'm just going to start out with the most simple ASP.NET Core application I possibly can. Okay, so let's open up our program.cs here. And what do we see? Well, we see our familiar web application, create builder. We don't have any services because this is just doing hello world. And then we go ahead and run the application. All right, well, I'm going to go over to the command line now, and I'm going to have a look at what happens when we interact with this application that I just created from the command line with regards to publishing. So I called it .NET Conf. If I have a look inside here, I've got my .NET Conf project. So here we are. And I'm going to go ahead and publish that. So remember, publishing an application using the publish command is supposed to set up the application ready for deployment to some type of production location. You can see here I've got a message that says it produced a couple of a DLL over here in the during the build phase, and then it published the output of the application to the publish location. So if I go ahead and look at that right now, I'm getting nice completion over here. Oh, except I wrote it wrong. That's actually not where I want to go for this one. So I want to go over to bin, doing release by default for publishing now, net 8, and we'll go to the publish output. Okay, so I can see here what files I got. I've got my DLL, which is my application, which is actually really, really small. It's only 5 kilobytes. And so, well, this is a good reminder that by default, when you publish an application, we do what is called a framework dependent deployment, or FDD. You might see that acronym show up in documents. And so this application requires a runtime to land on. You can't just take this application
and run it on any machine. It is framework dependent. Now, it does have an executable here. So that is what we call effectively an app host. So you can run that executable and your application will run. But all this is really doing is locating the DLL next to it of the same name, and then it still needs a framework to land on. And so that's one of the reasons why this is so small. There's no ASP.NET Core in this DLL. There's no .NET Core in this, or .NET in this DLL. It's really just your application pieces, which is so small. What we find, though, is in a lot of scenarios, people are wanting to deploy the whole application, not just their code and their dependencies, but they also want to deploy something that's standalone or self-contained. And we have a different deployment mode for that. So if I go back to my project, I'm going to go into my project file, and I'm going to add a property called publish self-contained. And I'm going to say true. And so now when I go back and I run publish again, we're going to see a slightly different behavior this time. So that was very quick. I'm going to pass the self-contained flag and type it correctly. There we go. And so, oh, what have we got here? Unable to resolve for NET package sources enable. Oh, I must have a feed that I don't want to be using on this machine. So let's have a look at our feeds here. That's fine, that's fine. I'm just going to check my global package sources here. I might have a leftover package source from setting up a few things. All looks fine over here. That looks correct, that looks correct. Let me go and quickly have a look in the location that I'm executing in here. Let's have a look. No, I'm not seeing anything. That's a strange issue for me to be seeing. Okay, let's make sure. Package was enabled, were not considered. Why were they not considered? Unable to resolve for .NET package sources. Let's just try that again. I'm going to try a restore, and I'm going to force it just here. Okay, it all looks fine. I'm going to try a build here. That all looks fine. Let's do a publish. And we'll do a self-contained. Still giving me that error. That is unusual. Okay, let me go back and we'll do a clear here just to make sure that I don't have anything left around that I want to. Let's have a look. What do I want to do? I want to we're going to go ahead and you know what? I'll just do this manually. I'm going to go in here. I'm just going to clear my NuGet cache. I think I may have something latent left over. Unfortunately, I did have to change machines a little bit late while preparing for this demo. So let's just see if we can't unblock myself here. Okay, all that's going on. Just want to make sure I'm really not seeing a NuGet config here. Let's have a look. And if we can't get this fixed in the next second, I will just hop back to the slides and we'll talk through what we're going to look at next. All right, what are we seeing over here now? All right, that's complete. Let's try that one more time then. We'll go back into our app that we created, which was .NET Conf. We'll have a look inside here. All right, let's do a clean here just to make sure we're in a good state. Okay, and then we'll do a publish. Let's make sure our regular publish works. Okay, that seems fine. Let's do our self-contained publish. Okay, no, it's really not going to help me there. Okay, let's come back to the slides. All right, so why does native AOT work? Or how does it work, I should say? When we publish native AOT, which I'll get back and try in a little bit moment, and hopefully we won't run into the same issue. C# that you write in your application is compiled into IL. That happens thanks to the C# compiler, and it happens during the build phase. And then when you go to publish your application, the IL that was produced is compiled to platform code. And as I said, that only happens during publish. So platform code meaning it targets the platform that you're going to run your application on, x64 for Windows or Linux, ARM, if that's what it is that you're targeting. The published app in this scenario, though, has no JIT. Okay? So there's no JIT in the runtime that's embedded in your application when you publish as native AOT. It still contains a runtime. So it's important to acknowledge that these are still managed applications. There's still memory management going on. There's still a GC going on. But it is a standalone native executable. There will be no JIT that happens when the application starts up, which is one of the reasons why the startup can be so much quicker. It'll also be single file. And so that's what I was trying to demonstrate there. and it will be trimmed to reduce the app size. And trimming is something that's been available in .NET for a few releases now. I heard David talk about it yesterday, and we mentioned it briefly in the keynote. And there are some compatibility considerations to take in when using trimming, because effectively what we're doing is trying to find all unused code in the application and then remove it in order to reduce the size of the application. It's particularly important in native AOT because things that we can express in IL and that then get turned into platform-dependent code by the JIT, typically, cannot be expressed when the JIT is removed. And you have to fully express them in the native code up front. And that's what can lead to native AOT compiled applications actually being larger than their non-native AOT counterparts. And so that's why we trim them so aggressively as part of doing so. And then as I mentioned, they're also operating system and architecture specific. So when you create a native AOT application, you end up publishing for a specific target. By default, when we did that initial publish, which was a framework-dependent publish, that was a portable application. I could take that DLL that we saw, which was my app DLL, it was about 5 kilobytes, and I can run that on anywhere that .NET is installed, assuming I have the right runtime, the right version of the runtime available, or runtimes, as it might be in the case of an ASP.NET Core application. You need the ASP.NET Core runtime, and then you need the .NET runtime underneath it. And you would run that by typing .NET space your DLL name. In the case of architecture specific, that's not true. Like you end up with an executable. If it's a Linux exe, it'll just be the name of your application. If it's a Windows exe, it'll be the name of your app.exe. And then that is what you ship around as part of your deployable asset. Or you might bundle that into a container, for example, and run it in a container. So what is the impact of having no JIT? So I said there's no JIT in a native AOT application. Well, you lose some capabilities that traditionally you may associate with .NET applications, but you may not consciously associate them with the JIT aspect of .NET. So you don't get any runtime code generation because all that code generation is happening up front as part of publishing your application. So there's no platform optimizations going on at runtime after you've deployed. So you can opt into those as part of your native AOT compile during publish, and that is choosing processor instructions to target so that certain intrinsics run certain ways. But by default, what you'll get is a fairly compatible application. You also get no dynamic PGO. We've talked a lot about dynamic PGO this conference. Huge addition to .NET 8, which is on by default for applications. But because it effectively relies on this concept of tiered compilation in the JIT, by watching what methods are being called and then identifying opportunities to recompile them while the app is running to make them faster, that's not a thing you can do if there's no compilation happening in your app at runtime. And so you don't get that benefit. Now there is static PGO in the native AOT world. There is a profile in there. So you do get the benefit of the compiler being able to see all of the application during the compile phase. So it's just a trade-off. It's just a different view of the world going on there. There's no assembly.load file, so you can't scan for assemblies and then load them into your application, which is common in like plugin models. Why? Because, well, those assemblies would be IL, and then they would need to be JITted into machine code, and there's no JIT, so you can't do that. There's no expression compilation, so if you're building up dynamic expressions or using a library that does that, and then it relies on being able to compile that expression for performance, that compilation just will no op. It won't actually perform. What will happen in a native AOT application when an expression is executed is actually gets interpreted. There is an expression interpreter in the native AOT runtime, so it will work, but it certainly won't be as fast as it may have been if it was compiled, like it would be with the JIT. And then lastly, reflection.emit or ref-emit, which is a very popular way to do high-performance code generation at runtime. Again, no JIT, so we can't emit IL and then have it compile because there's nothing to do so. All right, what about the impact of trimming? So I talked about there being no JIT and what that means for your app, but what about the fact that there's no trimming going on? Well, unreferenced code, code that has no callers, is just removed. And it's unreferenced code from the point of view of what the compile toolchain can observe. It needs to statically analyze. It doesn't run your app. It simply analyzes your app statically at publish time to determine what it thinks is not being called by your application. And then it removes code that is not being called. So that can lead to problems for certain types of patterns. There is no assembly or type scanning as a result because you might be trimming things away that aren't used, and then you go to scan for them, or whether they're assemblies or types, using reflection APIs, and then they're not there because they got trimmed away. The opposite thing can also happen, which is if you're trying to make the app as small as possible, there are certain code patterns that can result in code not being trimmed away. And that's because the static analysis can't determine which branch is going to be used, and so it has to keep both. It can see that there are call sites to both. It can see that those call sites are rooted from the start of your application, but it doesn't know which one you're going to use at runtime, and so it keeps both. And here's a very rudimentary example. Perhaps you have some config feature switch, which you pull out a configuration at runtime, and then if it's one value, you do one branch, and if it's another value, you do another branch. Well, that API design in native AOT will typically result in both branches being kept, even if in a certain environment only one of them will ever get used. And this type of thing was actually something that we had to deal with quite a lot when making ASP.NET Core itself native AOT compatible. We did have to do some API redesign in order to address some of these things. Let me show you some examples of that. If I go back to the project here, and I'm going to change this to publish AOT, and we'll hope that publish AOT works and I don't hit the same problem I just hit before regarding my NuGet feeds. This keyboard is different to my other computer that I just switched from. Okay, so we've got this Create Builder API up here, which is the root of starting your ASP.NET application. The Create Builder offers lots and lots of defaults. You get default configuration providers, you get default logging, you get Kestrel as your default, you get certain middleware added, developer exception page in development, routing is added for you by default, so on and so forth. But some of those things can result in the app being a little larger than we would have liked it, given the target cohort that I mentioned earlier. We're really looking at cloud native sort of API-focused apps for this release with regards to native AOT. So in order to help there, we created this new Slim Builder API. And the Slim Builder API, as you can see, is available on the same type web application. You can call it in the same way. You just get less of those defaults. So for example, there's no automatic light up on IIS here. So if you're deploying to Windows, native AOT is not supported with the IIS ASP.NET Core module. You can't compile native AOT and then run in IIS the same way you can today with ASP.NET Core, and so that's removed from here. Similarly, the routing system is still there, but we removed things like the regex constraint-based route because regex is actually quite a large code base, and the way that the routing constraint stuff was built ends up pulling in a lot of code there that you would then have to keep in the application even if you never use a regex-based route constraint. And there is a number of examples like that throughout the builder where we chose, we made some decisions that trade off between what do we want to work by default without you having to call more methods or perhaps support you setting a configuration value that turns on something in certain environments versus how much size you want to pay for in your application when using this API if you're publishing to native AOT. So Create Slim Builder, this application I know for a fact will absolutely work if I publish it as native AOT because the Slim Builder still supports routing, it adds it by default. The map get method down here is relying on endpoint routing, and we've done the work in ASP.NET Core to make these map calls support native AOT by way of a new source generator that is enabled by default for you whenever in your project you set publish AOT to true, which is the request delegate generator. And that's going to generate a bunch of code in your application scribbled away like source generators do, so that these methods here, rather than going through their normal code path, which is what they do in ASP.NET Core obviously, and do a bunch of runtime code generation to generate a very efficient route handler method for you, we instead do that at compile time. And it's effectively the same code. If you were going to go and look at the code, you would see that it basically looks very similar to what would have been generated at runtime, with just a few little caveats, and those caveats are documented. But what it means is that this can now be native AOT compiled, and the trimmer can understand what it needs to keep and what it can safely throw away, which is fantastic. Now, if you want to go even smaller, so I know like the numbers here, if I was to use the builder and native AOT, this app would be about 15 megabytes on Windows. If I use the Slim Builder and then I do it, it's about 10 megabytes on Windows, which is pretty good because a self-contained app that's not native AOT compiled is more like 90 megabytes. So that's quite a huge change, 90 to 10. But if I want to go even smaller, there are some things you can do. So we have a new method here as well, which is create empty builder. And it doesn't even take args because args would imply that we add the argument-based configuration provider for you, which we don't because it's an empty builder. So instead it takes a new instance of an options type. And so the empty builder is pretty much as empty as you can get. It has no server, so if I try and run this application, I would get an error because there's literally no web server that's added by default. But I could go back and add the server. I could say builder.webhost.use Kestrel, and now I've got a web server added back in here. And if I wanted to craft Kestrel even more, I could say use Kestrel core, and then I wouldn't even get the Kestrel defaults. It would be my responsibility to bring back in exactly what it is in Kestrel I want supported. Do I want HTTP2 and HTTP3 support? Do I want HTTPS support to be on by default? You would get to control all of that by calling these lower level methods. And all of these things do add up. They do add up to quite a difference. Right now, there's actually no routing added in this application. Even though there's a map get call down here, there's actually no routing services. So if I was to try and run this and hit this endpoint, I would get an exception because I didn't add the routing services because this is the empty builder. So I could go ahead and add those by services.add routing. And then I would end up with the routing services as well. And you may have noticed in IntelliSense there's a routing core, similar pattern here where you can go drop down to the lower level method. Sometimes there's a slim method, and most of the time you'll find there's core method. And that's just less defaults. It adds the absolute core required for a feature to work, but you don't get any of those nice defaults usually. And if I do that, if I was to do all of this, not even use routing, perhaps I could even comment this out and just use a classic middleware for my hello world instead, like an app.use, and pass a middleware delegate. You can get this down to like 5.5 megabytes on Windows, but you don't get any logging, you don't get any configuration providers, you can't read from environment variables by default, you can't read from your app settings.json by default. We think those are reasonable defaults to have, even when native AOT compiling and running in a container and the type of workloads we're talking about. So we left all of those things on when calling create slim builder. But now you kind of understand the difference between what create builder does, which all the defaults that you've enjoyed in ASP.NET Core for pretty much all versions. The new Slim Builder, which just turns off some of those defaults because we don't really think they make sense most of the time when doing this type of application development. And then there's the empty builders. Like to use Hanselman's example there, I want to drive a stick. I'm going to do it all myself. Just give me the controls and I'm going to manage everything without you getting in the way. And depending on what you call and how you do that, you will end up with different size applications. So I will tempt the demo gods and I'll see if I can publish this application. Now that I've marked it as native AOT, no, it's going to give me a wall of error. So I'm not going to do that. I obviously have a NuGet problem on here at the moment, but that's okay. All right. What other considerations are there when targeting native AOT? Well, there's no C++, CLI, or COM. As I said before, it will be a single file application. You do have extra build time prerequisites. So you can't just build using .NET CLI that you use today. You will need that plus something extra. You need a native compilation toolchain. On Windows, that's the Visual Studio C++ desktop development workload. On Linux, it's tools like Clang. And then on Mac OS, you need the Xcode command line tools installed. And then we have this all obviously covered in the docs to give you the absolute install lines and things that you need in order to do so. You cannot publish cross-platform. So if I'm on Windows and I want to publish native AOT for Linux, I can't do that as simply as I was trying to show you here. You have to be on the same platform that you're publishing for in this world. And so tools like Docker can be very useful for that. If you want to do Docker build, I recommend you go and watch the container talk coming up that's I think it's later today. Docker build is something that you could use for that. On Windows, you could also use WSL. Have .NET installed in WSL and do your building inside there. What other publish options are available? We talked about framework-dependent native AOT, but there's a whole bunch in the middle as well. If native AOT seems a little bit too restrictive for you right now, bear in mind you can still do self-contained deployments to get a standalone application that doesn't need a framework. You can still enable trimming to get it trimmed down to only the parts that it needs, and you'll have to deal with the trimming compatibility. And you can enable ready to run, which will pre-compile your application so that it doesn't need to JIT at startup, but then you still get the benefits of JIT because ready to run doesn't remove the JIT from the application. So it can still do tiered compilation and things like dynamic PGO. And then obviously single file is something that you can turn on without native AOT as well. But native AOT is definitely sort of the peak of the optimizations, and as a result, there's some compatibility things that you need to deal with. There's lots of other publish options that you can use here as well to tweak a few of these different modes. With AOT, you can optimize for size versus speed. The default is to optimize for size, which makes it slower, but you can also optimize for speed, which makes it a little bit bigger, but does run faster. Then there's things like invariant globalization, support for event source, server garbage collection, and the new garbage collection adaptation mode, or DATUS, that I know David Fowler talked about yesterday in his performance talk, which is optimized and attempts to use much less memory while using server GC, and adapting that memory based on what the application actually requires. So ASP.NET Core native AOT, what does it support? Kestrel middleware, minimal APIs, as we talked about, gRPC, JOT authentication authorization. In .NET 8, there isn't support for MVC or Web API, Razor or Blazor or Signaler, but those are things that we're considering for future releases. For data access, the Postgres SQL ADO.NET driver and SQLite are both supported for native AOT. Dapper.aot was released just yesterday, so if you're using Dapper, there's an AOT version of that. There's also a small library that I've written that you can try looking at. And the Entity Framework Core is something I know the team is interested to look at in .NET 9. I'll just skip those ones. I want to get back right back to these related sessions. So to learn more about this, there's a great talk coming up, I'm sure, from Chet and Richard about .NET containers, which is later today. And then tomorrow morning, very early, there's a talk about C# interceptors, which includes some discussion of AOT in there as well. So some resources here pointing you to docs and whatnot, but otherwise, thanks for this time. I'm sorry that my NuGet gave me a little bit of problems here, but I hope that you learned something about native AOT. I encourage you to go and read these docs. And if you have any questions, reach out to me on Twitter.
Thank you so much, Damien. Really breaking that down for us, showing us how tiny and fast those ASP.NET Core apps can really be with AOT. We do have a few questions, so we'll get right into those for you.
All right. So seems to be a really large push towards AOT this year. So other than the size, what's the benefit to developers? Or are there benefits just for user experience?
Yeah, no, good questions. There's a push, I think, in the sense that this is new for ASP.NET Core this year. So native AOT was supported in console apps in .NET 7, and it was announced as part of that, and we encouraged folks to go and try it. In fact, in .NET 8, a Hello World console app on Windows is about 1 megabyte. It's really, really small. But the noise we're making about it this year is because we had to do a lot of work to bring it to ASP.NET Core. And that we did get this customer signal that for a certain type of customer working on a certain type of application right now, the benefits of native AOT, that smaller application size, which can reduce the container payload, which decreases deployment time, maybe fit more of them in a pod, in a cluster. The faster startup time, I wasn't able to demonstrate that, but like in that Hello World application on this machine, the difference in startup time is like half a second to start the app versus 50 milliseconds to start the app. So even with like a Hello World app, it's 10 times faster to start the application. And in dynamic scale environments where you've got lots of instances of the application that you want to be able to turn on and dynamically provision and then scale down when the load goes down, those types of figures really, really matter. And then the last one is the memory use. ASP.NET Core by default uses server GC. And server GC's default behavior is effectively to use as much memory as it can to make the application go as fast as it possibly can. And so there's a balance to be had there. And so with this new feature, this DATUS, which is dynamically adapting to the application size feature of server GC, will only really use as much memory as the application is asking for. And then when the load goes away, it will more aggressively scale the amount of memory being used by the application down again. So again, that whole dynamic scaling theme that is very prevalent in cloud deployments was really the primary driver for doing this work in ASP.NET Core in 8.
Amazing job.
Yeah, it's really great to see all this efficient performance. So is Entity Framework Core AOT ready for all backends?
So Entity Framework Core is not AOT ready in .NET 8. There was some investigation done, there was some prototyping done, and we did, as I said, the work on a couple of the underlying database drivers. And so ADO.NET drivers for PostgreSQL, the MPG SQL NuGet library, and the SQLite, Microsoft.data.SQLite package, those both work with native AOT. But the Entity Framework Core layer does not yet. That's something I'm very much hoping that we do in .NET 9. I think we have a rough plan of how we would do it.
and that will obviously open up use by a lot more people. But I am very happy that Dapper, which is a very popular sort of lower level ORM or database access library, is available in an AOT compatible flavor as of yesterday. And so if you are using Dapper, it is very popular, then that's something that you definitely want to check out if you're interested in native AOT.
All right, thank you
Great.
so much, Damien. We have more questions, but we are out of time. So I appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, so, well, we still have a ton of events happening around the world. If you don't know, we have our .NET Conf local events happening now all the way through the end of February. We have over 200 events, all in your local time zones. You can find one near you at aka.ms/.netconf/local-events. And we have all of them up on our site. We have an interactive map. All of those registrations are linked right in there. If you want to organize your own .NET Conf event where you can restream all of this content for your community, you can go to that page and sign up and add your event so that it'll show up and populate on that map as well.
So they still have time to sign up?
They still have time to sign up. If you're quick, we want you to get in there. We have tons of stuff to send for you. We have digital content, technical content, slide decks, promo, the works. So we're really excited to have all these events happening.
And we have tons happening, right?
Over 200.
All right. And I think we're ready to kick off our next session. I'm excited about that. It's going to be Scott Hanselman and Quincy Larson talking about learning C# and .NET with freeCodeCamp. Take it away.
Take it away.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I'm thrilled to be chatting with Quincy Larson today. He's a teacher and the founder of freecodecamp.org. How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. How is everything going with you, Scott?
Very well. I am just such a fan of everything that you do. I think that we are just like internet friends, and we're going to meet up in Portland sometime soon, I hope. But I'm just such a fan of what you're doing. Help me understand what freeCodeCamp is and our audience so that they can get excited as well.
Absolutely. So freeCodeCamp, we're a 501c3 public charity that focuses on a very simple mission: creating free learning resources. That's it. So we create free learning resources mostly on math, programming, and computer science. And we share those through our website, freecodecamp.org. We have interactive learning resources. We also have, of course, the YouTube channel, youtube.com/freecodecamp, which has more than 1,000 full-length courses on it. And then we have a lot of text-based tutorials, about 11,000 or so. It's closer to like 15,000 if you include all the different translations, because we've got a Chinese edition, a Spanish edition, a Portuguese edition, and then we have like podcasts, like the freeCodeCamp podcast that I host each week.
So what's the catch though, right? There's got to be a catch. There's got to be somewhere you're going to want my Visa card at some point. Like, how can this be real? It's too good.
So we have a whole lot of really chill human beings in the community who donate to support our charity. So we've got about 8,000 monthly recurring donors who just donate every month and support our mission.
That's amazing. Why does this need to exist? Why is it? One could argue that I could just go and Google with Bing my way to success, and I could cobble together a little course here and a little YouTube there, and could I just bootstrap my own learning to become a programmer and do my own code camp?
Absolutely. And that's what I did when I learned to code in my 30s. I was a teacher, I was a school director, and I wanted to learn math, programming, computer science, so I could work as a software developer. And that's basically what I did. I just used freely available learning resources.
Yeah, let me share my screen. This right here was a tweet that you put up recently where you said 9 years ago, you sat down at your desk and you built the first version of freeCodeCamp. And this is is this a real picture? This isn't like clip art. This is you and a notepad here with this is like you thinking about freeCodeCamp.
Yeah, that's my Bay Area apartment. The only space we had, because it's a Bay Area apartment, it's very small, was the closet. So I set up in the closet and got like a little electrical fan in there, and I just would code in there so as not to disturb the wife and kid.
That's amazing. What did you do before you made freeCodeCamp?
So I worked as a school director and English as a second language teacher. I ran schools, and then when I was in my 30s, I decided I really want to learn to program, because I'd automated a lot of the workflows at our school, and it made life so much easier for the teachers and the administrators and the students. And I was like, what if I actually properly learned programming? Like, I've already accomplished so much just barely knowing anything, just searching around for, reading tutorials and implementing hacky fixes and stuff. Like, what if I actually knew coding properly? So I did that. I went on this journey of, like, I don't know, dozens of hackathons around California, and I started winning them eventually. And then I was able to get a job as a software developer, worked as a software developer for a while, did freelance work, and then I wanted to teach other people how to do this. So I created a bunch of projects around learning programming. None of them stuck. Nobody cared. But eventually, freeCodeCamp, people started using it. And ever since, I've just been focused on that.
Was that scary, though, to like career change? Like, did you know that you had that in you? And is that part of why you made freeCodeCamp? Because I assume that there are career switchers, there are people in their 30s and even 40s and 50s who are thinking, maybe I should be a coder.
Yeah. I just was very careful. I saved for many years, so I'd make sure that I had like a runway of several years where it's like, okay, and my wife, this is very important here in the United States, my wife had a job and we had benefits through her job, so we had health insurance and things like that. So it was risky, but I would say that, like, if anybody was in a privileged position to be able to take that chance, it was me. And I had faith that I would be able to eventually figure it out, and I would eventually be able to work as a developer. And I was vindicated about a year later when I was working as a professional developer. So yeah, it's definitely something that can happen, but it doesn't need to be risky at all. You don't need to like leave your job or leave school or do anything like that. What I always tell people is just take your time and pace yourself. It's more efficient to just learn, 30 minutes, an hour a day for several years than it is to like try to cram everything into like a short period of time. Your brain needs time to assimilate and like process and build those connections, understand how things really work. So I would say, like, it did work for me doing this, but it doesn't necessarily need to be done that way. There are easier ways. Hence, freeCodeCamp, one of the things I wanted to do with freeCodeCamp was have a single linear curriculum that covered, started with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, then did, SQL, Linux, and then moved on in a progression of like full stack web development and then scientific computing, in kind of a sensible progression where you didn't have to constantly second guess, like, am I learning the right thing? Is this the right resource? We just want to have a single core curriculum that people could progress through with. And it's not for everybody. A lot of people do go out and grab various resources off the shelf and use those, but that's fine. freeCodeCamp can be one of those many resources. We've got a ton of extracurricular learning resources, like I mentioned, like the 1,000 video courses on YouTube, for example.
Yeah. If I bring my screen up again, I'm at freecodecamp.org. Some folks might be listening to this in audio only. And right on the front there, it says, get started, it's free. Keep bringing that up over and over again. This is a charity. It is free. There's no catch. I click on get started, it's free. Right off the bat, you say responsive web design. And you actually have an interesting decision you've made here, because I've clicked once and you said start at the beginning and you say certification. I've got responsive web design, JavaScript algorithms. Every one of these things I can learn has a certification at the end. Why do you think that's so important?
I think it's important because people want to have some proof of their learning. People ask me all the time, like, oh, is a freeCodeCamp certification as valuable as like an Azure certification, for example? And I tell them it's evidence of learning. It's not the same as having like a certification that is from a big tech company. But, it's evidence of having learned. And in the process of earning that certification, you're going to do a tremendous amount of learning. It represents about, each of those certifications represents about 300 hours of learning. Now, for some people, that might be closer to 150 hours if they're really precocious or if they have some prior experience. But it is nice to actually have some deliverable at the end. And these are free verified certifications. Of course, you can go to lots of different websites, and even lots of universities and stuff will have certification programs, but generally they're paid. We wanted to emphasize these are free learning resources, free learning certifications, just because it's something that we can do. We have all the infrastructure in place to have these free verified certifications, present them in all these different world languages, have a verified URL that people can put, like a QR code, all that stuff. Because I think it's helpful to have at least some certifications you can put on your LinkedIn or your resume or your CV. So why not help people out with that?
Yeah, I think that's super important to point out. And whether or not people say, well, is this certification valuable or not? I have a certificate on my wall from Portland Community College, where I went to school, which is a trade school here in Oregon. And I eventually went back later and went to a state school and got a degree. Someone might say, well, is a degree useful? Well, a degree is useful if you think it's useful because it is evidence that you did the thing.
Yeah.
Right? I went back and it took me 11 years to do my 4-year degree, and I went to school at night because I wanted it, and now it hangs on my wall right there, and it tells me I did the thing. I persisted. So a freeCodeCamp certification says you did the thing, and it's verifiable. It's not something that you just click next, 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 and get a certification. You have to do the work, which I think
you have
is
to build at least 5 projects that have test suites and everything in order to earn each of the certifications. So you do have to perform. You do have to apply what you've learned.
Yeah. How did you find that balance, though? Because you could have just been a certificate mill and been passing out certificates like candy, but you chose to put, a hurdle in front of people. But how high should that hurdle be? You don't want to be a gatekeeper, but you don't want to be a certificate mill.
Yeah, I'd much rather err on the side of being a gatekeeper, frankly. We've already kind of made it like free to use freeCodeCamp, but that doesn't mean it needs to be easy. It doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be a substantial investment of time and effort. So in many ways, for example, we're developing a bachelor's of computer science program, and our intention is to have this be a completely free degree and to get it accredited. And it'll take till the early 2030s to finish developing the coursework for that. We finished one of the 40 courses that we're developing, but and then it'll take another 5 or 10 years to accumulate the longitudinal data that we need to present to the accreditation commissions to get formally accredited, like a lot of other university programs are accredited. It's a long-term investment, but we believe in the value of degrees. We believe that value is not going to go away. The only problem with the degree is that it's expensive. There's nothing else that I would change about degrees. Of course, there are very minor things. Like, for example, we did an analysis of the top 20 computer science programs in the United States. And we determined, that's really weird that very few of them have an ethics course. Weird that very few of them have a security course. I think everybody should be learning information security in 2023. So to some extent, we have kind of editorialized on top of what degrees are, but we'd much rather have a super rigorous, the most rigorous program. I don't know if it's going to be as hard as Caltech or MIT, but it will definitely aspire to that level of rigor because it's free. Anybody can do it, but that doesn't mean anybody should be able to get that certification, walk out the door, because the reality is we want rigor to be there. Otherwise, people are going to be hiring FreeCodeCamp alums and being like, hey, this person can't even code their way out of a proverbial box. Well, how do they get accredited, or how do they get credentialed through FreeCodeCamp? So we want to make sure that the rigor is there.
Yeah, that's super important, because if a FreeCodeCamp person, alum, comes out and then starts giving FreeCodeCamp a bad name, because that they're going to draw a direct line back to the curriculum. So it's important that you get a certification and it means something. So we teamed up. I work at Microsoft. You are the founder of FreeCodeCamp. We teamed up with Katie on the team and some folks on your side and came up with a foundational C# certification, because there wasn't a C# certification from FreeCodeCamp. And we put this together. You can bring up my screen right here. And I went and I got that certification. I went through the whole process. It took me quite some time. And it was a really interesting experience, because I was using both material at FreeCodeCamp and also material at Microsoft Learn. And Microsoft Learn creates these things called trophies that are basically like little mini achievements, like Xbox achievements. You do a thing, and then you integrated with them as a way of verifying and then testing my knowledge. And there were multiple times when I would get something wrong and I couldn't verify my trophy because I hadn't quite got there yet. And after, this collection of trophies, the sum total of that represents the result here, which is that foundational certificate. I want that to mean something. And I put that on my LinkedIn, and I want employers to go and say, okay, yeah, somebody knows foundational C#. That's great.
Yeah. We're very proud of this opportunity to teach more people about C# and to leverage, why not go straight to the source? You all have this magical and, in my humble opinion, greatly underutilized platform that is Microsoft Learn. And when I go in there and I see all these resources, we have a lot of C# and .NET devs on our team, and like they love these resources, they use them all the time. But how can we bring them to a broader audience? And so it was just like the most natural partnership imaginable, in the sense that like you already have so much learning resources. We already have, you know, this community, like 1 million people use freeCodeCamp every day. How can we, you know, get C# and .NET and the entire tool ecosystem on their radar? Because so many employers are looking for people with these skills. And so it represents like very low hanging fruit, in my humble opinion.
1 million people every day, not every month, every day.
Every day. So that's people that are using like the YouTube videos. That's people that are reading the reference articles that we publish. We publish full length books. Everything we publish is free, by the way. Like I published my book, How to Learn to Code and Get a Developer Job. It's a free book. I even recorded an audiobook version of it that I published on the freeCodeCamp podcast last week. So yeah, like a lot of people are using these resources, not just to learn to code, but for continuing development, professional education as a developer. So they can continue to learn tools like Mojo, for example, or they can continue to learn how to use the OpenAI API, for example. So we've got courses on pretty much everything.
That's fantastic. Do I need any computer? Do I need a specific kind of computer? Do I have to get Windows? Do I have to have a fancy computer to start at freeCodeCamp?
So freeCodeCamp can be used just like in a smartphone, in a browser. We intentionally put a great deal of time and energy into making the browser version work really well, because as you probably know, like 60% of people on Earth live off less than $10 a day. They may not be able to go out and get a proper laptop, but they most likely have a family member who has a smartphone if they don't have one themselves. Here in the United States, middle America, where I grew up, you can go to like a Walmart and you can get a Go phone, as we call them, like the kind of commodity phones, but they work fine. You can install apps in them. And so we do have iOS and Android apps as well, where freeCodeCamp runs a little bit better than it runs in a phone browser. But like we've published many resources on how to learn to code on your phone, for example, because that's a constraint that a lot of people face.
You know, what I love about this and what I love about your philosophy is 10 minutes ago, you said, I want to be a gatekeeper. But what you're saying is, I don't want to make it easy. But then at the same time, you're literally making it easy in the sense of you're bringing the knowledge to my phone, to my Android. I don't need a PC if I don't want a PC, or I don't have the ability to have a PC. So I think you're doing the best of both worlds, because you're basically saying the knowledge is there. I will bring it to whatever computer you have, whatever device you have, and now you do the work. That's why I think it's a really nice balance between accessibility and, you know, gatekeeping isn't the word, but rigor, which I think is a great word you used.
Yeah, and that's like a big part of our philosophy. Like freeCodeCamp, we don't have the resources as a small charity here in the United States. We don't have the resources to have like a freeCodeCamp chapter in Bengaluru or in Nairobi or in Dhaka, right? Like what we do have the ability to do is to create free learning resources that anyone can use anywhere if they're intrinsically motivated to learn. And so that's what we're all about, is helping the busy adults. And when I say busy adults, we really are focused on adults. The median age of people who use freeCodeCamp is 30. So we want to help those people if they feel the desire to learn to code, if they feel the extrinsic pressure, like I need to get a better job so I can provide for my family. I don't want to be working, you know, the night shift at Taco Bell. Like I worked at Taco Bell for a couple of years, and like it sucks just being called in the middle of the night because somebody's sick and having to go work the drive-through, right? And people want to have some degree of control and feel some agency in their lives. And one of the best ways they can express that is through becoming a quote unquote knowledge worker and obtaining more skills and just having all these different career options. We want to help those people. And it doesn't matter if you're growing up in doing subsistence agriculture in rural India, right? Or if you're growing up in middle America and your family's been decimated by the opioid epidemic. Those are, you know, circumstances that are largely beyond your control. But if you feel that you can do something about it, if you feel that you have the determination to learn some new skills, you can sit down and you can learn everything you need to learn, you know, on the internet. And much of that if not all that, you can learn through the freeCodeCamp community in our open source free learning resources that we've been publishing over the past 9 years.
But it's not just for beginners, though, right? Someone might be listening to this or watching this or is participating in .NET Conf or listening to my podcast, and they may have 5-10 years in the biz already. Should they just click away and freeCodeCamp's not for them?
We have a lot of advanced learning resources as well. A lot of people like to go and backfill their mathematical knowledge. Like we have a lot of advanced mathematical courses. We've got a lot of courses on scientific computing, advanced machine learning. Well, I mean, we publish courses on all kinds of things like algorithmic trading. We just published that, I think, today. We published a 4-hour course on how to use Python to like apply it, toward finance, for example. So we're publishing a lot of advanced topics as well, but our main goal is probably to primarily serve the beginner intermediate devs, because that's the vast majority of people. There are 30 million developers on Earth, maybe. That's like a guess that I've heard from some different people. There are 7 billion people who would benefit from learning math, programming, computer science.
Yeah, look at that. I see advanced C# concepts, strings in C#, mastering LINQ. There's articles, there's videos. This is all high quality stuff. Algorithms, juxtaposition between Python and C#, code snippets. These are all volunteers that are out there bringing this knowledge to the people.
Yeah, a huge portion of our courses are created by volunteer software developers and teachers, and usually people that have some combination of both skills.
The idea that I can go back and like clean up my knowledge, like I know that my algorithms are a little rusty, even though I've been doing this for a very long time, and that there's something there for me, refreshing myself on binary trees. When I went and did the foundational C#, I noticed that it actually shows the grade I got on the final, and everyone can see how each person did. This is not easy, even though it's foundational, because there's subtlety to all of these things. So I used it as an opportunity to brush up and ultimately get that certificate. And we're talking about maybe thinking about intermediate and advanced and how hard it should be and where that goes. And the fact that you have advanced stuff as well, I think is really meaningful. Are you finding folks putting this on their LinkedIn and getting jobs? Like, is this just a graphic, or do you think that a company is going to say, yeah, I know freeCodeCamp certificates mean something?
Yeah, so we have a LinkedIn alumni network that has more than 1.4 million followers. Many of those people, like hundreds of thousands of those people, have listed a freeCodeCamp certification on their LinkedIn. We have like a series of buttons you can do on freeCodeCamp that will like populate it and create it, and then you can just click confirm basically in LinkedIn. And I go out there and tell everybody you need to get on LinkedIn. That's like a huge portion of the book that I recently published, because that is a great way to just get an understanding of kind of the competitive meta of what employers are looking for, what other people who are getting jobs are listing, the resources they're using, right? So did I say it was 1.4? It was 1.335, so it's not quite 1.4. But
I think that's pretty good. I think you shouldn't be mincing. You should feel very, very excited about the millions of people that are excited about freeCodeCamp and that can get involved. So yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah. So I just want to emphasize, like freeCodeCamp, like we're a learning resource. We don't work with recruiters. We don't have a job board. Like we definitely explore all those things. And I'm not saying we won't do anything like that in the future, but for now we're like fully focused on just teaching the skills and preparing people for the rigors of the job search. And so I don't have like an exact number of people that have gone through the freeCodeCamp curriculum and then gone out and gotten a developer job. But a few years ago, I did kind of like an audit of our LinkedIn alumni network. And there's more than 40,000 people that have gotten their first developer job after earning at least one freeCodeCamp certification.
That's cool. And I think, again, that certification means something because it shows that you put the work in. And it's not just that you're going to do one, you're going to do responsive web design, you're going to do C#, you're going to learn JavaScript, and then you're going to learn how to learn. And I know as a former teacher that learning how to learn is as important as the learning itself.
Absolutely, yeah. And Barbara Oakley has the most popular online course of all time, I think, How to Learn How to Learn. Excellent online course if anybody's like looking to go deeper on that.
Was it hard to plug into the Microsoft Learn? You made a comment that there's this relationship, right? We got together with you, Microsoft got together with you. Here's the blog post announcing the foundational certification. And we are putting a 35-hour C# training course on Microsoft Learn. But then you also go over to freeCodeCamp. So you're kind of splitting your time between these two platforms. Have you done that kind of thing before?
No, this is unprecedented. But I will say that it was pretty straightforward. Like, you all have very well documented APIs, and your team has been incredibly responsive. Shout out to James and to Katie for everything that they've been doing. And yeah, it was just like a really, positive experience. And I know that people in the community are hyped about it, because I sent out that email to the people who'd earned the certification, just like seeing if they'd take the survey. And like within hours, we had like more than 1,000 people who'd given feedback. They're really enthusiastic about more certifications.
Yeah, and it's improving. You can see right here, I just brought up, for folks that may not be able to see this, I brought up an API call that you're making to go and confirm that I am in fact Scott Hanselman, and I did in fact get this trophy and achieve this thing on a particular moment. That's actually the back end JSON for all these different trophies that will roll up into that larger certification. And then of course we can donate, because it is a charity. This is a nonprofit. When we donate, all that money goes specifically to maintaining, creating, and expanding the freeCodeCamp curriculum.
Yeah, mostly towards servers and payroll for our teachers.
Got to keep the lights on, because the teachers are the people that make it all happen. Teachers are so important. Did you, this only, how long has this been? 9 years, you said?
Yeah, 9 years since we started freeCodeCamp, and I was a developer for like 3 years before that. So yeah, I'm still very much a newbie to the field of software development. I'm learning more every day.
Is the weight of that, looking back, and it's this wasn't a thing. You conceived of it. Now it's not just a thing, it's a community, and you're changing lives. The karma must be really good, but also overwhelming.
I try not to focus on anything except what's the next big thing we need to do. I definitely enjoy, for example, when I tweeted out about even more impactful than the tweet was I shared on LinkedIn, a similar thing, and had hundreds of responses, kind words from people. And I just want to let everybody know, I do read all the feedback that you give on my posts. I do read all the email responses that I get when I send out my email newsletter each week, and I very much appreciate it. I feel to a large extent like I'm just incredibly lucky. Frankly, I don't feel like there's something unique about myself that put me in a position to be able to do this. I feel like this is just something that the world needed, and I got lucky, and freeCodeCamp got traction, whereas a lot of other learning projects may not have. So I don't attribute it to my own abilities so much as just being in the right place at the right time, and I guess continuing to work on it, continuing to stay heads down every day and continue to build it out. I don't take any of this for granted.
Yeah. Well, I want to share with you something that I say a lot and see if it resonates with you, that this idea of luck is super important. And I attribute much of my success to luck. You're doing the same right now. And I've always said that luck is opportunity plus being prepared.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're applying that formula to freeCodeCamp by creating both opportunity in the form of these certifications and preparedness in the form of really rigorous courseware.
Yeah. Yeah. I 100% believe that sentiment. And I think that the more we can prepare people, just the higher probability. You're still going to have to apply to potentially hundreds of developer jobs. You're still going to spend potentially months and months looking for a developer job. Even if you've already had a developer job, the process is very messy, but obviously it's worth it. It's one of the most esteemed roles you can have in society. It's not like being an astronaut or being a physician or something, but people do respect developers, and they do appreciate the power that developers wield, because they've invested the time and energy in learning how servers work, learning how operating systems work, learning how they can get computers to essentially do what they want to do. They can think extremely sharply, and they can communicate their thoughts very clearly to a computer, which is what coding is. And I would encourage anybody who hasn't yet learned those skills, even if you're in accounting, if you're in marketing, there are lots of people in the freeCodeCamp community that were like truck drivers that are now working as developers, right? One of our most prolific team members, she was working at a grocery store as like a middle manager at a local grocery store in the Pacific Northwest. And she didn't have a university degree or anything. She was just prolific on GitHub, contributing to open source. And, you know, we saw how much she was doing for the community, and we're like, we should bring her on board. So now she's a software engineer at freeCodeCamp, right? So it's definitely possible if you put in the time and energy. Having a degree absolutely helps. You know, don't be a fool, stay in school, as Mr. T says. But to the extent, like, if you're in your 30s and you don't have the resources to go back to school, first of all, I applaud you for going back. You probably would be, you know, just as successful if you'd not gone back to earn that degree. But you had a point to make. It sounds like you really wanted to go out and get that degree, even though you didn't necessarily need it because you were already, you know, a fairly experienced developer by the time you earned it, right?
Exactly. Well, we appreciate you. We applaud you. We appreciate the partnership. Folks can go to freecodecamp.org. They can also go to .net/learn-to-code to get directly there. Go out and search for this certification. Make it happen. I did it. You can do it. Hopefully, we'll see more certifications and more partnership between Microsoft and freeCodeCamp. But for now, thank you so much for spending time with us today. Quincy Larson, teacher and founder of freecodecamp.org.
Most definitely. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you so much, Scott and Quincy. It's so amazing to see that we're incredibly invested in C# certification. Go get yours for free right there at the aka.ms/C#-certification. And you can get your certification curriculum certified today.
Yeah, I know Scott has his. I haven't done mine yet.
Katie has hers. I'm working on mine. We know a lot of people have filled it out and got their certifications. So we hope that you're able to go and do that as well.
Awesome. And I don't know if you guys know, but we also have TikTok. .NET is on TikTok, so we have .NET developers there. We're trying to reach our first 10,000 followers, so go check us out. The team has a lot of fun putting the videos together. It's super fun. So you're going to be learning about .NET and having fun at the same time.
So help us get to 10,000 followers, please.
Well, and I'm excited about this next session. We use Azure Functions in our website for the .NET website. And so we're going to have Matthew Henderson and Fabio Cavalcanti talking about leveraging the power of .NET Platform and Azure Functions. And so I'm excited to see that and see like what you can do with that in .NET 8.
I'm excited too. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Matthew. I'm a product manager on the Azure Functions team.
And I'm Fabio. I'm with the Azure Functions engineering team.
And today we're going to be talking about functions, how to use all the best things in .NET, and make sure you're writing the best serverless applications you can.
That's right.
So we're going to assume some knowledge of functions, but you know, we're going to make sure everybody gets caught up here right now. So when we're talking about Azure Functions, we're talking about a set of events that exist within your system. That could be an HTTP request coming in, timer firing, messages in a queue, images getting uploaded to a blob store, things like that. And then we want to write a piece of code that is going to react to that event. That's the main idea. So we're going to then bundle that up, put it into Azure, where we're not going to have any infrastructure to manage. We're not going to have to deal with scale, and we're only going to pay for what we're using. The idea here is that as events come in, and we'll scale you out automatically to meet whatever load that is. And then, yeah, the only amount of, only when your code is running are you actually being charged for it. So it's a really nice model. And at the end of the day, it allows you to focus on just writing that code and doing what makes the most sense for your application. Give us a piece of code, tell us what events cause it to run.
Right. And with that basic context in mind, and for those of you who are familiar with functions, I want to transition into the main focus of our presentation today, which is talking a little bit about the .NET isolated, the .NET experience, and what we have been working on for the past year. So if we switch back to the slides, we'll be able to see a little bit of the work that has been happening over the past 6 months to a year now. So even for folks who may be familiar with isolated, you may have used that in the past with .NET 5, .NET 6, .NET 7, and a lot has changed since then. A lot has been introduced in the past, just as short as just a few months ago. Deeper integration with ASP.NET, significant enhancements of the binding model, a lot of performance optimizations. We have a list of items here. I'm not going to go through every single one of those. There's been a lot of work done here. But I would urge you to go to the link that we're sharing here. Even if you're familiar with the isolated model, if you have functions running with the isolated model, check out what we've been working on and what we have recently announced. A lot of that came in conjunction with the .NET 8 support announcement. So there have been a lot of improvements that you may want to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's quite different. And in fact, it's maybe worth even showing kind of what Isolated's gone through and sort of why we did it and what kind of things have changed. So, going way back, before we had the isolated worker model, we had the in-process model. And some of the features that you were just talking about, you'll see, they were in the in-process model from the get-go, or came along the way. But then starting in .NET 5, that's when we introduced the isolated model, because turns out there were some issues with the in-process model, and we got great feedback from the community that kind of pointed to some things that needed to change, namely making sure that you had full control over everything that's loaded, all the dependencies that are brought in, how main gets constructed, set up, how things just even work with the .NET ecosystem, making sure that you're doing standard things for DI, making sure that basically all of your expectations from being a .NET developer translated well into being a functions developer as well.
Right. Alignment and consistency with the rest of the .NET ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
To make sure that you could just bring those .NET skills onto functions and leverage them.
Right. But as you can see, there was a bit of a schism of features that came from that. So over time, we've sort of worked on that. With .NET 6, that was the first time that we were able to do an update to the isolated model in terms of, okay, day 0 support, we've got it ready to go on GA day. And then, some additional extensibility, things like that. So kind of one of the advantages with isolated is that it really is just a TFM change that, in order to get yourself to the new version. And so being able to just have that simplicity is was something that was pretty big for that release.
So again, consistent with the rest of the .NET experiences, with the migration, the upgrade scenario, the upgrade experience there is very simple.
Exactly. And then in the timeline going into .NET 7 and all the way up to here to .NET 8, that's when we're able to go back and really bring in all those things. So now the isolated worker model has all the capabilities that we'd expect with functions, but critically, it offers a lot of control and, again, allows you to bring a lot more of your existing .NET knowledge to bear.
And with that, we arrive at the .NET 8 support that was announced yesterday, right? So it is supported day 0. It's now available in every single one of our managed SKUs. This also provides a very simple upgrade experience, the upgrade experience you were describing earlier. In most cases, that becomes a simple target framework change to your project, validation, redeployment, and you have your application running. So hopefully a very seamless experience that is, again, consistent with what you would expect from a regular .NET application.
Yeah. And so I think now at this point, let's just dive in and show it.
That's right. Yeah, let's switch to the demo. We're focusing on isolated. We talked a little bit about the new features that we've been working on. So I want to highlight some of that. But I want to highlight a slightly different aspect. We'll talk a little bit about the experience, the developer experience that those new features enable. But I also want to show some of the performance enhancements that came with some of those features. Yeah. So let's take a look here at a simple function that implements a very common pattern that we see customers bring into functions frequently. Just the ability for you to download the payload that is coming from blob storage in this case. Right. But a very simple example that shows how, as a result of an HTTP request, so we're using the HTTP trigger, and I have the trigger defined here. I'm going to use an input that is coming from blob storage and use that payload as my response. So I want to provide that back to the client. Pretty simple code, pretty straightforward. the key thing that I want to focus on is we're going to run this today, and I want to look at the performance. So we're going to contrast what we had before. So this is before all of the enhancements.
Right.
Let's go ahead and run this. And it's a very simple way to measure the performance impact here, but we're just going to look at the diagnostic tools in VS. Just straightforward, nothing fancy. We're just going to look at some of those details. We see here where we started, what we have as the application memory utilization right now. And I'm going to download this file. This file is about 250 megs in size. So we see here that 212 megs in size. If we switch back to the application, we see here that during the course of the download, we did trigger garbage collection a few times.
Yeah.
We see here the memory spiked, and we used up to close to 1 gig of memory with that one simple function.
Yeah.
So a lot of data copying between some of the binding operations and what was taking place here. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the function after migrating, after adopting some of the newer capabilities and some of the newer features that we've exposed.
Yeah, please. I love it already.
The key thing is that will jump at you, particularly if you are a .NET developer coming from an ASP.NET background, is the fact that I'm using ASP.NET abstractions here. So I'm using HTTP request, I'm using by action result. So code that already feels a lot more familiar to me. This also applies to customers coming from older .NET models in functions. So very consistent migration experience if I'm coming from some of those models onto the isolated model. I haven't changed my blob input, so that looks identical, but I do get some of the performance benefits that we discussed at the beginning. So let's go ahead and run this. I'm going to set my project as the startup.
Good call.
And let's run this version with the latest and greatest dependencies, with the latest model being applied here. Okay, so we're debugging this. We have VS running in the background with diagnostics running. We're downloading the same exact payload, same size, but what we see here is that memory utilization is significantly better. We are making a lot more efficient use of the fact that we have access to the underlying HTTP stream. We have much more efficient communication with the underlying services with the autoproc model. So you see here that we're very efficiently transmitting that data that is coming from blob storage, then passing that as my HTTP response to the client, and the memory utilization is significantly different between the two.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a combination of just the newer dependencies that are doing things more efficiently on their own, but then also some of the changes to the code there that you made in terms of how you're writing that response back through the HTTP request object, right?
Yeah. Again, this is measuring private bytes, but it gives you a good sense of the memory impact. The model for the worker itself remains the same, right? So if you used isolated before, you're familiar with the fact that you own the entry point of the application. You manage your dependencies. You are again using a very common set of APIs that is consistent with the rest of .NET applications, using the dependency injection and builder patterns here to essentially build up your application and bring the dependencies you want to use.
Right, yeah, that configure services is going to be familiar to folks all over, right?
That's right.
So, yeah, I mean, it really is very akin to console app or whatever else that you might be doing, building out a host.
And that's the goal, is to provide a very similar experience to that.
Right.
Okay, so with that in mind and seeing the perf impact, let's switch back to the slides and take a closer look at the developer experience and how some of that work has enhanced that experience.
Right, yeah, because we originally started talking there about, hey, that blob was just the same code really, but you were just getting the efficiencies out of the newest versions.
Right, I was consuming a stream, I didn't change that, I didn't touch that piece of code. I got the performance benefits, but the development experience remained the same.
Right. So in contrast, we also have the ability to change that development experience a little bit, particularly bringing in types from the Azure SDK. So in this case, I'm also actually pulling in data from a stream, but then I'm using a blob container client to write a transformed version of that file back out. And so I'm creating files. That's why I want a container client here. But you can also bind to blob clients and things like that. You know, for any of the Azure SDK types connected with our various extensions. This is really nice because you can't necessarily express everything that you would want to in just, you know, the data model of the payload that you're sending back, you know, controlling that stream processing, some of the lifecycle things, like in this case, creating, if not exists, those kinds of things. So if
yeah,
you're
so that binding, those binding enhancements, they're giving us the performance enhancements that we were looking at, but we've been able to layer on top of that and create that rich experience that customers are used to with the rich set of types provided by the underlying SDKs.
Yeah, I mean, if you're familiar with the Azure SDKs, if you're doing things with these different services already, it's going to be pretty nice in terms of just translating all those things over. And if you're not using the Azure SDKs, they're really good and make a lot of things in Azure way simpler. Really nice technology. Now that said, we don't always want to be using client objects. You know, that's helpful when I want to get that level of control. But in some cases, it is better to just deal with certain data models. So we'll get into a different example here. But just as a setup, you know, you showed that configure services. You know, we're doing some dependency injection. It's, you know, the same on the other end too, right? We're just doing some constructor-based injection to get a logger or an HTTP client. That's actually really important to note as well. If you're dealing with high-scale applications and we're going to be having, you know, lots of requests coming through and high concurrency, you don't want to be doing things like new HTTP client all over the place. So it's a pattern that, you know, we see all over the place in terms of, you know, DI throughout the .NET ecosystem. You want to make sure that you're bringing all those same things over, any custom services, of course, as well. So then, when we're consuming those from a given function, in this case, what we have here is a service bus trigger. So we're getting a message, and it's coming in as the service bus received message. So that's a data model from the Azure SDK for .NET. And then what we're doing is we're taking that HTTP client, we're sending a request, and then, you know, we'd like to think that all of our HTTP requests are going to go through smoothly. It's not always the case. Sometimes things come back and say too many requests, and you need to be able to handle that. So one of the things that's really nice about Service Bus in particular is the notion of control over the message processing pipeline, like the overall life cycle of those messages. And so in this case, we're actually able to defer that message. There are other settlement actions like completion, abandon, you know, there's a bunch of different ones that, that you can do. But in this case, because I'm assuming something's gone wrong with my downstream service, maybe I'll try again later. We'll defer it for now.
So it gives you the ability to easily leverage the existing set of APIs provided by the SDK and some of the experiences that you would expect to deal with transient faults, right?
Right. So, you know, you're fully in control, and it provides all the kind of capabilities that you'd expect when working with that service.
Cool. So we kind of jumped a little bit from perf to experience, but
it all comes back to perf, right?
Yeah, we wanted to touch on perf a little more, particularly on guidance that will help with cold start perf. I think that's one thing that is always in mind when we're working with serverless workloads. Right. So we do have a lot of guidance on how to get the best performance when running with .NET Isolated, when running Autoproc with .NET. As you could see here, just referencing the latest versions of the packages will already bring a lot of benefits.
It's a huge difference.
Yes, so the sample, the demo that we walked through, most of the impact that we were seeing was just because of the fact that we were moving from some of the previous packages to the latest packages that use a lot of the new capabilities that have been introduced at the platform layer. Right, so first recommendation, make sure you're running on latest and greatest, all the latest packages. Use framework references. This is particularly important for ASP.NET.
Right.
If you're using the ASP.NET integration, the package will actually bring that automatically for you. So that makes life easy. But using framework references will reduce the payload size, which it is something that has an impact on cold start. Adopting the latest features. So the first bullet here is about actually bringing in the latest packages, right? So referencing the latest code, the latest packages so that you're bringing those capabilities in, but actually making the code changes. You can take that step by step, where you get the first benefit of upgrading your packages. Then you leverage things like the ASP.NET Core integration, which will give you deep integration into ASP.NET and give you the ability to work with the HTTP request stream, be a lot more efficient about how you're handling those types of workloads. Same thing for the enhanced bindings, where you have access to SDK types that give you the ability to very efficiently work with those services. Configure your function to use 64-bit. This is a configuration that is applied at the function app level. By default, we actually changed our default, so by default, your application will be created to use 64-bit. This may be counterintuitive in some scenarios, but there are some significant platform improvements here and platform functionality that will improve cold start time for applications running in 64-bit. So we strongly recommend that whenever possible. Deploy using ready to run. Ready to run is a .NET feature. It helps pre-JIT a lot of the methods that would otherwise be JITted at startup time. So that is also one of our recommendations. We don't expect it to remember all of these. So we do have a page here. There is a link that will take you to documentation that will provide all of those recommendations and really go a little more in depth into why you want to do that and the details and how to actually enable all of those capabilities. And we also wanted to make sure that we've been saying that throughout this session, but all of the general .NET practices, the general recommendations for .NET applications, they would apply here as well. So if there is something you're doing for your ASP.NET site, for your ASP.NET services, apply by all means, apply the same recommendations to functions. It's just another type of .NET app. So the same recommendations would apply here as well.
Yeah, of course, test those out before running forward with them.
As in any scenario, validate, make sure those recommendations make sense for your workload and make sense in the context of functions, or how functions are running. But in general, if there is something that you're doing in .NET today, it would apply to your functions workloads.
Right. And I think maybe the one caveat there is, certainly I would say that now .NET 8 would be the best recommendation. If you're watching this live, though, there's some optimization that still happens in the platform after release, so we're still going through that. So it's not quite at the peak that it's going to be quite yet. So it just might be noticeable if you're comparing it with some of the other versions.
That's a good call out.
But only point in time. But then when you are ready to actually migrate, boy, this has just gotten so much better over time. The .NET Upgrade Assistant is really good for just taking any .NET workload forward to new versions, but for functions in particular, it also adds the ability to take in-process model applications over to the isolated worker model, and then if you're using an older version of the runtime at all, it'll get you to latest as well. So it's super helpful. It's not going to cover everything, like there might still be some code changes, but it takes away a lot of the boilerplate. So if you have older versions of SDKs that you're using, you're just going to have to go through and adjust those a bit.
Yeah, this does all of the job of making sure that you're bringing, converting from the previous models, all of the little property changes, project level changes, API name changes that might exist between, particularly in-proc and out-of-proc. This will handle a lot of that for you. And I use this if I'm migrating my own apps, because it leaves me in a position where I can put on my developer hat and say, okay, what's broken now at compilation time, and go fix a lot of that. As opposed to working with all of the boilerplate and all of the project level changes that I have to
Once you've done
perform.
the adjustment once, you really don't want to go through and adjust every single binding attribute or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But it does make it really easy. It gives you that nice diff view if you're using source control as well. So you're able to kind of see all the things that I take great satisfaction in seeing all the things I didn't have to do.
And a lot of this work here came directly from customer feedback, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the pain points during the migration. We're trying to make migration as easy as possible. Migration from older versions, make sure that the folks have the ability to work with the latest set of bits that are available. And these helps. We are continuously improving these. So a new release will be coming out soon with additional support. actually leverages a lot of the capabilities that we've been able to talk about today. So,
yep. So that'll get
strongly recommend this.
It'll get you the latest and greatest for sure.
We also wanted to talk about the fact that Azure Functions in general, all of the components, the host, but today we're talking about the worker. It is an open source project. All of the work the team does is done in the open. All of our development is done in the open. The issue triage, communication with customers and amongst ourselves is done through issues on GitHub. And also want to take this opportunity to express gratitude for all the contributions that we're seeing from external community members. We wouldn't be here without those contributions.
No.
Everything that we've been able to talk about today was shaped by either direct feedback, just talking about the features on some of those issues with folks, or direct code contributions that came in form of PRs against the workers. So if you want to engage, by all means, please come to the repo. That's the right place to learn about how the code works, but also make sure that you provide feedback and you have access to previews, and you engage with the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, that truly everything that we discussed today really was touched by the community at some point. Yep. And it's been really rewarding just to I don't know, see the excitement about the isolated model as it really has come together with all of these great features, and plenty more to come as well.
Yep.
So I guess that brings us to the end then.
That's right.
Again, I think we just want to say thanks to the community and thanks for watching. I guess we'll now see if we have any questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. I love seeing all of the Azure functions and everything contributed by the community. We really, really appreciate all of that. .NET would not run without the community, so thank you for doing that shout out. We do have some questions though, so we'll get right to those.
All right. 1, can Aspire and Functions go together? What would be the main benefits if they can?
We are very early in Aspire, so we're looking at some of that. We do have plans. Nothing concrete at the moment, though, but do expect something to come in with functions that will give you a way to use functions as one of the building blocks and orchestrate functions as part of your Aspire deployment and project.
Okay, so it's in the pipeline. We're
It is
talking
in the
about
pipeline,
it.
yes.
Great.
All right. Another one is,
can I deploy my functions with enabling native AOT option?
You can. This is not an option that we are recommending strongly today. You have the ability to run with native AOT, but some of the cold start optimizations that we have in place today for functions that will particularly run in the scenario that we mentioned using 64-bit, will today provide better cold start performance. So that's what we are recommending at the moment instead of AOT. Right. If you do have a workload that is AOT compiled, it will run in functions, it will perform, but it will, at the moment for best cold start performance, we are recommending ready to run instead.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Ready to run.
All right, let's see.
We have this question.
Yeah. We have still a couple.
Okay. Do you recommend creating custom binding trigger for Azure functions isolated? If yes, do you have a guide for that?
We don't have great guidance on binding extensibility. We do have documentation on other extensibility features that customers tend to leverage today with AutoProc, where before the only option they had was to create a custom binding or a custom trigger. We do have a lot more flexible extensibility options that in many cases are a lot simpler to leverage. So the recommendation would be look at some of the new options that you have with isolated to see if that's a better fit for what you're trying to do. In many cases, that will be the case, and it's a lot simpler to work with those. Otherwise, like custom bindings and triggers are still an option.
They are.
But there are some limitations with that model today.
Yeah, I mean, triggers in particular is something that we've always kind of said it's not really, because of the way the scaling has to operate and things like that. Most of the time, you're going to want that to be rooted in some HTTP request or like a webhook, maybe something coming in from Event Grid. But then you can do things in the isolated worker model, like have the middleware pipeline, help enrich that, hydrate whatever data you need, make sure that's available through your services and things like that. So you do have a little bit more flexibility, but yeah, I think it's...
Yeah, and the custom trigger limitations are not specific to Autoproc that applies to any of the stacks, any of the languages and models that we have in functions. But yeah, looking at some of we do expose a lot of new extensibility points. So I would strongly recommend looking at some of those. Some of those are actually plugged right into the model binding and the binding pipeline in a way that becomes a lot simpler to handle a lot of the different scenarios that customers required custom bindings for.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Matthew and Fabio, for the great session
Our
at
pleasure.
.NET Conf.
Yeah, it's great to see all the improvements in Azure Functions. We're looking forward to it. We use it daily. So thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great. So we have a few more call outs here today. We have a hackathon, do we not?
Yeah, we have the Hack Together. It's the Great .NET 8 Hack. I know there are prizes. I'm not going to say the values because, like, go check it out. They have all the details laid out. But it's from November 20th to December 4, a big hackathon for .NET 8. It's at aka.ms/hacktogether/.net.
Great. So hopefully you're able to go ahead and join next week and throughout the rest of December to get your hack and hopefully win some prizes.
Yeah, and we also want to talk about the blog post, right?
Yes. We published a lot of blogs yesterday, and we have tons of content in there. They're really deep diving into everything that we're announcing here at this conference. All of those are linked within there. You can find that blog at aka.ms/.net 8 blog. It really has everything in there. Gaurav really went through, linked everything, and then all of those deep dives are actually posted right after that. So if you want the whole contribution, go and head on over to the blog.
Yeah, so many details, so much teamwork that went into putting all those posts live yesterday for the release. And so I'm super proud of the work that the team has put together for this release and like all our partners. And so up next, we have Syed Hashimi that's going to talk about the Visual Studio updates for .NET devs. So we're ready to get this session going.
Take it away, Syed.
Hello, thank you for being here. So yeah, Visual Studio updates for .NET developers. I'm Syed Hashimi. We're going to go ahead and get started here. We've only got 25 minutes. So yeah, let's try and get through some of this stuff. On my PowerPoint here, I have a AKA link that goes to a repository that has some resources here. So that link is aka.ms/syedha/netconf2023. I'll leave that on the screen for a minute. This will go to a GitHub repository that has a sample app that I'll be showing later, as well as some links. So let me go and show you the links. Let me show you that repository here. So here's the sample, and it's in the source v1 folder here. And then at the bottom, there's some related links here on some of the things that we'll talk about. And we have an interactive one that's coming up here, so I've got that link here as well. All right, let me go back to PowerPoint just for a brief kind of second here. So what we'll do is we're going to do a demo of dev tunnels here in Visual Studio. And you're going to have a chance to be able to vote as well. So you can grab this AKA link. This is in the GitHub repository as well at that bottom link that I showed you. So keep that handy. The link may not work just yet, but we'll take a look at when that does kind of get going. We'll go back to Visual Studio here. I've got a sample. We'll do a quick kind of fun sample demo that you can interact with, and then we'll go to a bigger, more end-to-end kind of sample there. Let me go ahead and run this. As I'm running this app, we can see that it's hosted on localhost. And the thing is, you know, I'm ready to take this app and then share it with some colleagues or even get some votes here. I want to share it with the community, right? So what I want to do here is convert my local host URL to a URL that can be publicly accessible by all you guys. All right, so I'm going to go back. We're going to use Visual Studio Dev Tunnels for that. So let me minify this one. And here in the dropdown, the debug dropdown, we've got Dev Tunnels. And I've already created a Dev Tunnel here. You can create a new tunnel with Create a Tunnel. But I've already done that. I'll go ahead and pick the Demo 1 tunnel. And this is, when we're working with tunnels, there's two different types of tunnels, a temporary tunnel. And a temporary tunnel is a tunnel that will exist while that instance of Visual Studio is open. a persistent tunnel will exist across several sessions of Visual Studio. So a persistent tunnel can stay there for days and weeks and months. As long as it's getting used occasionally, that URL will stay active. But a temporary tunnel, the URL will disappear once you close Visual Studio. So that's the difference between those two tunnel types. I've already set my tunnel to be demo 1. I'm going to go ahead and, I will start without debugging, but you can do debugging as well. Tunnels work for both debugging and not debugging. And now I have a different URL, and that URL is the same that the FW link is pointing to. And I can see I've already got some votes here for ice cream. So what I'd like you to do is go ahead and take some time to vote on your favorite ice cream, whether it's vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry. And I don't have this set up to auto refresh, but wow, I can see vanilla is taking a strong lead here, which is pretty surprising. You know, I'm a kind of strawberry fan, but let me go take a look at the code here. I think it's kind of suspicious here because I was working with Mads Christensen and he loves vanilla flavored ice cream. So I wonder if he's done something here. But before I do that, I notice I've got a misspelling here, strawberry. Okay, that's right. So now let me bring this down. And then what I'll do is I'll go back here. Let me zoom in on this part of it. And then let me get Visual Studio set up. What I'm going to do is do a hot reload. And then we'll get that one updated. All right, so right here is the hot reload button. I'm just going to go ahead and click that. Oh, wow. Unexpected. OK. All right, so I got some kind of hot reload error here. But anyways, that's OK. Why don't we'll stop debugging. We'll do it one more time. Let's try it one more time. Let's do start without debugging again. And I'm running on like a daily build here. So if I do run into problems, doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to run into these same sort of problems here. Because I get this right off the dev machine. Oh, it restarted the count. I apologize about that, everybody. OK, let's take a look at that code here. So now we've got ice cream here. OK. All right, so I think Mads Christensen has done this. So let me go ahead and remove this. Like I said, he loves the vanilla flavored ice cream there. Let me refresh my votes to see what we're at. We're at 252. Let me hot reload this. Hopefully this one works. OK, it doesn't work. All right, anyways, we'll leave it there because I don't want to redo it, but we'll divide vanilla by 2 at the end. Let's see what the votes are at. All right, so we'll let that one kind of keep going in the background while we take a look at some different things here. I wanted to show a bigger kind of end-to-end sample here, but we've only got, we only have 25 minutes. So what I'll do is I'm going to take you through some slides that kind of show the experience, and then we'll get back to Visual Studio after we go through these. So here what I'll do is I'm going to create a new ASP.NET Web API project. So I'm going to go through File, New Project, Create New Project, and I'm going to run through this relatively fast. I'll give my project a name like I always do. I'll pick .NET 8 for this particular project. And here I've unchecked use controllers, but everything that I'm doing here you can either do with minimal endpoints or with controller endpoints. It's all the same. So now I've got my .NET 8 ASP.NET Web API created here. It's called My Restaurant API. The first thing that I want to point out is this new file in this template that's called myrestaurantapi.http. And you will get this file whether you're using Visual Studio or .NET New to create your project. This is a part of the template itself. And this is some new things that we've worked on. So this is what that file looks like. And we'll get back to this file in a little bit. But the idea of this file is you can author HTTP requests in this file, and then you can submit the request and then see the response. So we're going to take a look at that. So in order to get this to actually execute, I have to go ahead and run my project. So I'll do that with start without debugging. And that just does a build, and then we get the Swagger page, and I'll go back to Visual Studio here. And then let me explain what's happening here for a little bit. So we've got a My Restaurant API host address that points to the localhost 5032. That's where my app is running. And then here, I have a GET request. And inside this request, I use that variable, and then the first line is what's called the request line. So the format is the HTTP method, the URL, and then the HTTP version. I don't have the HTTP version here. And then after that, you can have headers on the subsequent lines. And then if you had a body, you would leave an empty line, and then the body would go after that. But we'll get to that later as well. Let me go ahead and send this with the send request code lens, and then I'll see the result in the response view. So here we've got 4 tabs. So here you can see the formatted response. So if it's JSON or XML, you'll get the formatted text. On the raw tab, we can see that we get no formatting there. Let me go check out the headers. So these are the headers that come back with the response itself. So we can see those headers that are coming back. And then you can also inspect the request. So here we can see the full URL, and then we can see the headers that went along with the request and a body if there was one. But there was no body here. All right, so that was a basic kind of HTTP file, but there's a lot more functionality in the HTTP file that we'll be getting back to here in a little bit after we create some more endpoints in this project here. All right, so now what I'm going to do is run you through some scaffolding to create some endpoints that we can then exercise with the HTTP file. All right, so this is what that same project that we've been working on. So I've got my restaurant service. I'm going to right-click and say Add New Scaffolded Item. Or sorry, what I'm going to do is add a few classes here. So I've got some class files that I'm going to add in. First, I'll add the contact class, and these are all very kind of basic classes here. Nothing special here. They are set up for Entity Framework with an ID there. Admin contact, menu item category, enum, just more kind of basic things. So I'll just kind of run through these relatively quickly. Here's my menu item ordered. And the app that we're building is an API for a to-go order restaurant so that we can submit your to-go orders there. Order status, payment method, to-go order, various different models here. So now at this time would be a good time to then go ahead and build your solution to make sure that everything is working great. So I'll use the build menu for that. You can also use Control-Shift-B. We can see that the build is now successfully completed here. And now what I'll do is I'll use scaffolding here. So you right-click on the project and say Add New Scaffolded Item. And all of our scaffolders have already been updated for .NET 8, so those should be working great. When I get to this dialog, I'm going to go to the API tab here because I'm dealing with an API. At this point, I can either pick if I want either controllers or the endpoints. So for this demo, we'll go ahead and pick the API with read-write endpoints using Entity Framework. Now at this point, I need to provide some data for what are the endpoints that I want scaffolded here. So the inputs here are the model class, and this is a drop-down. So with the model class, that's the class that you want these the CRUD operations, the create, read, update, delete, and there's also details there too, I believe. So here I'll go ahead and pick the contact model class there, and now we have to say, where do we want the endpoints code to be written to? Do you want it in an existing file? And if you wanted it in an existing file, you use the drop-down. Otherwise, you click the plus button here. So I'll click the plus button to create a new class. You can customize the class name, but there is a default here, and I'll go with the default file, which is default name, which is good for me. You also need to specify the DB context. So this is just like the endpoints class. If you had an existing DB context that you wanted to use, you would pick it in the drop-down. Otherwise, you click plus. And then there's also a default name for the context as well. I'm happy with that default name, so I'll go with that. For database provider, we've got these 4 options here. It doesn't matter which option you use here. Entity Framework is compatible with these. For this particular demo, I'll just use SQLite. I think everybody knows that things work great with SQL Server, so demoing with SQLite is great as well. And this is a local database, so I don't need any remotes. I don't need a remote connection to anything here. All right, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and click Add here to go ahead and add this. It's going to go ahead and do some generation here, and I did kind of speed this up. And at the end, we do get the contact endpoint class to be created here. There's a few things here. There's some get methods, as well as put and post, as well as delete. So those are the kind of CRUD operations there. All right, so now what I'll do is we need to do the same thing for those 4 other classes here for the admin contact, and I'm just going to run through these because we don't have that much time. So we've got the admin contact, and then we also want to do menu item. We want people to be able to view the menu items. And then we also have menu item order. So this is a part of the to-go order. So users need to be able to order menu items here. And then the same with to-go order. So here's we're generating our to-go order, and there's our to-go order endpoints. Okay, all right, so now everything has been updated, and whenever you're done scaffolding, that's always a good opportunity to then go ahead and try and build your project, make sure everything's working, and then also probably do a commit. I would normally probably do a commit here just to kind of save my work and to track my progress, but don't need to do that for this particular demo here. All right, if I go and look at the, when scaffolding, so let's talk about the scaffolding, right? So when we scaffolded the contact endpoint, a lot of stuff actually happened on that initial scaffolding. So the sorry, let's back up. So the contact endpoint class was added, the database context class was created, and then program.cs was updated to register the contact endpoints as well as the DB context. And then in app-settings.json, there's a connection string for SQLite. So those are some of the things that have been modified in the project. And I'll go through, we'll show these real quick. So in program.cs at the very top, lines 6 through 8, we've got the database context that's getting initialized and registered. And then we have the endpoints that were registered as well. And now that I'm looking at this code, I realize that we still have the weather forecast stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And this is what the code looks like after it's been cleaned up. All right, so that's what we got. So now what we've done is we've created a web API project. We've added some auto classes. We've scaffolded out some web API endpoints. But this still doesn't actually work yet because we haven't connected it to the database, right? Like, we created our data model. We said we wanted a SQLite database, but we haven't applied the data schema to the database. So that's what we need to do now. And then we're going to use Entity Framework migrations for this. And if you've done this in the past, you might have gone through these similar steps, and then at this point, you normally would probably drop into the command line or the terminal in Visual Studio and execute .NET EF commands. But we've got some of those commands integrated into Visual Studio as well. So you can right-click on your project in the Connected Services node, right-click on your project, and then double-click on Connected Services to get to this view. And then here we can see I've got an entry for my SQLite. So what I'll do is I'll tap the 3 buttons to see what are the actions that I have available for this SQLite database here. The actions that we're the most interested in here are add migration. So this is the equivalent of this is equivalent to running .NET EF command on the command line. The next one that's interesting that we'll talk about in a little bit is update database. So when you're working with Entity Framework, you create your model, and then you hook it up to a database context, and then you generate Entity Framework migrations. So migrations are code that goes into your project that represents the data schema for the database. So the first step is to add 1 or more migrations. And then the next step is to do update database. So we're going to do an add migration here, and that will cover all those items that we scaffolded, all those 5 classes, right? All right, so it's going to spin for maybe about a minute to try to discover your database context. And if you have more than 1 database context, you can use the drop-down to select which particular DB context that you want to work with here. So I'll pick that one that I have, the My Restaurant API context that we just created. Go ahead and click Finish here. And I did also speed this one up a little bit too. So this does take a minute. So it's going to add the migration. And then that's it. So at this point, if I go back and look at my Solution Explorer, there's now a migrations folder here. And then 2 files will appear in this folder the first time you do a migration. One is for the snapshot, and then the other is the migration itself. And to be quite frank, I personally don't care what's in these files. I don't need to do anything with this for this particular project, so I'm not even going to look at it. The next thing that we need to do, so we've created our API endpoints, we've initialized our database, but there's no data that's actually in this database, right? Like there's no menu items. Users can't see and order the menu items. So how do we do that? So here, to do that, we're going to modify the DB context. So I'm going to go to the data folder, and then we look at my restaurant API context. And now what we need to do is override a method that's called onCreatingModel. But I'm going to add a couple supporting methods here to get some sample data and JSON. And this is really for just seed data, right? This method is not for like if you have thousands of rows that you want to add. This is for constant values that are in your database, like your menu. Those things are not changing all the time. So that's why we use seed data for that. So here I create a method, get seed data menu items. So this is the seed data for the menu items. I'm just creating 6 menu items. We're starting pretty small here. And then only for this demo, I also added some sample customers here because I didn't want to have to go through the registration process. For a real app, I wouldn't add this as seed data, but for this demo. So I create this method called getSeedDataContacts. All right, we got to try to hurry a little bit. Okay, so now we added that stuff. So now that's where my slides end. So let's go back to Visual Studio here. So one thing that I have done, let me close everything. One thing that I have done that I didn't kind of capture in the slides was the update database. So I did go through, and then I did run through update database here. And let me show you that. We don't need to go through this whole process because I've already done that. But what this will do is, it's just like the apply migrations one, right? It'll spin and it's looking through the code to discover the DB context. And once it finds that, the next and finish button will light up. You can click finish to then go ahead and take those migrations and then use .NET EF update database command, I believe. To then go through and do that. But yeah, like I said, I've already done that step, so we'll go ahead and just kind of run this app here, and then we'll take a look at the HTTP file and a few other things along the way as well. All right, we got about 4 minutes left here. So let me go ahead and let this get started up, and then we're going to start exploring and interacting with this API here. All right, so I've got my API is running. Let's take a look at our ice cream poll real quick. Let me unzoom that real quick just to see how we are. We'll check back on this at the end of the oh, wow. Okay, rate limit exceeded. Wow, okay, so this is, all right, how can I get back to it then? Let me go back to the localhost one. All right, anyways, wow, strawberry. Okay, so strawberry is my favorite. That one was not rigged. Mads Christensen definitely tried to set up vanilla, but we got strawberry and the huge win here. Lots of votes. Wow, I really appreciate all the votes, everybody. Thank you very much for doing those votes. And I apologize for the rate limit exceeded. I should have created like a special kind of dev tunnel for this one. But this never happened to me before in a demo, but we got some really excited people here. All right, let's go back to our kind of restaurant API. We'll take a look at the ice cream here in a little bit. So what I want to do now is we've created several API endpoints here. So what I want to do is I want to explore these endpoints, right? So what I'll do is I'm going to go to the View menu and then Other Windows. And this is a new kind of experience that is relatively new in the past few months here. So it's called Endpoints Explorer. So let me go and open that up. Now we can see here I've got my restaurant API. So this will show you any web API endpoints that are discovered in your solution. So if you had several web projects, you would see those. Let me go ahead and expand this. So here we can see the different endpoints that I have. So these are the endpoints that we created. We've got the admin contact, and those are the CRUD operations for that, the contact, the menu items, menu item ordered, and then to-go order. So let's go ahead and start exploring this. So what can we do with the Endpoints Explorer? All right, so what I can do is I can right-click, and there's kind of two things. I can either go to where that endpoint is declared in the code with open in the editor, or I can do a generate request. So let's take a look at generate request. And let me close that one. We do have a bug where it kind of generates the request all the way at the very bottom here. So here's that request, and then instead of admin contact, I'll do contact because I don't have any admin contacts added. I'll go ahead and send that request, and then here's our kind of response. The formatted, the raw, the headers, the request. We saw some of these before, and now I want to talk a little bit more about other kind of features that we have here with the HTTP file in the 2 minutes that we have left. So we've got variables here that we talked about before, but also we have secret support. We only have like a minute and a half. But what I've done is I've used ASP.NET user secrets. So let me get this manage user secrets here. I've created a secret here, templates API key dev, and it should be some kind of restaurant thing here, but that's what I called it. And then I've also created a file here that's called http-client.env.json. So these could be, this is actually for your environment. So we have two different environments here. I have a dev and a staging environment here. And then I have different values for these variables. One of them comes from ASP.NET user secrets. This is a secret that's encrypted with Windows DP API, and then I also have Azure Key Vault. So let's take a look at that. All right, so here I'm using the message one. The message one is defined over here as message hello from dev, and then templates API key, that comes from user secrets, and then the secret from encrypted. So let me go ahead and send that off, and then we'll take a look at those values. We have 45 seconds. All right, so the encrypted one was not a secret. Oh, that's actually different. Hold on. So one thing that I forgot to mention is we have a, okay, hold on. We have an environment selector here that I forgot to select. Hold on. Okay, environment selector for dev. So now let me save that. We got 21 seconds. Let me go back to secrets here. Let me send that request one more time. Okay, so there's the value from encrypted with DP API. It's hard to read on this kind of small screen here. Value from user secrets is hello from user secrets. That's what I have over here, hello from user secrets. I'll change it to 222. Actually, I won't do that, but. And then I have the message. We also have Key Vault. So lots more. Take a look at that AKA link that's got those resources with lots more information of everything that we talked about here before today. Let me go ahead and do the host. Thank you very much. We got Q&A.
Thanks, Syed. Wow, you had a lot in there, so I'm really glad you were able to show us that right at the end. We do have a couple questions for you, so we'll go ahead and pull those up.
Yeah, so the first one is, can I open and close a persistent tunnel without releasing it?
Okay, I'm not sure what it means by can I open and close a persistent tunnel, but let me explain a persistent tunnel. If I'm in Visual Studio, I've got my web app, I create a persistent tunnel, I F5 to start my app, it will run with a particular URL. If I close Visual Studio, the tunnel doesn't have anything to connect to, right? The localhost is not there, and I think even the tunnel might even be turned off to save resources. When you go back to Visual Studio, whether it's 1 second later or an hour later or a week later, that same URL will be active, and the next time you do F5, if you pick the same tunnel, it still works. If there's an extended period of no usage, those tunnels will get recycled and removed. But hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, yeah, I think that clarifies.
Yeah.
Another one.
Any progress on dev tunnels with Docker Compose in launch mode?
You know, this has come up a couple times actually, and it's come up through not only the live streams like I do here, but also it's come through the Visual Studio developer community. And yeah, I'm going to be working with Docker team. I've pinged Docker tooling team a few times to start getting this going, and I will work harder to then get this added to Docker scenarios as well.
Excellent. So you're already working with the Docker team. It's something that we're collaborating on. Hopefully we'll see that in the pipelines in the near future.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Syed, for the awesome session.
Yeah, thanks so much. That's all the questions we have for today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to say a big thanks for everybody that's watching and the community that's not only watching this but also contributing to the code and helping us. We can't do anything without the community, so we do everything for you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that shout out, Syed. Thank you, Syed, for your session. And yeah, we're built on open source. We need the contributions. Your contributions is what builds .NET. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your hard work.
We have some messages here that I want to pop up.
Pizza! Pizza hacker.
Your
That
shirt
is
is awesome, Jamie.
Thank you.
We also want to shout out some love. People are trying out the product. Some people are not ready yet to change their apps and integrate Aspire. So like Martin here, he built an extension and is sharing with the community to see if that's an approach you want to take.
As of yesterday, built a whole
and he already
extension.
creating issues for .NET Aspire, so people are getting excited, but also what can I see more in the product? So keep those coming.
Yes, keep them coming. We want to know those feature requests. Oh,
okay.
There we go.
And then we have awesome resources for you to learn about .NET 8. We have the Learn collection for you to learn about, have tutorials, step-by-step tutorials for you to do Blazor, to do C#. And so we have aka.ms/learn-.net-8. That's where you're going to find all of our tutorials for .NET 8.
Yeah, but we really want to know how these tutorials and how .NET 8 is working for you. So we do have a survey, and we really take that feedback seriously. So if you're able to fill out the survey, that link is, we have that link right here. It's aka.ms/.net-survey. Please fill that out. It just takes a couple minutes. We really want to know what your .NET experience is like.
Yeah, and head out also to aka.ms/.net/videos for our beginner videos. They're going to teach you step by step. So we have the step-by-step tutorials, but we also have the videos breaking down all about what's .NET and building demos. And we are going to have all these sessions that you're watching during .NET Conf. We're going to have them on demand later. And so you're going to be able to catch up. If you missed anything, you'll be able to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. And next up, we have Bill Wagner covering Everyday C#, a blend of modern and time-tested features.
And we're finishing for today, so thanks for
you.
having.
All right, Bill, take it away.
So, as we talk about, what I'm here today for is Everyday C#. So what are we going to be trying to do here? And this is where I want to spend some of the introductory time, especially for the people who are already invested in .NET and you've been with us for a fair amount of this journey. .NET is now more than 20 years old. We were joking in one of the LDM meetings today, some of these C# 1.0 features, they're adults at this point. They've been around for a long time. So we keep adding things to the language. We keep making it better. That does mean it keeps getting bigger. So what that means for us as we're looking to move forward is, what should you be doing now? So I've been defining and reworking some of the docs to say that Everyday C#, it is the subset of features that almost everybody who's using C# should be using almost every day. These are the things that you're going to grab every day for any kind of algorithms you're writing, no matter what workloads you're using, whether it's cloud native, a console app, that WinForms app you're supporting, WPF, web forms, MVC, whatever. These are the things that you're going to use all the time. And it's this intersection of new and old things, and they're applicable everywhere. And why I really want to talk about that is that there's some natural biases we have on that. I will have people come up to me and say, should I be redoing everything that I've ever done because now there's all these new features? And no. So the first rule that we're going to have is Everyday C# doesn't mean edit all your code now and replace all the old things with all the new things. Because there's an incredibly high bar that the C# team has for language compatibility. And I just want to briefly show one of the things on here. This is the entire list of breaking changes in the C# language for C# 12. There's one. Okay, and the only one is that if you have a ref argument, you can pass it to an in parameter. That used to not compile, and now it does. So chances are you don't even hit that breaking change because it was code that wouldn't compile before, and now it does. In 11, we did have more. But if you want to go through these features in this area, what you're going to find is these are some really odd edge cases that we've had very few people really even hit this page and see these. And why that's important is as we look at what we're trying to do, and when you say, hey, here's what everyday C# is, here's the subset I'm teaching new C# developers today. It very much does not mean go back and you should redo everything in all of your apps. If you've got an app that's working, you're probably doing some active development on it. Adopt these areas as you update parts of the app just naturally because it's new features or it's bug fixes that you need to do or it's refactorings you want to do. Then adopt the new things that we're talking about. So it very much doesn't also mean use only the new features. The old stuff, you'll never hear me say that old features are deprecated in the language because they're not. They still compile. It also doesn't mean we're going after one of these biases we have is that for those of us who have been in .NET for a long time, the new syntax looks new and it looks different. So that feels harder because we've known these old techniques for 10, 15, 20 years even, and these brand new things that just got released in C# 12, we haven't seen them for that long yet. Even if you've been following previews, they may have only been live for a few months. So everyday C#, what I've been doing is I take this idea of if I were teaching someone brand new to C# today, what would I teach them? Some newer features are great beginner features. They're great to just start out, and that's the way you should code and write code today. Older features may not necessarily be easier. So we're going to say what we want you to do is as you're writing the code that you're writing and updating your application, start incorporating these. Some of these you may want to take one PR and say, I'm converting this entire folder to file scope namespaces because then I get those extra 4 columns back and it's just easier to read. And that way it's just one PR because there's all the white space diff everywhere up and down the page. Other ones, it's like, I'm only updating this class. I'm going to start incorporating some new features. So we're going to start to roll with those kinds of things. But it doesn't mean, it very much doesn't mean, go redo all the stuff that you've been doing. So let's spend some time, and I want to talk about some of the things that we've been doing over the last few releases that I think are some of the key things that I'm starting to teach beginners, and I would recommend adopting in everything that you're doing today. So I'm going to start with a feature we've done for in a few areas. I'm going to do this in SharpLab. I'm going to talk about records. So what we're doing with records is, this is one of the ones that's confusing more for the people who've been with us on this journey because we added records, then we added record structs, and now we've added primary constructors on every type you can create. And that can be easy, it's easy to get caught up in thinking about them based on the order that we added them to the language. And that's not the best way to think about them. Instead, think about it as a record is a way to say, for the compiler, please write all of these methods that I want to support value-based equality in either a class or a struct. And here's what I mean. Let's look at this. We have a person. I've got first name, last name, age. I've got their date. And I've said that the first name and last name are required. You have to set a person's name. And then we'll allow you to change it later. Maybe we don't know their age for this app. Maybe we don't need to know their birthday, but we've got something in place. And we can see what the compiler generates for this over on the right side. It's got backing fields for our auto-implemented properties. We've seen those for several releases. We've got a constructor. that's going to be marked as obsolete because we maybe don't need it. And we've got the compiler generated things as a sharp lab thing just to show that the attributes that are used. Now, if I add the record modifier here, and now if we look at what the compiler generates, okay, some of these we've seen that we saw before, and now there's this equality contract that returns a type. Okay, that helps implement value-based equality. If I'm comparing a person, or maybe something where a person is something derived from a person, make sure that they're the same types. And we call the equality method on the most derived type. We still have our same properties, and then we get to a lot of other things that the compiler implements for it. On a record, the compiler adds toString. It's going to append the type name, which is person. It's going to put this bracket. And then it's going to call this print members method that takes this string builder. And then it's going to append a space. And then eventually it puts the closing bracket in place. And if we look at print members, we can see that that's virtual. So now any derived class is going to add its own print members that adds its own additional properties that it's printing out, and then it'll call the base class, and you'll get this really nice structure of printing out all the members in this record. We've got an operator not equals. We've got an operator equals, both of which are going to do the correct thing. We've got a get hash code that's pretty much going to be a pretty reasonable get hash code based on the types of your properties. I'll explain a little bit more on that in a sec. We've got the override for object equals that checks the object as a person and returns the right type. And it's got the virtual bool equals, and it's got a clone method that is compiler generated so it can support withers, and it's got a copy constructor. So just by calling it a record, we've added all these things. Now, these are great defaults. And now I specifically mentioned the get hash code member because if you really, really want to do some performance tuning, and if you really know some things about your type, the hash code method that the compiler generates is going to be based on the types of all the properties. So age being an int, it's got a range that probably isn't reasonable for a person, because it goes up to those, a full 32-bit integer. So you may find, if you do some performance testing and you do some tests on your type, that you can do a better hash code because the age, maybe it's for, the app Dustin and Mad showed yesterday where it's mostly students. Maybe they're mostly between the ages of 15 and 25. Maybe it's, some other database where it's all people who are between 40 and 70, whatever it is. You may have a different range, and you may want to do something slightly different with some of the properties. What would happen is if you did add one of those, then the compiler would use your method instead of the version from the record. So the way to think about records is you have value-based equality, and the compiler just automatically remembers all the methods that are part of value-based equality, equals, not equals, get hash code, doing it up and down a hierarchy, and withers so that I can do non-destructive mutation. Now, in the same way, if I make this a struct, now I'm going to have some different things in here because now it's a struct. Once again, it goes back a lot closer to the things that we were doing with just the class. We've got our compiler-generated backing fields, we've got our properties, and so on. And then if I make it a record struct, I'm going to get much of the same methods, but there's going to be a couple subtle differences. One of them is that print members is no longer a virtual method because I can't derive, more structs from this. And the other one that changes a little bit, that's pretty much it. We don't have a type compare method either because we don't need one. Once again, because we don't have that inheritance hierarchy. So we've added these things that make it easier to do just pure data when you want value-based equality, and go ahead and use them. So now let's move over into Visual Studio, and let's look at a couple of the other things that we really like. The other one I want to talk about is collection expressions. So if you look at historically, we've had different ways that you could initialize a collection. You know, we have to new up an array and we give it values inside curly braces. We can call array.empty to make an empty one. You know, we can put it inside some other parameter, you know, as expression and make it something new. We can do lists the same way. We can make a span. We can make a span that does a stack alloc, and so on. All of these things, you have to remember which way do you want to do it, depending on the performance characteristics, depending on what type of collection it is. Well, let's just change these now. So if I want to use collection expressions, and we have a nice little handy refactoring now, that should be here. And it just looks like that. I now have something that looks like an array, square brackets around it, just the elements that are in it. I can do the same thing with, no matter what the type of collection is, my array.empty. I now have just an empty collection expression. This one where I'm doing bytes, and I'm putting it inside a parameter. Okay, my argument is now this collection expression. And what will happen there, since write byte array, if we scroll down a little bit, that takes an array of bytes. That's going to create an array. So it's going to take that collection expression and then say the type that's expected is an array. So let's create the array. If I've got my span here, you can see we have the stack alloc here. Because I wanted that on the stack, I'm going to make it a collection expression. I don't need to remember to use stack alloc to get something efficient that doesn't allocate an array and put something on the heap that may need to get garbage collected. This one is really rather important. When you use collection expressions, when you update to that new feature, the way it has been implemented and the way we spec'd it out, the compiler can choose the most efficient way to construct the collection type that's needed. So in this case, you're trying to make a span. It's a span that doesn't escape, you know, this method. I'm using top-level statements, so the compiler's generating a main method for me. And that date span doesn't escape that method. So it can be allocated on the stack and avoids an allocation, and then it just goes away when it's gone. Same thing here when I call write byte span. I can make that a collection expression. I don't need to remember if I can put it on the stack or not. The compiler will do it for me. So I get a simpler syntax, and it's going to generate as efficient or more efficient code. And the final example on collection expressions is this one here where we're talking about the spread operator, that dot dot. So I've got two arrays of numbers, and then I'm just going to concatenate them together and add some more elements after it, and I've just made this collection expression that has more things in it. And this is one of the keys that we're trying to do as we move forward with any of the features we're trying to develop. We look at it in terms of, is the syntax easier than what you're already doing to solve the same problem? Does it write something that's more clear, or at least as clear? And maybe with less typing. But certainly clarity is one of the big variables there. And secondly, can we spec it out in such a way that the compiler can write the most efficient code possible? And you need to worry less about, you know, is this going to be on the heap or the stack, or is it going to get allocated, or is it copied, and this and that. We really try to give the compiler the chance to do the best thing it can and make it as fast as possible. So that's collection expressions. The third one, which I think is one of the things that I really like in terms of where this can go for people who have got apps that have been around a while. So pattern matching lets us build something that's kind of like a set of if-then-elses, and we can just describe a pattern. So if I want to say, what state is water? Well, if it's greater than 212 degrees Fahrenheit, it's a gas. If it is between 32 and 212, it's a liquid. If it's exactly 32, it's transitioning between solid and liquid. If it's less than 32, it's transitioning to a solid. And I can rearrange these since they're all distinct and know that they always work. Okay. I can make them a little bit smaller, put them in different orders, use basically a discard pattern, say anything else can be the last one. Now, where this is really useful for you if you've been developing an app for a while and you keep getting some kind of new, some new features show up, and you have to modify the app and you have to add logic. Pretty soon you can end up with something like this, almost 2 pages of code. So this is from a tutorial that I've got the link in one of the last slides. And the simulation is, you're doing this system to calculate tolls for a highway going into and out of a city. And after a few different iterations, the Department of Transportation has said, we really want to encourage people to use mass transit at different times. So we're going to increase the tolls at peak times, but only when traffic is the right kind of peaks. We want trucks going overnight, so nobody's trying to go in or out of the town. And we want people going inbound during morning rush hour to be, super expensive. Take mass transit instead. People going out of town, we want it to be expensive on the way home because we want them to encourage mass transit. And if you build this as an if then else, you start like testing these different variables about what day or time is it, and are you going in or going out, and you've got all this logic. And that's hard to reason about. And it's hard to write good tests about because you've got these variables and you're tracing through if and else, and did you hit every branch and did you do stuff? So let's build a few small pattern matching elements, and then we can make it more clear and more simple. So I'll start with, say, I've got an is weekday switch. So I've got a pattern matching expression, and I'm just going to look at the date time dot day of week, and if it's Monday through Friday, it's a weekday. If it's Saturday or Sunday, it's not. Well, and I can even make this simpler now that I've just typed out every single time. I can say if it's Saturday or Sunday, I'm going to just remove all these extra 5 things. That's going to be false. And otherwise, no matter what it is, it's going to be a weekday. Okay? So now, I can start to simplify these if I do it. And then I can define an enumeration to say, what time band am I in? And then I can use pattern matching along with some OR logic and some greater than less than, and say, if it's before 6 or after 7 at night, it's overnight. After that, if it's less than 10 in the morning, then it's morning rush. If it's less than 4 in the afternoon, now it's daytime, and it's evening rush if it's after 4 o'clock, but then before 7 because of the order of these. So that now becomes a small method. And now I can build this relatively simple table that has all the possible time bands, and whether it's a weekday, and whether you're going into or out of the city. And now I can build something that looks like this. Okay, that's got all the different cases in it. And then I can simplify a few things. Like I can look at all of these rows and go, anytime on the weekend, I've just said it's 1. So I'm going to take the first one. I'm just going to replace the variables with the discard and say, all of these are going to be, 1. And if you look now, I see red squiggles on the things on the arms later. And that means I can get rid of them. They've already been covered by the switch in front of them. And I can go and make quite a few more of these if I want to. And eventually you'll end up with something like this. And say if it's a weekday and it's overnight, you get a discount. If it's a weekday and it's daytime, there's a small premium. And if it's morning rush, you pay double. If it's evening rush and you're going out of town, you pay double. Anything else, it's just, that simple 1 by regular rate. Okay, so I've taken something that looks like this. You can see starts on line 26, 2 pages of code all the way to 71. At least we did put all the braces in there. I could take all those out and it'd be shorter, but even harder to understand. And I've turned it into the exact same code that is only 8 lines long, but it's 8 clear lines. It's easy to read and it's easy to see what you're doing. Is it a weekday? Are you going in or out of the city? And what time band are you in? And I've got those 3 things, and that's all it is. And that's what pattern matching adds for us. It gives us this way of being able to break down our if then else logic or some other logic and control flow and go, I know what I'm trying to test, and let's just build an expression for it. And then what pattern matching does with a switch expression is it ensures two things. It ensures that you've handled every possible input, or you'll get warnings, and it ensures that every one of these switch arms is reachable. If it's not, then you'll start to get errors. Okay, so what did that mean in terms of where we're going, and what should you be doing? So I'm going to keep working on updating our docs. So the fundamentals for C# are going to really start to incorporate more of these concepts. That area is going to keep being updated to incorporate features that we think belong in everyday C#. And I only covered some of them. There's raw string literals. There's a few other things I think everybody should be using really early in their journey of learning C#. And that also means that you as an experienced .NET dev, go ahead and pick those up as you're writing code. Talked primarily about pattern matching and collection expressions, which is new in C# 12. Primary constructors, which Dustin and Mads talked about a lot yesterday. Can add some of that in here with more time. And record modifiers, when it's the right thing. It generates all those methods for you, but only when those are the methods you want. So what should you be doing in your project? Well, as you're writing code, when you've got a positive impact and you can say use pattern matching to make some logic simpler, use it immediately. Just take that opportunity and rewrite that. If it's nice, but it's minimal impact, schedule it and adapt it as you make some updates. Say, hey, maybe there's a point where I'm going to update to the next release and we've got all this code that's using different namespaces and extra brackets. Add file scope namespaces. It's just going to make it look a little nicer. And then most importantly, you should build a subset that matches your product. There are things I think I'm probably not going to include for everyone, like a lot of the ref safety features. If that's really important for your product, you should add those and say, we're going to just go all in on the perf stuff because maybe our app does a great deal of numeric processing or whatever. And it's working with large data sets and I really need that. Or maybe you definitely don't want something we're recommending in general. That's totally up to you. So build a subset that matches your own everyday C#. So obviously download and get .NET 8. This latest release, we're really proud of it. We're happy. Look at what's new in C#. Adapt the features you want. You saw Dustin and Mads talk about that a lot yesterday. Look at the everyday C# GitHub project. There's where I'm keeping my notes as to what I want to add, how I want to rework the entire TOC for the .NET C# guide. I'm interested in your thoughts on this. And the pattern matching tutorial, where I took that bit of the pattern matching example, is right there in our fundamental section. Go ahead and browse through that and walk through the whole scenario and see how we build everything. And with that, we're getting pretty much right there where we're ready for some questions. Jeff, I guess you're here now for Q&A.
Bill, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much. I love hearing you talk about pattern matching because I feel like that's one of those hidden features in C# that folks that have been around for a while and we're so used to doing, switch statements and if-then statements because we've been writing those forever. Pattern matching feels like a hidden gem that makes your code so much more readable. Thank you for digging in on that.
It's one of the ones I really like. It's a lot of fun.
When we think about some of those recommendations and features that you're talking about, what role do you think unit testing should play for folks to make sure that they actually don't break their code and they move things forward a little bit?
Well, I think it's really important, honestly. I will say that when I wrote this whole pattern matching tutorial, I was writing tests alongside it, any of the algorithms, to make sure that as I was introducing these new the new constructs that the behavior was the same. No, I think that is definitely one of the things you should have. I would say just in general, anytime you're changing code, having tests around it, in whatever form, gives you the confidence to change code and know you're not breaking anything. Especially if they're going to be kind of large scale tests. Like if I were to take, that pattern matching example, that's a good, 80 lines of code. And if I'm rewriting it completely, I definitely want some tests around it to know that I'm getting the same results, especially if that's my intent, right?
It's an
This should work the
insurance
same.
policy that you've taken out for yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, great stuff. I've got one more question I want to make sure that I touch on with you, and it's from the .NET Cookbook up here. They're asking, how does implicit typing work with collection expressions?
How does implicit typing work with collection expressions? That is a great question. And if you notice that neither Mads nor Dustin or I talked about it a whole lot, and part of that is we're not sure exactly how that should work. So if I were to do something like, yeah, that's actually great, Copilot. Go ahead and just type that. Do something like that. You notice it doesn't compile, okay? And part of that is we're not sure what type it should be. There's good arguments that it should be an array or a list or a span or a read-only span. So we couldn't settle on a design. So that feature's not there yet. But what is there, and if you notice from the error that I'm getting, it says there is no target type for the collection expression. So a collection expression doesn't have a type, okay? It is an expression that knows how to build multiple collection types. So when I put anything here, and I say, let's say if I say this is an array, it's like, okay, now those numbers go into an array. If I say read-only span event, now it goes into a read-only span event. I could make it a list. I can make it any collection type, anything that knows how to be a collection, and a collection expression can be assigned to it.
Awesome.
Okay,
oh my
so
gosh.
that means
Very
you
flexible.
can use it for arguments. You can use it for initializing variables, what have you. Yep.
Very cool. Well, thanks so much, Bill. We really appreciate you talking to us today about everyday C# as part of .NET Conf.
All right, and thank you, and definitely leave me some comments and help me build the right subset.
All righty. Catch you later, Bill.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff.
Friends, it's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and this is .NET Conf. I hope you're having a good morning, a good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you might be joining us watching .NET Conf. We've got so much more for you. We're only part of the way through day 2 of our 3-day event here. Look, there's all kinds of ways that you can interact with our speakers, with our content. .NET 8 is now available for you. Go download it now. We've got a link for you to download .NET 8. Check it out. Go to aka.ms/get-.net-8. Make sure you check that out. Get your hands on .NET 8 and get started. Make sure you check out all the stuff about .NET Conf at .NETConf.net. Now, we've got a lot more coming up, lots more content for you, and we've got another session coming up here in just a few minutes. So I want to make sure you tune around, you catch some of the stuff. I want to hear from you. There are so many things that we're talking about and that we want to celebrate around .NET 8, around our community. Make sure you check out and send us messages on Mastodon, on Twitter, on Twitch, and even on our forum on the website. Let me get ready now to hand this over to our next set of speakers. We have Stefan Halter, Jeremy Lickness, talking about ASP.NET Core Authentication and how it's been simplified. Stefan and Jeremy, the stage is yours.
All right. I am so excited to be here to share what our team has been working hard on over the past year to simplify the authentication experience. I'm a product manager on .NET Web Backends, and I'm here with Stefan.
Hi, yep, and I'm an engineer on ASP.NET who's recently been working on Blazor and Auth.
Awesome. So I'm going to jump right in and talk about what we've done here. So this is not the only reason we decided to look at Auth, but it's a very visible issue. It's by far the most upvoted issue in our repo. And the question is about better options for authentication. Now, authentication has a lot of different flavors, and so we weren't able to tackle every single permutation. But I do want to talk about the two obvious things that we discussed. One is the idea of a full OAuth 2 OIDC server. I know that's a big request, and the team looked at this, and it's such a large undertaking, and there's so many options that are already out there. We've got paid solutions like our own Microsoft Intra or the Duende solution with Identity Server, And there's also free and open source solutions for this, like Keycloak and OpenEdict. And so what we decided to do was focus on these projects that use the ASP.NET Core identity that's built in. It's a large set of projects, and it really is for dealing with that scenario when a developer has a single app that maybe has a mobile or a desktop client and doesn't want the overhead or complexity of configuring the server. So we proposed this, we got some feedback on it, and what we created was this set of identity APIs. And these APIs are designed out of the box with data transfer objects to make it straightforward for you to build those identity pieces in your single page applications and Blazor WebAssembly applications that require a user to register and log in and perform those basic identity tasks. Now, the full identity system is still there and available on the server side. These are a new set of APIs that we expose for consumption by clients. And I just want to point out, and we'll see this in the examples, that these also provide things like validation feedback with problem details in the responses, so you can programmatically parse what's going on and display that result. So what I want to do is just jump right into some code and show you what it looks like with these APIs to secure a web API endpoint. And then I'm also going to look at consuming it from an Angular and a Blazor WebAssembly client, and then I'll turn it over to Stefan. So let's pop over to Visual Studio. And so what I've done here is I've just created a basic basic ASP.NET Core Web API. This has that default weather forecast example that's built into it. And I'm going to open up the project file to show you two packages I'm going to add. Identity is actually built into ASP.NET Core, but if I want to opt into the features I'm going to show you where we're using Entity Framework Core to maintain all the data for the users, we're going to add two packages. And one of those is the Entity Framework Core. That's sort of the glue that marries the two pieces together. And then the other is the implementation of Entity Framework Core. What database do you want to use? SQL Server, SQLite, another relational database. So you have to choose that provider. Because I want to limit the amount of time I spend on this, I'm using the in-memory provider, which is there for demos. It's not there for production use. But we're going to open up the program.cs, and this is the default code that is generated. And we're going to go down to the bottom, and I'm just going to add what's called a DB context. And this just tells Entity Framework Core what we expect from the database that it's going to model and interface for us. And I'm inheriting from a built-in identity database. Now you can customize the identity user and you can customize the database. So we give you these hooks, but I'm just going to plug into the default out of the box and override the constructor so that I can configure some options for that. So let's take that class, and now we're going to pop up to the top, and I'm really going to add just three little sections here. So the first one tells me that I want to use authorization. The second one configures that DB context that I just set up. And the third one is actually activating the identity API endpoints. So we're basically opting into exposing those endpoints. And it also does a lot behind the scenes for configuring support for both tokens and cookies. And we'll see that in a second. Now, if I pop back to the bottom, there's just two more things I'm going to do in this simple application. I'm going to require authorization on that endpoint so that we've secured that API. And I'm also going to expose those endpoints. So we activated them earlier, but we need to route them, and Map Identity API actually maps them so that they're available. So now if I hit F5 and build, and I'm going to spare you waiting for the build to go through, we pop up on our Swagger UI screen. Now, because I'm in development mode and debugging the application, it's showing me this UI that has introspected my APIs and given me definitions. So I can expand the weather forecast definition, for example, and see exactly what's expected from this API, both input and output. And then I've got this lovely try it out button that I can click, and that gives me this execute. So if I had parameters, I would set my parameters. In this case, I'm just going to click execute. And because I secured that endpoint, what I'm getting is this 401 response that's telling me I'm not authorized to the endpoint. So how do we, as a client application, get that authentication set up? First thing I'm going to do is go over to the register endpoint. Now this endpoint defines really just two parameters, right? The email and the password of the user. So what I can do is click that try it out button and put in my super complex password right here and click execute. And what it's going to do is come back and give me a list of validation issues. And this can change. It's completely configurable based on the password policy that you follow. So I'm going to come back and give it a better password, which has non-alpha digits and capital letters and everything else. And this time I get a 200 OK. So I'm registered in the system. So I should be able to log in. We'll walk over to the login piece, and you'll notice that we've got a couple query string parameters that we can pass, as well as a schema for what we're going to send in the body. I'm not going to cover two-factor, so I'm going to ignore those parameters. And I'm also not going to talk about session cookies right now. The important thing for me is that I set use cookies to true. That's our default experience. That's the most secure way to use this built-in identity system. And then I'm going to put my email and password in the body just the same way I registered them. So I click execute and I get that nice 200 response code. And because I'm using cookies, there shouldn't be any other work for me to pop back over to our weather forecast API. And I'm going to go ahead and open up my network settings so you can see what happens on the wire. And when I click submit, I actually get a response body this time, which is great. I get that nice 200 code and I get results back. So it's recognized I'm authenticated. And if we look over at the network side, you can see it's sent a cookie inside of that request. Now, let's say that you have a client that, for whatever reason, can't support cookies. We do provide a proprietary token that basically I just say use cookies equals false, or I don't even set that parameter. And by default, we'll generate a set of tokens. And there's an access token that you can use for authentication, and there's a refresh token that will allow you to extend the session without forcing the user to log in again. And if we look at the way those are used, this is the new HTTP format that you can run web requests from within your browser. And you'll notice that I simply set that header and pass the token in the header to make that pass. Now, let's say I have an Angular client. How would I consume this in the client? Here's a simple client. This is in our samples, by the way, so you're able to view the source code for this today. And when I click on that weather forecast, I've set it to redirect to sign in. So let's zoom in and actually register so that we can access this application. I'm going to give it a bad password at first so you can see my Angular client has parsed the validation errors and displayed them. They came from the server. Now I'm going to log in successfully. And finally, I get my weather forecast and notice that my sign in button has changed to a sign out button, and then I can log out. So if we look at the code real briefly, I know not everyone's an Angular developer, but I've built an authentication service that the Angular app can use. And if we look at the login piece, the key here is that I'm using the cookies. And if I have a successful login or not, I raise an event to notify the rest of the application that my authentication status has changed. So it knows if I've signed in or signed out. Now, because of that and the things that rely on that service, I can create something called an auth guard, which in Angular basically establishes whether a route can be navigated to or not. And so in this case, I'm not only saying that you have to be signed in if you're using the auth guard, but I'm redirecting you to the sign-in page if you're not. And using that auth guard is as simple as just adding this can activate property on your route definition. And then finally, when we get the weather forecast, we have to do one small thing in the Angular application, and that's make sure that it sends their credentials because it doesn't do it by default. Now, you can use something called an interceptor to override this and make that the default behavior for everything. So in our Blazor WebAssembly has a built-in set of components that work with authentication, regardless of the type of authentication you're using. So to use the new identity APIs, I basically just customized something called the Authentication State Provider. You'll see that in my login, it looks a lot like the Angular service. I'm basically on success raising an event to note that it changed. And then in that request that asks for my authentication state, I'm calling an endpoint that's authorized. So if I'm not logged in, this is going to fail. If I am logged in, I can build a set of claims based on the user's identity and authenticate them. This is all activated throughout the app using this cascading authentication state that I wrap in the app.razor. And then I have this authorized route view. And this just makes the authentication work so that when the events fire, all of your components update. And then you can do the simple, I'm going to protect this with authorized. So if they're not signed in, they can't access it. And you can also use a view that allows you to specify a different fragment of UI based on whether they're authorized or not authorized. So that's a more flexible way if you don't want to block access to that entire component. And then here's the sample app. If I log in with a bad, well, I'm trying to register with a bad password, you can see that's also parsing the results. And then there I am completely logged in. Now that was just a very simple example of what's possible, but we've done a lot with the Blazor WebAssembly, with the Blazor Web App template. And Stefan is going to walk you through all the new changes with a brand new Blazor identity UI that we have. And I'm going to turn it over to Stefan.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. That was a great demo. From the past, I've been working on things like Cache on Signaler, and I got to work a lot on this map identity API. And I've been thrilled to see the feedback. People like being able to submit JSON requests and not have to deal with anti-forgery and tokens and stuff. And I like how you called it a proprietary token. That sounds fancy. But I like to call it opaque. It's encrypted. You can't read it on the client, but you can do what Jeremy did and then use the with credentials to make sure the cookie gets to the server and the server can tell you whatever you want. And after I worked on Map Identity API, like Jeremy said, I worked on the formerly known as Blazor United template to add auth to it. So if we want to look at this, we got just released update to Visual Studio 2022 with all the .NET 8 goodness, and we're going to do the Blazor web app template, which I'm sure you saw a lot of yesterday. If not, please go back and watch it. And there's some great demos. So while this is an authentication simplified talk, I'm going to make this as complicated as possible by choosing the auto interactive mode. So this means that we have WebAssembly rendering, server interactive rendering with a circuit, and server pre-rendering. And all of these need to be able to get this authentication state that Jeremy was talking about earlier. So the question is, what's the best way to do that? So I'm gonna, like a cooking show, take this pre-baked template out of the oven, and I will show you what we have going on. So I made a few edits to this that I commented out just to show you how you can modify this template, but otherwise it's pretty basic. And compared to the normal non-authentication template, the biggest thing you're going to notice is that you have this account folder. And this defines all of the identity related Razor components like login, register, it allows you to manage your account, change email, things of that nature. But to support this, we did a bunch of things. So we added cascading authentication state. This is just another way to do what Jeremy showed you earlier with a tag. We can also put this in our program CS. Since we chose the auto interactivity mode, we have both a server and client project. If you watched Steve's demo yesterday, you will have learned that the client components, like this auth required component, can run on the server during pre-rendering and also rendered interactivity via WebAssembly or server interactivity. So maybe this should have been called a .everywhere assembly or a .everywhere project, but it's really important to know this. Just because this is in the client project doesn't mean this
a component is solely rendered via WebAssembly. So this leads to the question of what's the best way to authenticate this? Historically, with SPA applications, you only have to authenticate on the client side and because you don't have to pre-render sensitive data. But if you do want to be able to pre-render data that only an authenticated user can see, you basically are forced to use cookies, right? Because that's the only credential a browser is going to send normally. I mean, there are like cert flows and so forth, but we're not going to focus on that. So that's exactly what we'll do. A lot of things are going to seem familiar with this template compared to what you just saw with that map identity API sample. This is individual auth. So it's using ASP.NET Core identity. We're registering our DB context, which gives us our EF identity stores. And we have this application user, which you can then add custom properties to. And then furthermore, by default, we require that you have a confirmed email account. So to help with that, we showed you how you can register an iEmail sender. This is new in .NET 8, the generic iEmail sender of application user. So this means that any properties that you add to your type, you can now access as you're sending people confirmation emails. So if you want to include any extra information you have about that user in your email, that is now possible. So that's exciting. We're using cookies on the server, but what about the WebAssembly rendering? How are we handling that? Does the client have to authenticate separately, doing somewhat like OIDC flow? We decided not to do that. We were doing something simpler. So first, we have the authentication state provider, which we're adding to the DI container in the server project. So this is a lot like the cookie authentication state provider you saw before in the WASM project, but this is running on the server. And it's using persistent component state to take the authentication state from the server and then transfer that to the client via a user info option. So since we choose interactivity auto, sometimes there is a SignalR circuit that can be long running. So if you'd ever run the individual auth with the Blazor server in previous .NET releases, you might have seen this validate security stamp logic. So that means that, you know, if someone, say, changes their password while someone is still connected in, you know, another browser session, this will log you out as it sees the security stamp changes. And by default, you know, it's checking that every 30 minutes. But perhaps the more interesting thing is that we have this on persisting function, which takes the authentication state on the server, which we hook via authentication state changed, and then we persist that as JSON using user info. So to be clear here, we do not take your entire claims principal and serialize this. This is all in your Blazor project from the template. So if you want more information available in the client claims principal via the client authentication state, you will need to add that to this user info, like POCO, that we're serializing as JSON. So this is one half. So this is already exposing the authentication state to the server. Most of the implementation is here in this framework defined revalidating authentication state provider, which then you know, hooks the normal authentication events on the server. So if you have authenticated your app the way you have authenticated a typical Razor Pages or MVC app, you will have that authentication state available to your server-side Blazor component. But then when we take that to your client-side Blazor component, we have another authentication state provider. So one thing to note is that on the server, we do not have any client-side rendering of any of these account components. So since they're accessing what's known as the user manager, so if you were to take a look at like login.razor, for instance, where, you know, injecting the sign-in manager, which is associated with the user manager, and all of these services that are available in identity are only available on the server. So we render that there. But once we transition from pre-rendering to the client, we also use persistent component state to then read So you see we have that as a constructor parameter that's dependency injected. So we read that same user info that we wrote on the server, and we configure this authentication state pass that we then make available to things like the authorized view and stuff for rendering. So without further ado, we have an app. We're gonna just do a quick register. There are minimum password requirements, like Jeremy told you earlier. It's more or less the same. You'll see that you have to confirm your email account, since that was something that we opted into on the server when we set up at Identity Core. So that's part of the template. If you look at the register confirmation razor, you'll see that we are rendering a link to configure your account only if you haven't configured a new email sender. So that's what we're going to use right here. We're just going to click that link. That's the same link that would have been emailed, and then we can now log in, and that's exciting. What we can also do is with the, did I mistype my password? I hope, yes. And now, yes, I'm logged in as test.example.com on the auth required page, test.example, exciting. If you want to look in the F12 browser tools and we refresh and we look at the console, you'll see that we have transferred to WebAssembly rendering. So there's the pre-rendering stuff, and then it got re-rendered in WebAssembly, and the same user's still there. That's very exciting. And then, so what if I want to be able to use an external login, right? I already am using Microsoft Entra or whatever. I kind of gave it away earlier when I showed this common.code. I used user secrets to already configure the client ID and the client secret. I'm running this from here, so I'll just restart it after making those changes. And you'll notice that with just adding this call to add Microsoft account on the server project, and then we did also add a NuGet reference, we should, if all goes according to plan, be able to link external login to our account. So we have this Microsoft thing. The same is true. You can log in directly with the Microsoft account, and then it will have you basically create an account while you log in for the first time. So here we have it set up. I did the portal things. I'll use my corporate account, and instead of being test.example.com, hopefully now, I'm still test.example.com, but linked to Microsoft. And if I wanted to have a Microsoft login specifically, that works too. But it sees that I'm associated already. So I think we're running kind of low on time. How much time do we have left? Sorry, I probably should. All right. Well, that's mostly what I wanted to show. We also support 2FA. I had a little something exciting to show there with setting up. I'm using .NET, or it used to be .NET Interactive. Now it's a Polyglot notebook to act as like the fake QR code authenticator app on your phone. But we got that too. So all sorts of features. And so is it time for questions?
I believe it is.
Questions? Stefan and Jeremy, hello. It's good to see you, friends. You're landing in a couple topics here that I'm really interested in, and some of our friends out here on Twitch and Mastodon and of course Twitter or X and our website have some questions for you also. I want to start with this one, and this is a question that I kind of stumbled into and I needed some help with. Our friend Thindall on Twitch is asking, can I entirely remove local accounts and use only third-party services? So you added a Microsoft login there. I want to remove the local user ID and password so it's only Microsoft account. Can we do that easily?
Yes, we don't have a template for that right now, and I don't know if you can go back to like sharing my screen, but the nice thing is the way we've layered authentication is normally when you're doing OIDC, right, with say Razor or MVC controller, you are doing the authentication flow on the server, you redirect back and you issue a cookie, right? So like all of that still works, and we're nailing some of the documentation out there. I think we can link to a GitHub issue where we already have a sample available for that. But all you need to do is call hpcontext.challenge async with your OIDC authentication handler scheme name, and you should be good. You still will need something like Jeremy's, authentication state provider stuff, but you don't need any of those identity pages, right? Since you don't have a local account to manage.
Don't have to update your password. So.
Right.
Yeah. There was one other question I wanted to make sure that I reached to and discussed with you. Where did it go? It is, here it is. From Daniel over on Twitter asks, is the new authentication solution an appropriate use for a mobile app backend or for an IoT app backend?
Should I speak to this?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
I think it is. I worked on it, so I might be biased. I will say the one thing that we wouldn't recommend it for is like single sign-on. So if you're trying to authenticate like a suite of apps or allow, basically third-party apps to authenticate, you should be running a OIDC solution. This Map Identity API is not designed for that. It's designed for local auth. It's more similar to cookies, but you can absolutely use it with like IoT. And what was the other kind of client?
Mobile applications.
Yeah, and mobile apps. Yeah, that's like primary use case that we designed this for.
Yeah, and I wanted to do a quick plug too. We added a bunch of new documentation, and we're still building samples for you. So take a look at the new docs. They talk to you a little bit about what's expected and not expected from using the new APIs, as well as samples for using it in different scenarios. And as we get feedback from scenarios that aren't covered, we'll work on building those.
That's great. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, friends. It's great to have you as part of .NET Conf, and we'll talk to you next time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care.
See ya.
We are continuing on here at .NET Conf. My name is Jeff Fritz. You've probably seen me on Twitch or YouTube, writing code live on stream. I know there's folks out there in the chat room that are looking at this app and they recognize we built this app live on Twitch together with .NET 8. We added in some of those authentication things that Jeremy and Stefan were showing us just in that prior session. Check it out. The source code for this is available online. Go to github.com/fritzinfriends/tagzap to learn more. While you're out browsing, of course, everything .NET Conf is going on at www.netconf.net. And while you're there, we've got surveys for you to fill out to tell us how we're doing. Not just how .NET 8 is, but also how much you're enjoying the event. And we've got lots of sponsors out there that I want to make sure you check out because they've provided us with swag bags that you can enter and have a chance to win. They've provided the Secret Decoder Challenge out there, a game that you can participate in and you can win actually some pretty big ticket prizes out there. Check it all out on the website, and our sponsors are all linked there. We're really happy to have some of them on board with us. .netconf.net is where you can find them. All right, it's time for our next session. We're going to be handing it off to Mike Roussos and Olya Gavrish, who are going to be talking about migrating .NET applications to Azure. Mike, Olya, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you so much for joining this session on how to migrate your .NET applications to Azure. Before jumping into how, let's cover a few reasons why you might want to migrate from on-premises to cloud. And the first one that comes to your mind is cost savings. So you can save money on resources, maintenance, sometimes even real estate cost by paying only for cloud resources that you use. You can also optimize your workloads to run more efficiently and cost effectively on Azure. Whatever you use occasionally, you pay only when you use it. The next reason is flexibility. When demand spikes or goes down for your application, you can alter your resources instantly on demand. And you can also run your workloads closer to your users by using Azure's global network of data centers. Security is a very important point, and Azure provides built-in security features and tools to help protect your applications and data. Security patching is usually done by Azure, so you don't have to worry about that. Also, you can easily back up and recover your apps with Azure. And for extra protection, you can even store your backups in different geographical regions. If you have any requirements for compliance for your applications, Azure offers solutions for that and for various industries such as finance, healthcare, government, etc. And you have a single dashboard to manage and monitor all your resources. There are also Azure services to gain insights and analytics for your applications, and there are many more reasons. But in this talk, we wanted to focus on how to migrate and show you new things that we have for you. So when the decision is made, the process of migration applications usually works like that. First, like business decision, then overall evaluation, and then actual engineers are tasked to move applications to cloud. And that's usually when there's a lot of frustrations and pain points happening, because every application is different and have different dependencies, different specifics. When you move up to Azure, not necessarily it will just work. There might be some code changes that are required. In every case, it's a unique code changes, and there were no tooling or no straight guidance for all applications on how to approach that. That's the feedback we got from you guys, and we worked on building a tool that will help you with that and guide you through the journey. And you probably have heard about Azure Migrate. That is a great tool. And before, the experience was focused around agent-based VM and application discovery. So Azure Migrate provided a high-level VM config and large application scan. It was used mostly by IT ops, DevOps, people who are in IT and are managing IT portfolio, but these people usually don't work with the source code. And it provides great reports. It's a super useful tool, but we have heard the feedback that when developers are moving applications to the cloud, then they need some help. And now we added the capability into Azure Migrate umbrella of tools. And now there is application and code assessment for you. So application and code assessment provides offline code and application assessment to give you all possible things that might not just work when you move to Azure, with the guidance on what you should do, how you can modify your code to ensure your application works smoothly in Azure. So this tool is for developers, dev leads, product owners, people who work with the source code. And as I said, it scans the projects and source code written in .NET. It discovers and assesses .NET apps and provides recommended code changes. And it also produces reports that you can use in your team, with your management, across different teams. You can see all the issues, incidents, and you can track them there. You can track the progress. So what this tool looks at, there are many things that might not work when you move to the cloud, and the tool tries to cover all possible areas that are risky. And you can see them all on the screen. That's database, authentication, message queue, file system, SMTP, etc. So we logged rules in this tool for everything that might not work. And actually, if your application is super unique and there's something that this tool has not captured, please give us feedback and we will add that rule for your application. And as a result, you will see a report, a compatibility report that you can see on the screen on the right here. So there you will see incidents, and in Visual Studio you will be able to jump to the code and see where in your code that incident occurs. And also on the right, you can see there are some instructions on what to do with that issue. So on the screenshot that I have on my screen, your app is using Windows Authentication which is not supported on Azure App Service. And there is a recommendation what you can do. There is a link to more info that guides you through how to set up authentication in Azure. So this is a separate tool from Azure Migrate, and for .NET, it's available in 2 flavors. It's Visual Studio Extension and it's .NET CLI tool. In Visual Studio Extension, you will have more rich UI. You can work with issues. You can jump to the line of code where this issue occurs. But if you want to automate the process, if you want to make it a part of your pipeline, CLI tool is a great solution for you because you can just write a script and use that. Yeah, as I mentioned, it provides interactive compatibility report where you can change the status of issues. You can mark them as resolved or as not applicable to you. And you can export those results into HTML, JSON, or CSV. And those reports you can share with your team members, with your management, and so on. And also, that is a tool for .NET. We have a very similar tool for Java. So if you're using Java as well, you can check out that tool for Java. And instead of me talking about the tool, I'm going to give the stage to Mike, and he's going to open Visual Studio and just show you that tool in action and talk about all the things that that tool does. So Mike, take the stage.
Awesome. Thank you, Olia. Yeah, so like Olia said, we have this new Azure Migrate application and code assessment feature that is going to give you unique new insight into what you need to do to get your apps that are running today on premises running in Azure, in App Service, AKS, Azure Container Apps, wherever it is you want to run inside of the cloud. So let's take a look at how it works. So we start by installing that Visual Studio extension that Olia was talking about. I'm out here at the Visual Studio Marketplace, and I have found the Azure Migrate Application and Code Assessment extension. We want to go ahead and download that and install the VS extension. You will need Visual Studio 2019, which I have here, and you can take a look at that here. But if you don't have VS, you can install a the free community edition and get started with that. So let's go ahead and jump in. Oh, I said 2019, I meant 2022. Sorry, Visual Studio 2022, the latest version of VS. But once you've installed the VS extension, here I am in Visual Studio. You can see in the extension manager that I have the Azure Migrate Application and Code Assessment extension installed. So with that extension installed, what I get is a new option when I right-click in the Solution Explorer. I have this new command called Replatform to Azure. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and this is going to bring up a new user interface where I can manage my application and code assessment reports for my solution. So let's go ahead and create a new report. Once I say I want a new report, the tool asks which projects I want to assess. Now, it will also assess any projects that the ones I choose depend on. So I only need to choose the top level dependencies. Like here, I have a older ASP.NET Framework version of our eShop sample e-commerce application. I've made a few changes to it to add a few additional dependencies that will make the report more interesting. But this is our simple ASP.NET MVC e-commerce sample that we use for a lot of modernization demos. I've got this one MVC app that's the primary project. It then depends on a couple of small class libraries. So when I'm choosing my projects, I really just need to choose those top level entry point projects like my MVC project. These other ones will get pulled in automatically since this one depends on them. On the next screen then, it asks whether I want to analyze source code or my binary dependencies. So you'll typically want to choose the first checkbox, the source code, because this is going to have the tool go and look at all of your source code and config files that are part of your solution. So this will be your C#, your Visual Basic source files. It'll be your web config, your app settings.json if you're using ASP.NET Core. But you also have the option of choosing binary dependencies, and you can choose one or the other or both. Binary dependencies will look at those references from your project that source isn't available for. So if you have a reference to a loose DLL or to something maybe out of the global assembly cache that isn't part of the .NET framework, or most commonly, this would include any of the NuGet dependencies that your projects depend on. By checking this box, we'll go ahead and look at the IL of those DLLs and assess them as well. So I always recommend including the first one, the source code and settings. And typically I start by only checking that box because this is going to give me insight into my code, the things I have the most control over addressing. It also can be useful, though, to check the binary dependency box to get the complete list of issues you might run into when you migrate to the cloud. The challenge, of course, with the binary dependencies is that you're going to get many more issues, and some of them may not be something you're able to easily address because if you're depending on a DLL and it has some code pattern that's going to cause problems in Azure, you don't have the source code, you can't go fix it. So sometimes it's better to just address binary dependencies by evaluating them at the NuGet package level and looking for updated package versions or something like that. But if you've got a loose DLL and you need to know if it's likely to work, checking this will analyze it for you, and you can reason about where there could be risk in your solution. To start with, though, let's go ahead and just look at our source code, because this is the part of our solution that we're able to go and do something about. We click the Analyze button, and the analysis runs. eShop is a very small sample, so this runs in just a couple of seconds. For a larger real-world solution, it might take a couple of minutes, maybe as many as 5 minutes for larger solutions to do this analysis, but it doesn't take very long. Once the analysis completes, you're presented with a dashboard where you can see a summary of the results. You can see that we scanned 3 projects, found 15 different types of issues, and 37 individual incidents of those issues, because some issues occur in more than one location in our solution. Those 37 incidents are estimated at 107 story points. The story points here are a very high-level, unitless estimate of the amount of work it would take to address these issues. This doesn't correspond to a particular number of hours or days because that detail would depend on so many factors that we're not able to estimate. This isn't even 107 story points as your team defines story point, most likely. But what it does is when I come in and look at the project by project breakdown, I can just make relative comparisons and say, well, the large MVC project has 101 story points. The small helper libraries are 3 story points each. Likely the bulk of the work is going to be in this project. If I evaluated another solution and it told me there were 200 story points worth of work, I could reason that solution will take more work to get running in Azure App Service than this eShop sample. So the story points are meant for just sort of comparing between projects and solutions at a high level. Coming back to our dashboard, you also see that the incidents are broken down according to their severity. There's 4 severities you'll see when you use the application and code assessment feature here. First, you have your mandatory issues. These are issues that the tool believes very likely will need addressed in order for this solution to work well in Azure. There are then optional issues. We have 6 of those in this case. Optional issues are situations where we have identified a change that we believe would improve how your application runs in Azure, but it's not a blocking issue. So for example, if you have app settings in your config file, you might have that flagged as an optional issue because we're going to let you know that now that you're running in the cloud, you can take advantage of things like Azure Apps, configuration, Azure Key Vault, as more cloud-native ways of managing app configuration that you can easily update at runtime, that you can share between apps. So we're going to recommend that as an optional improvement. But of course, that's not a required change, because if you have settings in your web.config or your app settings.json, those work fine when you deploy into Azure. Finally, the largest section is typically the potential issues. Potential issues are very common with the Azure Migrate application and code assessment analysis. And these represent scenarios where there could be an issue, but we can't be certain without a developer going and reviewing it. So much of what this tooling detects is going to be along the lines of a dependency on something that exists outside your application. So a potential issue might be if you connect to a database, you connect to a SQL Server database. Well, is that going to be a problem when you replatform to Azure App Service? Well, if the database you're connecting to is available from Azure App Service because it's an Azure SQL DB, or it's running on an Azure VM, or even if it's available because you have express route or hybrid connections in use to connect to your on-premises resources, no problem. That's not going to be an issue. But if this database connection goes to something that exists in your local network and isn't going to be available from App Service, well, now we have to have a plan about how we're going to make this dependency work once we've migrated to Azure. We're going to have to maybe set up Azure Express Route, or we're going to have to migrate the database along with our application using some of the other awesome Azure Migrate features that help with database migration. So these sorts of potential issues are identifying that style of concern where a developer needs to go and look and reason about some sort of external dependency to make sure that it's been addressed or that it's part of your migration plan. So in addition to this dashboard view that kind of shows things at a high level, I already demonstrated how you can come in and see a project by project breakdown of your issues. You can then dive into particular projects, get a project level dashboard, excuse me, and you can then go and look at the issues per component. So a component at this point is going to be a single source file. Or if you enabled the binary analysis, DLLs would show up as additional components here as well. We're able to expand these and see the sorts of issues that exist on a component level. So in this case, my catalog controller, the tool has detected that there's an MSMQ dependency. We have links to where this is in the code. So it's on line 81 of my catalog controller, and I can click on that to navigate directly to the source code where the message queue is being used. Sure enough, we see that in, excuse me, in our catalog controller, when a new item is added to the catalog, we're queuing up an MSMQ message, presumably for some other service to come along and take some action when items are added to the catalog. Well, this is one of those mandatory issues where MSMQ isn't going to be available from most of our Azure PaaS environments. So now we have to think about, okay, how are we going to address this? On the right, we have guidance. We have a snippet of where this is being used in our source code. So this is my code here in the description. And we have an explanation of options we should consider in the cloud. So if we were using MSMQ for messaging, maybe now that we're running in Azure, we want to look at something like Azure Service Bus or Azure Queue Storage as a messaging option that's going to be more native to Azure. Now at the bottom of the message, we have a series of links to relevant documentation to help me get started making this fix. You also probably notice we've got this dropdown here for state. Let's say I go in and I tear out the MSMQ dependency and I start writing things to Azure Service Bus instead. I can come in and I can update this to be resolved instead of active. And now when I go in and look at my report, I'll see that this particular set of two incidents have been resolved. We have a save button. You can save this report to disk. And now I can go away, come back another day, open up this existing report, and we'll have saved this state showing that the catalog controller issue has been addressed. In addition to various views in here where you can see incidents according to component or according to the high-level issue type that they belong to, we also have the ability to export this report outside of Visual Studio. We can export it as JSON, which is going to be machine readable. We have CSV if you want it as a spreadsheet, or you can export as HTML, which is going to give you the same view that we have inside of the IDE in your browser. Now I can share this with colleagues. They don't even need to have Visual Studio installed, and they can get the same dashboard, the same view of project by project issues that we need to be thinking about as we migrate to Azure App Service, AKS, or Azure Container Apps. We even persist that state so that we can see that I've already marked the catalog controller issues as resolved. One other thing I want to show, Olia talked about how you get the best experience using the Visual Studio extension, but we do also have a command line version, which does all of the same assessment. The only things you miss out on are the ability to link directly to your source code and the ability to actually update that state. So you don't get to go in and mark things as resolved or not applicable. But the same assessment can be done from the command line. And this doesn't even require Visual Studio to be installed. So this is a .NET SDK CLI tool. So you would install it the same way you would install any .NET SDK tool. So like if you have used our .NET Diagnostics tools before or the .NET Upgrade Assistant, you run .NET tool install -G because we're going to install this globally, and the package is called .NET-AppCat. After you've installed the tool, it's very easy to use. You simply run AppCat. It takes a single command called analyze, and then you point it at the solution file or project file that you want to assess. Once you've done that, inside of your command prompt, inside of the terminal here, we're going to get walked through the same sort of decisions we had when we used the Visual Studio extension. So I get to choose which project I want to assess. I'm going to choose eShop Legacy MVC. I can choose whether I want to only analyze source code or also binaries. Let's choose both for something different here. And then I get to choose whether the report that the CLI generates should be CSV, HTML, or JSON. Let's go ahead with HTML, and we'll put it in a folder called output. Okay, I'm ready to do the analysis. So it's going to go ahead. It's going to open up my solution. It's going to walk through all of the source code. Since I chose binaries also, this will take maybe a slightly longer because it's also going to be evaluating all of the binary dependencies I have. And then I'm going to get, once this is finished, a report that looks just like the one we saw before, except you can see now we have a lot more incidents because if I come into projects and I look at my components, in addition to my source where I have the exact same issues we detected before, it's also looking at all of my NuGet dependencies. So I can see, oh, look, log4net is doing all sorts of stuff, which is probably fine because I'm not using those code paths. But this would be a way that I could get some insight into those third-party dependencies. Finally, the last thing I want to show off before we wrap up is a sneak peek of what's coming next. So this is all available today. You can install this CLI, you can install the Visual Studio extension, and you can start getting these insights today. But later on, what you're going to be able to do is even cooler. We've been partnering with the GitHub Copilot chat folks to add the ability to have Copilot chat interact with the Azure Migrate Application and Code Assessment feature so that Copilot Chat will be able to automatically pick up the reports that are generated. It will summarize them for you and then walk you through the changes you need to make to your application to address them. I don't have a live demo because this is still very much in progress, but I have a small recording that the Copilot Chat folks made for me demonstrating this. You can see here they have the Copilot Chat window, and they go in and they talk to Copilot and they say, help me migrate my app to Azure. Well, because they've previously used the Azure Migrate Application and Code Assessment feature to assess, they get a response back from Copilot that summarizes the issues they need to address, and it asks them for access to specific source files that it needs to look at to help them address these issues. They go ahead and say, hey, let's start with this first one, the database issues. And now it's going to, in a interactive conversational way, guide them through setting up resources in Azure that they're going to need, making necessary changes to their project, and just sort of generally in a conversational style, helping them address the issues. And you can see that happening here in this demo. So again, this part isn't available yet. It's going to be coming in the future, but this is the direction we see really combining the best of the Azure Migrate Application and Code Assessment feature with what you can do with Copilot Chat. So that is the demo, and I think at this point we can open it up to questions.
Are you kidding me, Mike? Oh my gosh, Mike, you brought Copilot into migrations, and we're gonna have that AI assistant. That is so cool. Okay.
Yep.
I got to watch the .NET blog so I see when you announce and make that available.
Oh yeah. we'll be sure to post and let people know.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, Mike. There's a couple questions that came in. I want to make sure we talk about. There was one here, and speaking of kind of getting things automated, there's a question here from James that says, when we're using the command line tool, is it possible to make it non-interactive so we can script it? Maybe we've got a large collection of applications that we just want to iterate over and say, and convert, and give me a nice big report or a collection of reports at the end.
Yeah, that's a great question. I can take that one. So the ability to run on many solutions or projects at once is not yet in the tool. That's something that we know people have been asking for, and it's on the backlog. But you can run the CLI in a completely automated, non-interactive way. So if you do a little bit of scripting yourself, you can get that behavior. So when I ran the tool, the CLI was asking me which project, it was asking what report format, but if you specify a project file instead of a solution when you run the command line tool, and if you use some parameters, which we didn't demo, to when you make the command line, when you execute the command line, you can specify, I would like to use an HTML report, I'd like it to be placed in this location. You can put all of that in up front so that when you hit enter, it just does the work without any sort of pausing for user input. So you could conceivably write a little script that went and did this over a number of folders, did this over a number of solutions, and then dropped all the reports somewhere for you to go look at and compare once it was done.
I can hear some of our developer friends, their PowerShell scripting wheels are turning, getting ready to build something there. Last question I want to connect with you on. This guy, Jean Galloway, asks, what's the best way to estimate the cost savings when evaluating, updating, and migrating capabilities?
So I feel free to jump in, Olia, but this is where I would point folks at. There's a number of Azure tools that can help with this. There's the Azure Total Cost of Ownership calculator, as well as the Azure Pricing calculator. So you can start to reason about what your costs are going to look like when you're running in Azure, and make sure to take into account the fact that you can scale and use only what you need there. And then those tools will be able to help you reason about the costs you could expect to have running in Azure versus maybe what you're spending today to run the on-premises data center. They tend to be complicated comparisons because there's a lot going on there, but Azure does have some resources to help you reason about those scenarios.
Awesome stuff. Mike, Olia, thank you so much for talking to us about migrating to Azure. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your .NET Conf. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All righty. So there we go. Get your stuff migrated to Azure. We've got more coming up with .NET Conf, and it doesn't just stop today or tomorrow with day 3. Check it out. You've been seeing us. You've been watching us here in the living room. What if you actually want to get a little bit closer? Check it out. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go back to the .NET Conf website. We have a local events page there that you can learn more about an event that's near you. Go to .NETConf.net and click the local events tab. We also have an AKA-MS link that we're going to put up here for you, aka.ms/.NETConf-local-event. Check that out and you can learn more about various events that are near you where we're going to be talking about .NET 8. We're going to have some guest speakers coming around, and you might even get a little bit of swag. Check it out. Make sure you get involved there. Now, day 3, there's some new other things that are going on. Heinrich was asking a question about this a little bit earlier. The agenda on day 3 has multiple talks at the same time. How do you do that? What, is that a bug? Come on, Fritz, we've seen how you write websites. Or is there actually going to be more than one stream? Here's the deal. Here's what we've got for you. We've got so much great content for you for .NET Conf. We pre-recorded a bunch of sessions. So what we're going to do is we're not just going to have folks broadcasting live from stately DevRel studios here on Microsoft campus or from wherever they are in the world. We've also got those pre-recorded sessions that we're going to premiere live on YouTube at the same time. So you have a choice of how you want to participate with .NET Conf on day 3. Speaking of .NET Conf and new sessions, I want to set up and talk about .NET container enhancements, something that's close to my heart, building with containers. I'm going to hand it off to my friends and experts on the topic, Chet Husk and Richard Lander. Take it away, friends.
Okay, so we just heard about like cost savings, and maybe they wanted to know about security hardening. So that's like basically what this talk is about. So this is about container advancements in .NET 8. I'm Rich Lander. I work on .NET Runtime and our .NET container images, and this is Chet Husk.
Hi, I'm Chet Husk. I'm the PM for the .NET SDK and MS Build, and this cool containers feature that we're going to learn more about today.
Yeah, definitely. And so this talk is focused on a repo that we already created called Container Workshop. So almost everything we're going to talk about is in this repo. So if you like take your, your phone, that's a QR code, and then you can actually get to the repo on GitHub. Okay, so let's. We just got a few slides before we move to demos. So we've been producing container images now for almost 10 years, so we've heard feedback from customers and users throughout that whole time. And the things that they've been asking us for are basically, this 6 or 7 points. They want images to be as small as possible because registry pull is often part of startup. They want the images to be as secure as possible. That can include non-root, no shell, no package manager. We get a lot of feedback about compliance, so that's like scanning, CVEs, that kind of thing. When we ship our images, they only have a specific set of dependencies in them. Customers want it to be easy to add new dependencies. We've shipped Alpine for many years. That's kind of our small offering that uses the musl libc library, which doesn't work for all code. So if you need glibc, then you've had to use our larger container images. And then last, customers often want to know that they're working with a supported operating system. So we kind of got this provocative statement here, which is that we think that general purpose container images are not the future of cloud apps. So up until now, that's actually what we've been shipping, is general purpose container images that really have a lot of components in them. And so one of the things we're going to talk about today is what more constrained, more sort of chiseled container images would look like. Okay, so back to the size conversation. And we're using Ubuntu as the example here. And these are all compressed image sizes. So if you sort of do nothing, you'll get the image size on the left. So this is for a relatively small application. So you do Docker build, you'll get the image on the left. And as you kind of like progressively move down, you get all the way to the image on the right. And you can see that it's like 90% smaller than the largest one there. This is actually all the same app, and it's just little configuration changes you can make. And we're actually going to show this in the demo. So these are the kind of quote-unquote normal container images that we ship. And you can see that continuing to use Ubuntu as the example, and these are all compressed sizes. We start with Ubuntu as 28 megabytes, and then we kind of add all these layers on top. And then certainly for ASP.NET, then you get about 90 megabytes compressed before you build your app on. The SDK is kind of a different thing because you don't host that in prod. And the thing I forgot to show on that slide is the user, unless you do something special, is the root user. So that root user can do anything in that container image. We've been talking about this chiseled offering that we've developed with our friends at Canonical. And so this is actually quite different. So here we've stripped the Linux image to be as small as possible. In fact, there is no Ubuntu layer anymore. We basically have a small set of Linux components. That's what's in those runtime depths. That's what's in the runtime depths layer or image. We're down to like 5.6 megabytes. If you look at the previous slide, that was 46 megabytes. So we've reduced a ton of size. And there's basically nothing extra here. So you don't have to worry about getting CVEs in components you're not even using. So, and you see here that we ship with another user called app. And so all of these images are rootless. Last, before we get to the demos, you can see here that we also have a native AOT offering. You've probably heard about that in a bunch of other talks. And we actually have some AOT-specific runtime depths image. You can see that those are pretty small, the runtime depths image on the left at 5.6 megabytes. And then we have an actual app, native AOT app. And so that container image in total is under 20 megabytes, which is really impressive. We also have customers that care a ton about globalization, so like ICU, TZ data. And so we actually have produced another image for those users that want that. So it's as small as possible while still giving you all those globalization libraries. So we hope people enjoy using that. Okay, enough about the theory. So let's move on to some demos.
Yeah.
So Chet, I just kind of showed all these fancy charts and everything. I think you should show the people what this actually looks like.
Let's walk through it. I'm really excited for this. So one of the big themes you were trying to drive home there, I think, was size. So let's interactively start with sort of the default for .NET applications and work our way down.
Definitely.
What I've got here is a very simple C# program that just emits to the output the current operating system we're on and the current architecture we're on. This is a very standard CS proj here. We've got all of the same normal standard .NET 8 flags here, implicit usings, nullable enhancements, all that jazz. We're targeting .NET 8, and we've added one piece of customization here. We've got this package reference to the net build containers package. So I've got this app. I think this app is awesome. I want to go deploy it somewhere that uses containers as the unit of deployment.
Right, and I just saw the package reference version there was 8.0.100. So that means that package actually just shipped yesterday.
Yeah, hot off the presses.
Okay, wow.
So let's containerize this thing.
Yeah, so we're going to need that, make that a little bit bigger.
Yeah, we are going to need that bigger. How about that? So we can actually containerize an application just with the .NET CLI. For those of you that have some experience containerizing applications, you may be familiar with Docker files and the Docker CLI. That's not necessary for .NET. We can help get some of that boilerplate out of the way, and it's super fast.
Right, so there's no Docker file, peel underneath the covers. There's no Docker file there.
I can't show you something because it's not there.
Right, so I'm guessing what happened is you downloaded that image there that's listed, runtime 8.0.
Yeah.
You brought it to this local machine, and then you built the app, put that on top, shoved it on top of that thing, and then we basically have a new container image, and that's it.
That's exactly right. There are a couple sort of key points to dig into there, and one of those is what base image you should run with. This is where the SDK can really help out. The SDK knows information about your project. It knows if you're a web application or a console application, or if you've opted into some of our new deployment mechanisms like trimming or AOT. And based on all of that information, it can choose the best image for you. In this case, because we're a console application, we've chosen the runtime image, and because we're targeting .NET 8, we've chosen the 8.0 tag for that. So this is our sort of default framework-dependent deployment. I expect this image to be pretty big. Let's go take a look at it. And this is hello.net latest. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
You want list.
You want Docker image, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a long day already.
Yeah. So this is 193 megabytes.
So not crazy, but also a bit big.
Yeah, and it's not exactly the kind of thing you'd want to be doing a lot of in production, where you're often billed on like network I/O for this. So let's see if we can shrink that down a little bit. Let's start with our app first, because that's the thing we can control most easily. We've invested in .NET in this concept of trimming your application, right? Which is a process by which the tooling can inspect the code that you wrote and find all the code that it references and remove everything else.
Right, so by doing that, we've now switched to self-contained.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we should see a couple things happen as a result of this publish here. With the same command, based on the changes we made to our project, we should see it optimizing our assemblies for size, and we should see it becoming architecture and OS specific as a result. We also see it, the SDK, choosing a different base image for us. Whereas before, we were based on top of the runtime image, which includes all of the runtime bits in their entirety. Now we just need those same pieces you were talking about earlier that include things like TZ data and ICU. And
because if we were still using the runtime, we'd actually have 2 copies of the runtime in this image, which would not be all that helpful.
Yeah, it defeats the purpose a little bit. So let's take a look at this image instead, and I've called it latest still, so we can look at it again. We went from 196 megs to 144 megabytes.
So basically 50 meg reduction.
Yeah, and that's just all the pieces of the runtime that we didn't use.
Okay.
So that's all focused in our application. Let's see if we can target maybe the base OS.
Yeah, it's like, oh, can we do better?
So you mentioned these chiseled images before.
Yeah, I'm very enthusiastic about those.
Let's see what it takes. So you can actually opt into these very easily with the .NET SDK tooling. We have this concept called container family, which is a single property you can set that tells the SDK, sure, detect the runtime deps image, detect the runtime image, but use this chiseled variant of it instead.
Right, so Jammy here means Ubuntu 22.04, which was, its code name is Jammy Jellyfish. So you're basically saying, give me a particular version of Ubuntu 22.04, and I would like the chiseled variant.
Oh. Yep, and I'm going to build now with that. I'm going to also do us all a favor and give this one a slightly different name using the container image tag property so that we can do a little compare and contrast.
Right, so every time we're making these changes, or this time, we're downloading a different base image and then still putting the app on top.
Yeah, so you can see how that container family property fed into the base image selection here.
So the SDK kind of knows the scheme. It's like, you know, interpolated string, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
It probably literally is using interpolated strings.
Why wouldn't you? So with just that change from the full Ubuntu Jammy image to the chiseled one, we went from, what was it, I think 144 megabytes to 36.3.
Okay, so I'm hearing here, chiseled provides quite a bit of value.
It does, but there are trade-offs.
Okay.
All right, we should talk about those for a second. So when you've got a sort of standard Dockerized application that uses our runtime images or another full-featured OS as its base image, you can actually hop into those images and
general purpose, right? That's what we started with at the top.
Exactly.
Yeah, general purpose.
So what that means is you can do things like this. Entry point, bin, bash. You can jump into that container and poke around, right? You can look at the files that were deployed. You can do things like install diagnostics tools. You can mess around with that container.
Well, let's actually run the command.
Sure.
Oh, right.
We can't, which because of another aspect of the SDK containers that we'll talk about in a second.
But yeah, we actually forgot about this again when we were practicing.
So these general purpose containers have shells on them. If we try this same flow.
Oh, you missed the key part. So go back into it.
Yep.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, wrong thing. Right here.
Type who am I.
Oh yeah. Why did that all happen? Why could we not touch the file? It's because we're not root, we're app.
Right, so how did that happen?
Well, this was in a partnership with the runtime team. The base images changed to sort of allow operating in a rootless mode of execution. That means the user that your application runs as by default does not have a whole slew of permissions that you may expect. You can't create files in the application's directory, as we saw. You can't run commands like app update, because permission is denied. And depending on the image that you choose, like applications like apt or sudo may not even exist on the image.
Right, right. So if you had built this with Docker build, for example, doing the default thing, and definitely with .NET 6 or 7, this image would have been root, and you would have basically been able to do literally anything you wanted in that image.
Exactly. Now, you're in the driver's seat with all this. Just because the SDK defaults to using that new app user with limited permissions doesn't mean you're stuck in that mode. You can always tell your container execution tool, whether that's Docker or Kubernetes or anything else, that you want to operate as root. And if you do, then you can pretty easily do whatever you want. You can make files, you can do apt updates, whatever you need. So this isn't a one-way operation. We've got the mechanisms in place to keep you in control with that particular change.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's try that same exact flow with chiseled and just sort of drive the point home about that we were trying to make there. So on a chiseled application, we're going to try and hop in there with a shell because we need to debug our application, and we can't. Bash does not exist on this image. And that, the reason it's not there is to reduce the size of the image. So all of these things sort of work together to reduce the attack surface area of your deployed applications.
Yeah, okay, so what are we gonna see next? So can we do better? I
We
guess
absolutely can.
Yeah. What's the thing from the Olympics? It's like better, faster, higher. Those are the things we want to do.
Stronger,
Yeah, stronger,
smaller.
Yeah.
We can actually try this new AOT thing that
Okay.
we've been talking about. So with this, we are going to go even one step further than trimming. And what's going to happen here is we should see a size reduction even further because we are compiling directly to native code, which I think typically means we don't have components like the JIT.
We do not have the JIT
at all anymore. So
we do have the GC still.
Yeah.
Are you going to change the tag?
Yeah, I am going to change the tag so
Yeah.
we can differentiate. So this one we will call AOT.
Yeah, and by the way, you don't have to use this container image tag. We're just doing that.
Yeah, we're showing all the fun little features.
Yeah. Right, so generating native code. This is, I think, the first time we've seen that.
Yep, this is a difference. This is the step beyond trimming here. So yeah, so you still have to trim, but then the stuff that is trimmed then becomes natively generated.
Yeah, and I think one thing to take home is we are in no way trying to say which one of these options is best for you. Like, we're not trying to say everyone should move to native AOT. That's not the message. It's really just, we have a lot more options than we had before, and it's like, wow, what did we just see there?
We just went from 36 megs to 17.4.
Right, and this is uncompressed. Right, so in terms of pulling a container image from a registry to a container service, you wouldn't be pulling 17 megs over the network. It would be more like 10 megs.
Yep.
Because that's compressed payload at that point.
And like we sort of touched on before, that matters for two primary reasons. One is billing. Network I/O you don't do can't cost you. And the second is startup speed.
Yeah.
Smaller payloads are easier to download and faster to start up.
Okay, so what else can you show me?
There is one further step.
Okay.
So if we think about our OS and our application, we've gone, I think, as far as we can with our application now.
Yeah.
There's one more step we can do with our OS, and that is using a version of our base image that is ruthlessly optimized for AOT.
I heard a rumor that this was available.
So this is bleeding edge stuff here.
Yeah.
So every other image we've been using has been under the sort of fully stable .NET bucket, but this is under nightly. This is the runtime deps image, and we're going to choose the AOT variant of the jammy chiseled image that we've been playing with up until now.
Right, because our AOT runtime doesn't have the same dependencies, just fewer than the Core CLR runtime JIT one. Okay, so
exactly.
let's try this out.
So just a quick note, we're using this container base image property here because this lets us exactly specify the base image that we want.
Full manual mode.
So as always, the story is helping you do.
Did you save that?
Oh, that was a great
I thought
question.
I saw.
I did not. Thank you.
Okay, we saved a couple minutes there.
Yeah, the story, as always, is
Depths. Yeah.
Giving you lots of tools here, but making the sort of default pathway easy and correct.
Right, so we're literally generating the exact same app this time. There's 0 changes to the app.
Only the operating system.
Yeah.
So, drum roll, please.
AOT depths.
So
what
before we
was
go, it was 17.6 before.
Okay.
We are at 15.1. We saved 2
more megabytes.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I'm pretty happy with that. Okay.
So, you know, one of the things that you and I just can't seem to agree on is you have an x64 laptop and I have an ARM64 laptop. And yeah, so your x64, you know, I just couldn't do it. I wanted to use this ARM one. So how can you kind of help me out with that?
Sure, yeah. So .NET developers are used to publishing applications for different architectures and different operating systems. They should expect the same
Okay,
here.
so it works with container publish.
Yep, there's a couple caveats. The AOT capabilities here are fairly restrictive on the platform that you can AOT natively for. So we're just going to back that step out for a second.
Right. So can be made to work. We're just not going to demo it at the moment.
Yeah, we've got samples. It takes a little bit of setup, but it can be
It's
done.
actually in the workshop how to do that.
Yeah, so this should be good. We still are fine with trimmed. We're still fine using jammy chiseled. We are just going to add one more flag that most .NET developers should be familiar with. We're going to tell the application to target ARM64 instead. And I'm just going to call this one instead ARM64 so we can identify it. And just like specifying a runtime identifier with -R or an operating system with --OS, the system understands what you mean here, and it will help you make an image for that correct architecture. So let's run this one locally real quick. And even though I'm on an x64 architecture machine, Docker supports emulation. You can see it saying here that we're running on ARM64 emulated, and we do in fact get that output. So let's push this to somewhere that Rich can get it.
Yeah, so I heard that your OCI published stuff can actually push to a registry as well.
It absolutely can.
As if everything we showed today wasn't enough.
Yeah, so we've been pushing to a local Docker daemon that I've got going right here. You could also push to Podman or to a file if you want. But the most common way people interact with containers is external registries. So we 100% support that. We're going to push to an Azure container registry that I have set up right now, .azurecr.io. And we're just going to get that push going. And because we've told the system which registry to push to, instead of pushing to Docker, it will push up to ACR. So this will look very similar, except it won't. Husk, container testing. Because I forgot to log in again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. OK. So, yeah, I was going to ask you that. So clearly, the container registry is a protected resource. So you need credentials, passwords, you know, all that kind of stuff. So
it would also help if I typed it correctly.
Yeah, OK. Right. So I think we're taking advantage of the same underlying mechanism as Docker login, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Any system that can correctly authenticate to Docker should also work for our system. And it looks like it did. Some slight visual differences in the tool tell us that. So all of this is what we've been seeing before. We're building this image with this tag on top of this base image. But this next bit that you see is saying that we've uploaded layers, the actual Docker file system items, to the Azure CR that I specified. And finally, we've pushed hello.NET ARM64 to my destination.
OK,
Rich?
So now here's the big test. So now we're going to go to look at my machine. I'm going to run Docker run as soon as the machine flips in the video, and see if I can pull this from the registry.
And don't forget to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, I did zoom in. Maybe I'll open up actually a different, since we seem to have a little bit of time, I will open up a different terminal. I actually always have trouble with this. OK, maybe that's not going to work because I'm still seeing that there. So what we could do while we're waiting is, well, actually, you could pull it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you could pull it. It won't quite do the exact same thing because we're going to rely on emulation again. But we could just at least demonstrate,
Absolutely. So this will work for me because I'm authenticated. It would work for Rich because I've previously set up my Azure Container Registry to allow anonymous pull. So if we pull this and we go hello.net ARM64, this is a normal Docker pull. The base images for the runtime deps and all already exist. We pulled the new layer, and now
we can just run it.
We're just going to run it.
OK.
Same emulation message as before, same emulated result as before. That was the round trip.
Right. So the only thing that would have been different on my machine is we wouldn't have had that warning message.
Yep,
yeah.
Exactly.
So we've just got slightly less than a minute left. I think the cool thing to do would be to show the workshop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just to give people an idea of what's there.
Sure. So you want to see it online, or you want to see it?
No, online.
Okay.
Yeah, we got in the web browser. Yeah.
Yeah. So Rich has got this workshop
that we worked on together.
Yeah. under his name here. You want to walk us through what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so we can zoom that in a little bit. Basically, what we did is we thought of everything that you would really need to know to get started. It's mostly about publishing OCI images, but it's got a ton of, just open up one of the files, doesn't matter which one.
Sure.
And it's got, this one has all the properties that you would need to use, and it's got a ton of instructions to get you started. Okay, well, thanks everyone for listening to the talk. You know, Chet and I and a bunch of other people worked a ton on this stuff, and we're really glad to see you start to use it.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, guys, there's so many cool things in there that I just can't wait to dig into when I get back from .NET Conf and explore making those containers so much smaller, AOT in there, and compiling cross-processor architectures. That's some really hot stuff. I've got a couple questions for you from our friends that are watching online. Do you have a minute? Can
we should be good.
All right. VJ here on the website asked a question, can we customize the entry point for our containers by building the image, while we're building the image using .NET Publish?
Exactly. Yes, you 100% can. So there are full reference docs on the .NET/SDK container builds repository. And we're working on, and actually on learn.ms.com, David Pine has put up a really exhaustive set as well. You can, via MS-Build properties and items, make the entry point whatever you want. By default, the SDK will detect correctly based on if you have an app host, like an executable binary, or if you're launching the application via .NET.exe or whatever the appropriate binary is for your platform.
Lots of choice.
Oh, that's awesome. One more question that I want to touch on. McNets on Twitch is asking, can I generate a container app that'll run on a Raspberry Pi? Rich, I know you like Raspberry Pi, that requires unprotected GPIO access.
Yeah. So that, the main thing for making the image work on Raspberry Pi is making it ARM64. So that's actually what Chet just showed. The unprotected GPIO access really has nothing to do with what it is we showed. So when you run Docker run, you can write like -- privileged or whatever the thing is to make the GPIO thing work, and that should just work. So it's really at a different layer than everything we showed today.
So the key thing there is it's a permission that you need to pass in when you run the container on the Pi.
Yeah, and we didn't change anything about the way that works.
Very cool stuff. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing all this about containers. I'm like I said, you know, I'm all thumbs with containers and Docker build. I can't wait to try this when I get home. Have a great rest of your .NET Conf. All right, friends, we've got so much more going on. We're nearing the end of day 2 here. My name is Jeff Fritz, and you've probably seen me on Twitch or YouTube, and we're doing so many cool things here at .NET Conf. I want to make sure that we hear from you out there. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, drop us a message, drop us a comment or a question. You can use hashtag .NETConf on Twitter or X or whatever they're going to call it next week, and Mastodon. Drop a question for us there. It'll get on the big board. We also have a form on the website you can fill out, and it'll get the messages, just like VJ's message here, that we can relay on to our speakers. Now, while you're learning more about .NET 8 today, we've got a brand new set of beginner videos that are available for you to check out all about .NET 8. Go to aka.ms/.net/videos to catch those. Take your time, go through some of the basics. Maybe there's some stuff you want to review. Go check it out. Our friends Scott Hanselman and David Fowler are going to go deep on C# for you. You got to check out these new videos. The team's worked hard on them, and they're really cool stuff. All right? Now, we're getting ready for our next session coming up here. I want to hear from you. I want to get you chattering there on YouTube, on Twitch. Tell me what's going on. What are you enjoying about this? Can you send us a photo on Twitter or Mastodon about what it looks like at your place where you're hanging out and watching the show together, all right? And for those of you in Australia and Eastern Asia, good morning. Welcome to .NET Conf. We've got so much more for you, starting with our friends Beth Massey and Alon Lipton, who are going to show us how to build hybrid apps with .NET MAUI. Beth, Alon, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Jeff. All right. Hey, I'm Beth Massey. I'm a product manager on the .NET MAUI team, and I'm here with...
Hi, I'm Elan, and I'm an engineer on the .NET MAUI team.
Yeah, and we're going to talk to you about building hybrid apps with .NET MAUI today. All right, so let's talk a little bit like, what are hybrid apps and why would we build them at all? So hybrid apps are really a blend of native and web technology. They're typically built like the UI is built with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and that is wrapped in a lightweight native app container. This gives you access to the native platform features and device-specific hardware that you might want to access on these devices, and it can be mobile or desktop devices. This, typically, a lot of people want to just reach via the App Store distribution models for the phones. But what's kind of cool about using web tech on the UI is you can easily reuse the UI across these device platforms and web browsers too. Some examples out there today that you probably have heard of are Electron for desktop apps and Ionic for mobile apps. All right, so for .NET, on the .NET stack, you have choices, okay? Depending on whether or not you want to have maximum reach of your web apps, or you want to build native apps with the deepest, richest experiences. So on the .NET platform, we have Blazor for building web applications quickly, really slick, really fast, all with C#. On the other side of the house, with the deepest native experiences, we have .NET MAUI. And .NET MAUI allows you to build Windows, Android, iOS, and Mac apps all with a single code base. But you know what? You can kind of blend the two together, and that's what we call hybrid apps. You can use Blazor for the UI and MAUI for the platform abstraction layer, and it allows you to kind of mix and match the best of both worlds. Today we're going to show you how to build a hybrid app, as well as how to structure your solution so that you can take advantage of building the UI across the web and your native apps. All right, so here's kind of Blazor hybrid at its core, right? Blazor is on top of MAUI in this case, right? The Blazor UI is fully native, and it's rendered through a platform web view. So for instance, on Windows, that would be WebView 2. MAUI provides the platform abstractions for you in the single project. No internet is required here, by the way. Just because you're using web technology in the UI does not mean that it's using the internet. This is not a browser. This is actually, all of your UI is packaged up and built with the app itself. So this allows you easy store distribution and reach as well. All right, so how would we structure the app so that we can reuse the UI across our native and web clients? So we use a Razor class library in this case, and we add the reference, that Razor class library, to our native and web apps, in case Blazor and MAUI. This Razor class library has all our shared UI, but it also has interfaces defined so that anything the UI is calling, any services that it's calling, has an interface so that the implementations are then inside of the web or the native app itself. And we're going to show you some cool examples on how to do that. All right, so for our first demo, I'll hand it to Elan, who's going to kind of walk us through and give us a tour of this thing.
All right, here we are on my computer. Thank you, Beth. And let's take a look at what Beth said, and let's take a look at what that looks like inside of Visual Studio. I have Visual Studio 2022, version 17.8. That was released this week alongside .NET 8 and .NET MAUI 8. The first thing we'll do is create a new project, and I'm going to use the .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid App template. Now, we've had this template since the very beginning of .NET MAUI. I'll call this my demo MAUI app and use .NET 8, but we've made some updates to the template to bring out all the latest of what .NET MAUI offers and also all the latest of what Blazor offers, because not only is .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid a hybrid application, the template is itself a hybrid. It mixes all of the bits of .NET MAUI with what Blazor offers. Now, whenever I look at a project template, the first thing I want to do after I create it is look at what's inside the project file, because that'll kind of tell me what's going on here. What are the references? What is going on? So if I double click on that, right at the top we see the very first bit of Blazor making itself kind of shown, which is using the Razor SDK. That's what enables us to use the Razor syntax inside .razor files and have those be compiled into the application. And just a little bit further down, we see some of the parts of MAUI showing themselves, which is all the different target frameworks that we support. So this application supports Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and if we scroll over just a little bit, we see here the Windows target framework is available as well, and you can even optionally add support for Samsung's Tizen platform, for example. Now, moving along, let's take a look at what are some of the different files that we have in this project template. Starting from the top, we have the www root folder. And inside there, we have static files that are shipped with the app. As Beth mentioned, there's no internet required for this. This is, you can build a completely offline application. Now, of course, if your app needs to make a web request, of course, you might need internet for that. But the application itself, it's not a web server with a website loading some remote content. This is all built into the application. And that's why these files are here inside the project. Next, we have the components folder, which we've updated to match what's in the Blazor web templates that we'll also look at today. And then we have various Razor files that are building out our UI and parts of the application logic. So we have our layout and menu. We have some pages that we can navigate to, like the counter, the home, and weather. And then next we have the platforms folder. This is part of MAUI, showing where you can put your platform-specific settings, permissions, service implementations that might need to be implemented differently on different platforms. And then resources, which we don't use much in Blazor applications, but you might have other resources such as images, splash screens, things like that. And then we have some of the things that glue it all together. In particular, we have this main page.xaml. Now, this is the native UI of the application, which really consists of just one part, which is the Blazor WebView control. What it's saying is take that index.html file in our www root folder, and inside it host our main Razor component, which is called routes. That's the Blazor router that says, well, given this URL, or kind of fake URL, what page should be loaded for that. And then last, we'll just take a quick look at MAUI program.cs. If you've seen program.cs and other application types, this looks very familiar. It's directly inspired and builds on what other platforms do. We have our services. We register everything that we need. You might have platform-specific services, and so forth. So let's give that a run just to see what we're looking at. Now, if you've ever built any Blazor application before, this will look completely familiar to you because it's the same content of the same template. In fact, to build this, one of the things I worked on was the .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid template. And what I did is I went to the Blazor team and I said, can I take all your files and put them in my template? Actually, I didn't tell them that. I just did it without, yeah, I just did it without asking them. And then I said, is it okay? And they said, yes, of course it's okay. So it was all good. So this looks like any Blazor template you might have seen. It's got the counter, it's got the weather. The difference is that this is an exe file. This is running locally, natively on my machine. There's no web server, no internet, nothing of the sort. Same would work on Android, iOS, all the different platforms. Now, that's my .NET MAUI application. I'm going to add another project here, which is my ASP.NET Blazor web application. So this is the updated template. I'm just going to go with all the defaults for everything. Call it my demo Blazor app, .NET 8. Mine still says preview. If you install today, it won't say preview. I didn't want to anger the demo gods and update things the day before a demo.
Released yesterday. Yes.
Yeah, so that's not something you do. But aside from it saying preview, everything else should look just about the same. And here we see things really do look the same. You can see exactly where I copied all the content from. Here in this components folder, there's a layout with a layout in the menu. There's all the different pages. There's the routes file. Looks very, very similar. And if I run that, we should see that again. I'm not sure what I ran. I ran something. I didn't see when I clicked on it.
I think you got it.
Looks like I ran the right thing. All right, there we go. And there we have the same type of thing. Now, the problem is I've duplicated everything. I have the same weather, the same counter, the same home, the same routes, the same everything. Let's start sharing things. Beth showed in the slides that one of the techniques that we can use to share things is with a Razor class library project. So let's add one of those to the solution. So we'll call this my shared Razor class library, also using .NET 8. And inside this class library project, you can put any functionality that you want. You can have whatever classes and utilities and services that you want, or maybe some interfaces. And you can also have Razor files. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of my weather pages. Let's take this one. I'm going to cut and paste it into my shared one. And then I'll go to my Blazor web application and delete the weather from that, because I want to start sharing this weather component. I don't want to have two different copies of it. Maybe they get out of sync, and maybe one has a bug, one looks a little bit differently. And in each project in my Blazor web application, I add a reference to this shared library. And this is just like you might do with any class library project. And then I go to my MAUI web application and add a reference to that same shared library. And to make sure I've done things correctly, one thing I want to do is go to my shared weather component and say shared. That way we kind of know that it's the one that I'm not cheating everybody with it. And then I have to tell Blazor that our files are located not just in this main not just in the main assembly, but also in this additional shared class library that we have. So inside this routes razor, there's this app assembly property here that says most of my files are located inside MAUI program, but I also have an additional, some additional assemblies. So this is an array of assemblies containing additional razor components that we want to navigate to in the router. So here I want to say whatever assembly contains my weather component, go to its assembly and get all the types from there. That's my MAUI application. We're going to make the same exact change in the ASP.NET web application. Make sure we add the using statement for that. In the ASP.NET application, there's one additional step we have to do, which is here at the bottom of program.cs, we have to also specify the additional assembly. This is something we want to improve in the future, but right now it's just this extra step. You just have to do it one time, so not a big deal. And all right, so now let's actually zazz up that weather page a little bit, because all we really did is say that it's shared. Zazz, that's a word.
Okay.
I think it might be a Scrabble word, but you have to use 2 blanks and the Z. Long story.
Right, okay.
So here inside the Razor class library, we also have a www root folder. I'm going to add some existing content. Earlier, I used the Bing image generator with DALL-E to create an image of some weather. And let's change the HTML here. So say image source, and this is my Bing storm image. So it's a stormy skyline. And in a Razor class library, the shared assets in the www root folder have a pattern that they follow. They're always underscore content, and then the name of the class library. So don't forget that, or your content is not going to load. So here we have underscore content, and then the library name, and then the name of the file. So let's run the web application for that. And we should see that updated weather page loading up. So here is that weather with, it doesn't look great, but you know, we'll see if we can improve that. Let's load the .NET MAUI application. It should look the same, which is to say maybe not great, because my HTML skills, they're not the greatest, but that's okay. And once we have that running.
But that's the point. You want them to look the same right now.
Yes, I do want them to look the same, whether they're great or not. So it looks not great, but there it is.
Same exact component.
Now, what I can do is I can start improving it. So now that I have it running, I can, and I know some of you CSS folks out there say, that's not how to do it. I know, but I don't really want to learn CSS. So I'm just going to use hot reload and just keep tweaking my HTML until eventually it looks right. And now we've updated it with hot reload. We have a shared component between an ASP.NET web app and a cross-platform native .NET MAUI application. So now let's go to Beth, who's going to show us how to apply that same technique to a real application. So let's see Beth's demo.
Thanks, Alon. Yeah, so I just have a pre-built app here that has a little bit more meat to it, because it took me a little longer than 5 minutes to build. This is structured almost exactly the same. I have the Razor class library. Hold on. What's going on here? Sorry about that.
You're logging out.
I don't know. Okay, the Razor class library happens to be named root in this case. Okay, so it's just, this is the Razor class library. It has all of the shared UI like Alon was demonstrating. I have my MAUI app here, and then I also have a Blazor app that I've also selected to add the WebAssembly as well. So it's got the server and the client WebAssembly projects here. So that's the new web app template in .NET 8. All right, so let me just show, I've got the web app running here just to kind of give you a tour of what this app does. It's pretty simple, it's basic, but it's a countdown timer, okay? You can configure it. You can select an animation, select the countdown to, specify that. It uses local storage to store it all. The internet's not really required, although this is the web app. All right, you can see that this is running from the web server on, my box here, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the DevTools here. And I'm going to just clear the site data because I kind of want to show you what happened when I actually opened the app the very first time. So let's pretend like I'm going to load the app for the first time. Take a look at the network. I've got it filtered on WASM. You'll see that it's downloading in the background the WebAssembly version of this app. Okay, that's using the new interactive auto rendering mode inside of Blazor and .NET 8. So you probably have already seen Dan talk a lot about this one, but I just wanted to give you an example of that. If I load it again, you'll see that it actually is going to recognize that I already have the WebAssembly version, and now it's running that version of that app. So, okay. All right, so this is the web version of the app. But what I really want to talk to you is about the hybrid part, okay? So you'll notice there that a couple of things we're doing. Notice that I have an interface here defined for local storage as well as the form factor that you saw. This is where we're getting the form factor and displaying it on the page like you saw. These interfaces are defined right here in our Razor class library because we're using them inside of the UI. But the implementations of these things are different in the Blazor app versus the MAUI app. For instance, you have to inject the implementations themselves. Okay, so if I go to my MAUI app here, just like Alon showed you, the startup program basically, this is where we're then injecting the device-specific services in this case, and the implementation of those services are right here in the apps themselves. All right, so for instance, in the form factor, you'll see that I'm using in the MAUI side this abstraction called device info. This is great. I mean, this is why we use MAUI, because it provides this abstraction layer over all of the different devices that we're targeting. In this case, deviceinfo.idiom, so basically, what is the form factor? Is it desktop? Is it a phone? And then platform, what kind of platform is it running on? So that's pretty cool. Similarly, in local storage, for instance, MAUI provides us this really slick way of just accessing the local storage of the device through the Preferences API. So I'm just getting and setting the settings of the timer information. Cool. All right. So what if we want to do like some specific, device, depending on like what type of device it is, right? So we want to target a specific set of UI just for phones, okay? Because I want to be able to take a selfie instead of like just specifying, like some animations. I want to be able to take a picture, but I only want to do that if it's a phone. I don't want to do it if it's on a desktop. So let's go back up to that configure page that I was showing you before. You'll notice that I have, so here's all the data that you were seeing on the web version of it. But if I have a preprocessor directive defined here, if Android or iOS, I want to be able to put in some UI here that takes a selfie, all right? Now, in order for this to work, Alon showed you how MAUI provides multi-targeting just out of the box in the template. With the Razor class library, you just have to add that right in here. Now, I've got this building for .NET 8, just for everything else, and specifically for Android and iOS. It will go ahead and put that code in there for us when we build. All right, cool. All right, so the last thing I just want to show you is how easy it is to actually take the photo in MAUI, where I'm using this media picker API, just capture photo async, all right, that's it. So it'll work on iOS and Android in this case. It'll actually work on other devices that have any kind of camera as well. So why I'm saying, is the camera captured supported? Yes, take the picture. All right, so I have this, this patiently waiting Android phone down here, okay? It's actually running the app already, okay? So I want to see the configure page here. You'll notice that I now have this take a selfie UI. So why don't we go ahead?
This is running on your actual
This is
Android
running on
phone.
my actual phone.
Can we even have the camera show us like the real camera? All right,
there we go. So this is running on my phone. I'm just mirroring the screen with what's showing right now, okay? All right, we're going to take a selfie. Ready? Good? Good enough. Oh, it's
blurry.
a little blurry,
Oh,
but
well.
that's all right. That's fine.
MAUI doesn't make your photos less blurry.
That's
just
the phone
makes
part.
it so you can
but
take
there you
photos.
go. It captures it. Now when I go back to our countdown, you can see that I've got that selfie on the countdown. All right, cool. All right, so that's just taking advantage of the best of MAUI and the best of Blazor together. All right, so let's flip back to slides here. I've just got a screenshots of different, this app's the same app running on all the different platforms. I showed you the web and the Android device, but we've also got it here on iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Windows running as well. All right, cool. All right, so Alon, you have something probably to talk about with this slide.
Yeah, I do. So we have, in addition to using Blazor to build hybrid applications where you get to reuse your C#, you might have existing Blazor assets, .NET libraries that you want to use. We also have this experiment called the .NET MAUI Hybrid Web View, where it enables you to combine other JavaScript-based applications, perhaps based on React or Angular or any other library, maybe completely custom, and embed that into a .NET MAUI cross-platform application. Maybe you have different teams in your organization, or so you're trying to wrap some other components that you have into a .NET MAUI application. So you get to mix as much .NET and C# as you want, as well as any existing HTML and C# and JavaScript, assets that you might have. And with the hybrid web view, you get to mix all of these just like with hybrid web view. So if we can switch to my laptop here, then I can do a quick demo. All right, perfect. So here, the best place to get started is on my GitHub page, so github.com/Eilon, E-I-L-O-N, and then there's the MAUI Hybrid Web View repo on there. We have a link at the end of the talk as well, so don't worry about remembering that. Now, the best place to get started is just go through the README, and there's some steps there to get you started. And if you clone the repo, you can check out the solution. That's what I'm going to demo here is, let's run this application. And what I've got here is I took an existing React application. All I did is I went to Bing and I searched for a simple React to-do application. And this is literally the first one that I found. And what I did is I made a few small changes to it, which you can also see in that I linked from the repo, which is in various places where the to-do app is trying to delete tasks, instead of changing an in-memory array, which is what the original sample does, I have it call into the C# hybrid web view. So this is a JavaScript call that is implemented to send a message back to C#. So here, anytime the JavaScript is calling delete task, it's going to go to the hybrid web view and say, hey, C#, you delete this task from the to-do item list. And that is what this sample does. So as I scroll around here, you can add items, say, do demo, add that. And if I go back and actually set a breakpoint in the C#, let's actually walk you through how I put this together. Here in the main page, we have, instead of a Blazor web view, there's this new hybrid web view control, where the main thing you have to tell it is, where is the JavaScript-based application located? So here I have a hybrid asset root, which is located inside the resources folder. So inside resources/raw, this is an otherwise very standard .NET MAUI application, not using Blazor, it's just a regular .NET MAUI application, and here is my React app. Now, in this case, it's the output of using Yarn to compile and assemble the application, get all of its resources, all the different images. And I took the output of that build and I just dropped it in here, completely unchanged, aside from the calls to hybrid web view that we just looked at. And aside from that, I just run the application. In fact, let's set a breakpoint. In here, I have some of the C# functionality. So let's scroll down to the add task. And now when I run the application with the debugger, we'll see that breakpoint get hit every time I add a task. And again, note, this is running React inside a web view locally. Again, no internet access or anything like that, unless the application actually needs it. Same exact model as the Blazor web view. So now we say do C# demo. Typed into a React application, I click add, and we see here the breakpoint in my C# is hit. And so here is that task. This might be a little bit small on the screen, but trust me, it says the same thing. And we can continue running the application. And so the way that works is, when the hybrid web view is configured, I tell it the JavaScript invoke target. And this is a feature that I have in the MAUI hybrid web view, where I say, anytime the JavaScript wants to call into C#, call a method on this class. And that's the class we were just looking at with the breakpoint, where I have add task for adding, edit task, and so on and so forth. And the two can send messages back and forth between each other. So for example, I think what that does here is, it says to the hybrid web view in C#, send a message back to JavaScript. So for example, when new data becomes available in the to-do application, this goes back and calls a method back onto the JavaScript. And I think we can go back to the slides now. And we'd love your feedback on this. This is an experimental feature that we have. You can check it out. There's a NuGet package. You don't have to compile it yourself. The instructions walk you through exactly how to do it. It takes only a few minutes. We'd love to hear your feedback. So send us feedback on that repo. It's a feature we're considering adding to some future version of .NET MAUI. So let us know what you think. Let us know what you've tried with it. If you have any issues or suggestions, we'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Eilon. All right, let's just wrap this up. Just as a summary, if you take away these points that we've hopefully convinced you that hybrid apps are the way to build apps, right? Just for everything. They're great for web developers, right? You really want to access the native platform capabilities, and MAUI is going to really help you use those platform abstractions and multi-targeting. And really think about it. You're probably starting with a web app, to be honest, and you're going to want to reuse the UI across the web and the native apps, and that's totally possible just putting these into class libraries.
Yeah, reuse not just your code, but also your skills as well. You've taken a lot of time to learn these things. Yeah. We want you to apply that same knowledge everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so here are the resources that Alon mentioned. We're gonna also put these out in the repo, like where we'll have all of the decks after the conference. So don't worry if you don't remember all of this, or take a picture right now if you're really interested. Yeah, and I guess we went over a little bit, sorry, but questions? Any questions?
Yeah, that was great. We do have a few good questions. You know, to start with, I really love what you said in wrapping up, Alon, with, you know, not just reusing code, but reusing skills. Like as a web dev, I love being able to look at that. I get your code. I understand what you're doing there, so that's cool. Interesting one here. Just, yeah, where'd you get those cool looking icons for your countdown app?
Yeah, there's a lot of animations.
The hard-hitting questions.
Yeah, I actually don't remember where I got them. There's a site that I just download them. But actually, they are packaged into the app. I'm not calling the internet to get them.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Should we take this one up
Sure,
next?
yeah.
All right, from the famous Jeremy Sinclair. Use a Razor class library to share UI and interfaces across the web and native projects. Use .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid app template to build a hybrid app. Okay, so this is not actually a question.
He's just live tweeting.
We
That's
love
what Jeremy does. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was wrapping this up, but you know, there were some people asking like, what's the best way to package up my components and that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think you were recommending like using a shared library for components and pages. People are asking about different ways of sharing between applications and things.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I showed, and what Beth has in her application as well, is using a single solution, and there's a Razor class library project in there. Now that same Razor class library project, you can also package it as a NuGet package. You can publish that to NuGet.org if you want to share it with the world, or you can also just share it within your organization. You can have a local package feed within your organization. On Azure DevOps, you might have a package feed that you use, so you can have shared components that, let's say, one team builds all the shared UI, shared components, graphs, charts, whatever it might be. Publish that to your local feed, and then all the different other teams within your organization can build their .NET MAUI applications that reference the Razor class library, and their Blazor web applications referencing that same library. So there's a lot of different options there, and the thing I want to emphasize is there's actually nothing new here. This is the standard same .NET things. If you've done this in .NET before in any other area in .NET, it works exactly the same way. We didn't have to build anything new. It's based on the same patterns, the same MS build tasks and project files. It's the same exact system.
Yeah, I love the fact that we can reuse the Razor class library assets across different types of apps, right? Like, I developed an iOS app a long time ago, but no chance doing it now. I'm going to try the MAUI hybrid, I think, you know?
Yeah. Hey, thanks a bunch. That was a great presentation. You packed a whole lot in. I loved your app, and we'll watch your countdown retirement go. This is awesome.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Yeah, that was great. Like you're saying, being able to reuse skills, being able to reuse all the code, and it's like immediately look at, hey, I'm a mobile app dev. You know?
I know. If only we can make it easier to publish to the Apple Store.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Hey, so we've had a lot of great content today. I'm John Galloway. I was on this morning. I'm joined today by my friend Syed, who was a speaker earlier.
Yeah, I was on a little bit ago. Yeah, a lot of great sessions going on today, and wow, and you see the kind of breadth of everything that's happening on the .NET Conf day, I think, you know? It's pretty incredible.
So we are getting towards the end of our in-studio stuff for today, and then we're going to be going into a 24-hour around-the-world thing, which is pretty neat. So we go all night. We have speakers in Australia and Asia Pacific, and going through, you know, Eastern Europe and Africa, and all the way around the world, back through the, you know, South America, U.S. and stuff. Is one of my favorite parts. Coming up, we're going to be, we've got a great talk on NuGet.
Yeah, with Ali.
Ali, and you know, I mean, NuGet is really cool. We use it all the time. It blows my mind when I look on NuGet.org and I'll see packages with like 1 billion downloads or something, right?
Like Self.Json. Right?
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and they've been continuing to add some really cool features into NuGet, and it's hard to keep up with it. I'll notice like some posts go by and I'm like, oh, I really should catch up. So here we get a recap of all the new stuff that's coming up in NuGet.
Yeah, this will be great for both of us, I think, this next session coming up.
Great, awesome. So we'll pass over to you, Ali, and let's hear about NuGet.
Cool. Okay, hi guys. My name's Ali, and I'm a product manager on the NuGet team here at Microsoft. I'm super excited to be here today to tell you all about the brand new features that are available in NuGet for .NET 8. So that's going to comprise of some stuff ranging from NuGet 6.5 all the way up to our latest release, NuGet 6.8, which is just what's come out in the last year. So yeah, I'm going to get into a quick little introduction on NuGet if you're not familiar. So NuGet is the official package manager for .NET development. It's a tool that helps you to manage third-party libraries and packages in your .NET projects. So NuGet also provides a vast registry of pre-built packages, so if you're just getting started, there's already a ton of stuff on there to make it really easy for you to find the exact package that you're looking for that can work with your compatible framework. So if you're not already familiar with NuGet, just wanted to provide a quick plug here. There's a new beginner video series that just came out on YouTube and Microsoft Learn that provides all of the kind of beginner getting started information for NuGet if you're not already familiar with it. But in this session today, I'm going to be talking a little bit specifically about the new features that are available in NuGet. So I'm going to kind of breeze past some of that intro information and take a deep dive into some of what's new. So with that being said, let's get started. Here's a list of all of the exciting new features that I'm going to cover today. It definitely isn't everything that NuGet's done in the last year, but just wanted to highlight some of what's important. I'm going to get started by talking about NuGet Audit, which is a really exciting new security feature to make sure that you're always aware of any vulnerabilities that might exist in your projects. I'll also talk a little bit about our vulnerability info API. That's really useful if you're a package source provider and you want to provide custom vulnerability information. Next, I'll dive a little bit into conditional package updating in Visual Studio and what's new with that. I'll also talk some about package source mapping updates. Package source mapping is a feature that's been around in NuGet for a little while. It was released in .NET 6, but we've got some really exciting new updates to just make it even easier for you to use. I'll also talk a little bit about the HTTPS Everywhere initiative and what NuGet is doing to enforce that and how you can potentially opt out of that if you would like. Then the last three things I'll talk about are Search by Target Framework on NuGet.org, which was a highly requested feature, and we're super excited that it's available now. So just want to highlight that a little bit. Next, I'll also talk about central package management, what's new with that. And then last, I'll close off by going into some terms of service updates in NuGet over the last year. So with that overview being covered, let's talk a little bit about NuGet Audit. NuGet Audit is a process to identify vulnerabilities, evaluate risks, and make recommendations for improving security in your .NET projects. Basically, its goal is to identify and mitigate any security vulnerabilities really early on and make you aware of anything that might exist in your projects. So NuGet Audit is really easy to use. It's enabled by default starting in .NET 8, which is very exciting. And it's also really easy to actually run a security audit once it's kind of enabled in your project. So I'll talk a little bit about how you can do that. First, you can run it explicitly by just typing .NET Restore into your CLI by manually running a security audit. But also, to make it so that you don't even really have to think about it, NuGet Audit is run automatically when you perform any common package maintenance operations, such as adding a package, updating a package, removing a package, or anything of that nature. So it makes it really easy to just kind of keep tabs on security in your projects without even really having to think about it. So that is a super nifty little feature. And there are a few ways that NuGet Audit will notify you if there are any vulnerabilities that are found in your packages. So the first way will be directly in the output when you run a security audit. So as you can see here on the right-hand side of the screen, on the bottom there is a little sample of what that might look like. So the developer here has run .NET Restore, and then as you can see, there was a high severity vulnerability that was found in this project. And we can see that by one of two ways. First, we can see the text directly says a known high severity vulnerability was found in this version of the specific package, Newtonsoft.json version 9. It'll tell you that information right in the output, as well as the warning code. We have a range of warning codes that range from low severity vulnerabilities all the way up to critical severity vulnerabilities, so you can be aware of exactly what you're dealing with. There will also be a GitHub link right at the bottom of that output there that provides some more information about what you can do if a vulnerability is found in your package and how exactly you can manage that. So yeah, again, this output will show you directly how many vulnerabilities are found, a breakdown of their severities, and the appropriate remediation action to take. And another quick note is that if there are multiple vulnerabilities that are found, you'll see a separate output for each one. So even if you have multiple vulnerabilities in the same package, you'll see an output for each one. The next way that you'll be able to find out about any vulnerabilities found in your packages will be directly in the Package Manager UI in Visual Studio. So in the Installed tab, so a list of any of the packages you have installed, you'll see a little hazard icon, very familiar little icon there that will notify you if there is a known vulnerability that's found in any of the packages that you have installed. Most notably, you will also be warned of any vulnerabilities that are found in transitive packages. Even if NuGet Audit is configured only for direct packages, you'll also be notified if there's anything, any vulnerabilities that are found in packages that are transitively installed. So that just makes it really convenient to know exactly what's going on and if you have any vulnerabilities that might be affecting your code. The last way that you'll be notified of any security vulnerabilities that might be found in your projects is through an info bar in the Solution Explorer on Visual Studio. So as you can see, there's a little screenshot showing that right on the right-hand side of the screen. So a bar will appear at the top of the screen in the Explorer on Visual Studio that will notify you this solution contains packages with vulnerabilities. It'll warn you exactly that that has happened, and there will give you an option right in the info bar in itself to give you the option to take a closer look. So I'll show you on the next slide here. We have a little GIF that shows this in action. So as you can see, the developer in question here has a little info bar that appeared at the top of their Solution Explorer. And once they click that little Manage button, it takes them right to the Visual Studio UI for NuGet, where they can take a closer look at which package and look a little bit closer into what they can do to remediate that vulnerability. So in this case, it looks like just updating the package version from version 12 to version 13 will easily fix that vulnerability. And you can see that once that's done, the vulnerability info bar will go away. So really quick, really easy, and a really good way to stay on top of any vulnerabilities that might be found in your packages. The next thing I'm going to talk a little bit about is our new Vulnerability Info API. So this API makes it really easy for NuGet to download and consume vulnerability information from any package source provider. So this means that NuGet can now support different sources of vulnerability data, not just ones on NuGet.org. This also means that if you're a package source provider, you can provide custom vulnerability information. So it doesn't directly have to come from NuGet.org. You can specify and kind of upload your own source for vulnerability information if you own a package source, which provides a lot of flexibility and extensibility for NuGet security. So it's a really exciting new feature that we have that I just wanted to highlight. And you can find some more information about exactly how to implement that if you are a package source provider in our NuGet documentation. The next feature I'm going to talk a little bit about is conditional package updating in Visual Studio for projects with multiple target frameworks. So if you have projects that target multiple frameworks such as MAUI or UNO projects, then it's very likely that you also have conditionally installed packages. Conditionally installed packages are basically a package that you have that's installed in your project, but it only works for a certain target framework. So let's say you have a package that's installed for .NET 6, but not for .NET 5. So that would be a conditionally installed package. So historically, NuGet hasn't done a great job of installing or updating these conditionally referenced packages correctly, consistently. All updates of conditional packages would lead to attempting to install the package for all frameworks and not just the one that's installed for. The change here that NuGet has recently undergone is that NuGet will recognize when there is a conditionally referenced package, and it will only update it for the framework in question. So it'll know, this package here is only installed for .NET 5, so we're only going to update it for .NET 5. So that'll avoid any errors that might have popped up in the past, which is super helpful. The next feature I'm going to dive a little bit into is package source mapping. Package source mapping gives you fine-grained control over where your packages are coming from and gives you the opportunity to map every package in your solution to a target source. So you know exactly where your packages are coming from every time. This can protect against something called dependency confusion attacks. Dependency confusion attacks are a type of software attack where basically a malicious actor will try to take advantage of the fact that people have a lot of trust in NuGet and will create, say we have a package here and it's on source A, then a malicious actor will create a package with the same name on source B, attempting to see if somebody gets confused and actually accidentally downloads the package from the wrong source, which this package B here might have malicious code in it, which would not be good. So NuGet wanted to provide a solution for that, where you can actually specify a specific source for each of your packages to prevent from downloading the wrong package on accident and accidentally downloading malicious code. So let's talk a little bit about how this works. You can configure source mappings through the Visual Studio Options dialog by going through Tools, Options, NuGet Package Manager, and Package Source Mappings. So there's a screenshot of what that might look like on the right-hand side of the screen. As you can see, there's options to add, remove, or remove all source mappings if you would like to turn the feature off, but makes it really easy to just visualize there in the center all of the source mappings that you have at a glance. Another way that you can also configure source mappings is through the NuGet.config file, which can be found in your repository. A new feature around package source mapping that's new with .NET 7 is that you can now see, or sorry, not .NET 7, NuGet 6.7. It's not that old. But you can now see the status of source mappings directly in the package source details pane on the package manager UI in Visual Studio. So if you take a look at the screenshots here, you can see the two different sides of what that might look like. On the left-hand side of the screen, we can see that the developer in question here has package source mapping turned off. And they're notified of that right in the PM UI. So there's a little button in the notification there that will give you the option to configure those settings. If you see package source mapping is turned off and you would like to turn it on, you can do that with one click. On the right-hand side of the screen here, we can see that package source mapping is turned on. You get that little green check mark. There's not a little red box around this notification, but it's in the same spot as the one on the left side of the screen. And again, you have that option to configure those settings with one click if you would like to. So for the package in question here on the right-hand side of the screen, package source mapping is enabled and a source mapping is found for this particular package. So just to visualize what that might look like. Next, starting with NuGet 6.8, new functionality to automatically create source mappings on install and package reference type projects is a new feature that we can offer. So as you can see in the red box here, instead of seeing package source mapping is turned off or turned on, if you have package source mapping enabled and you are looking to download a new package, you will see a little notification at the bottom of the screen that says a package source mapping will be created. So if you're on a single source and you're looking to download a package, now you don't even have to think about it. Package source mapping will be done for you automatically. And it'll give you the option to configure those settings again with one click. So super easy to navigate around and super easy to just have visibility into the security settings for your project. Another new super exciting feature for package source mapping, new in .NET 8, is that we can create source mappings from the VS UI. And this now considers the global packages folder for transitive dependencies. So what exactly does that mean? The automatic download there for when you want to download a new package, it now considers what packages might have been in the global cache of NuGet packages on your machine. So it'll check that when it's going to download a new package. And if it is an enabled source for the solution, then it will automatically map to that source. And if it's not an authenticated source for this package, then it will fail with an error indicating that in the source message. So you can see exactly what that might look like in the screenshot there. So if the transitive package that the automatic source mapping is trying to bring in doesn't match up with something that's found on the global packages folder, then you'll receive an error for that with instructions as well as how you can remediate that if you would like to. So package source mapping has a lot of really exciting new functionality that makes it even easier to use than ever before. So just wanted to highlight some of those new things that are available in .NET 8 for package source mapping. It's a really great feature, and if you're not familiar with it or you're not using it yet, then I would definitely recommend that you check it out. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about HTTPS Everywhere. HTTPS Everywhere is an initiative that is going on across software in general, and it is the backbone of web security. It's also known as the Secure Sockets Layer, or SSL. And this is what guarantees that we can use the web to transmit sensitive information over the internet. So whether it be financial information, medical information, or anything sensitive of that nature, HTTPS is what guarantees that we can do this with relative confidence, that nobody's going to intercept or steal this information, or basically malicious actors can't access it if we're transmitting sensitive information over the web. So in NuGet 6.3, we introduced the new NU 1803 warning that will notify you if you are not using an HTTPS source in your packages. And we recognize that not everyone is at the same place in their HTTPS Everywhere journey, and we wanted to give you flexibility to be able to customize this experience if you're not ready to transmit to it or to transfer to using only HTTPS sources. So we have enabled the new Allow Insecure Connections attribute that you can use to opt out of receiving these warnings if you're not using an HTTPS source. So just to provide a little bit of functionality, customizability to allow that you're having the best experience possible. And the default here is that Allow Insecure Connections is set to false. So you might start seeing those notifications for if you're not using an HTTPS source start to pop up. But again, we're providing that flexibility for you. The next feature that I want to talk a little bit about is Search by Target Framework on NuGet.org. Search by Target Framework is a feature that was really highly requested for a long time in NuGet, and it allows you to really find the package that you're looking for super easily. So I provided a couple of screenshots here that show you exactly how this would work. When you're searching for a package on NuGet.org, you'll see this gray bar on the side that will show you and allow you to filter the results by different target frameworks that we support. So on the list of frameworks there, you'll see .NET, .NET Core, .NET Standard, .NET Framework. And then if you look at the screenshot on the right, you can see that if you open up those little arrow icons, then you can filter it even more if you want to look for something that's only compatible with .NET 7 or .NET 6 or a very specific framework. You can find packages that work exactly for what you're working on even easier than ever before. So that's a really exciting feature that we really wanted to highlight. And I know a lot of people have been looking out for this for a while, so just calling that out. I'm sure if you're very familiar with NuGet, then you've seen this already, but yeah, very exciting to call that out. The next feature that I'm going to talk a little bit about is Central Package Management. Central Package Management is a tool that started with NuGet 6.2, and it allows you to centrally manage your dependencies in your projects with the addition of a directory.packages.props file. So this file will sit in the root of your repository or anywhere where you put it, and it will allow you to kind of specify if you have multiple, or if you have a multi-project solution and you're using common dependencies across all of these projects, then you can have a central location where you can manage all of your dependencies, all of your versioning, and make sure that everything is updated accordingly. This can avoid having duplicate or inconsistent package references in your projects, and you can easily update the versions in one place. So this feature helps you to simplify and streamline your dependency management, and additionally, it helps you to reduce maintenance cost. So starting with NuGet 6.5, the NuGet Package Manager supports common package management operations like installing or updating packages that are defined there. So in the past, if you had added a new package version or package reference within the directory.packages.props file, then that might have not transferred over to what packages are actually installed in your solution. But now, any package operations that you perform in this file will be respected globally. The last topic that I'm going to talk about is some updates to our terms of service. In recent years, the NuGet open source community and the .NET open source community and NuGet package registry have become increasingly important for sharing code. However, with the growth of these platforms, there's also an unexpected rise in some unexpected behavior and hate speech, or things that can be harmful or intimidating to certain users on our platform. We've always been committed to creating a safe and welcoming environment for our users. And to this end, we've made a couple of changes to our terms of service. And this happened in March of 2023. So on the left here, we edited one of our existing rules on our terms of service and added a clause that prevents against unexpected behavior that is not clearly documented at the top of both the package description and the package README. So that will enforce some behavior that will prevent people from having unexpected behavior in their packages. So you can be confident that every time you download a package, you know exactly what you're getting, and you know that there's not going to be anything unexpected coming for downloading a certain package. The one on the right here, we can see we added an additional clause in our terms of service that protects against hate speech on our platform, including violent hate speech, hateful imagery, or anything of that nature. Hate speech is content or conduct that attacks, intimidates, degrades, or individuals or groups because of their protected traits, actual or perceived race, ethnicity, anything of that nature. So we really want to make sure that NuGet is a safe and protected platform for all of our users, and we don't want anyone to be publishing any hate speech on there. So we added a clause in our terms of service to protect against that. So any packages that are found on our ecosystem that don't align with our terms of service will be removed, which is one of our ways that we are just continuing to create and foster a safe platform on our ecosystem. So thanks so much for watching this talk on some of the new features that are available in NuGet for .NET 8. I'm super excited to be sharing some of these really exciting new features that the NuGet team has been working hard to get built over the last year. So yeah, I know I'm a little bit early. We talked a little bit fast, I guess, but thank you so much for joining, and that's all I have.
Yeah, that was great, Ali. So much information. Yeah. Hey, so a few questions. One I had is just general roadmap. Like, so you talked about a lot of new things that you've been building over time, a lot of things that like package management, security, and things like that. What do you have kind of planned for future?
Right. So for future, the NuGet team is going to continue to reduce vulnerabilities in packages in our ecosystem and continue to create those preventative measures to protect against any software supply chain attacks that might be rising in popularity. So we're always on the lookout for what might be happening in the open source and code sharing ecosystem, and want to make sure that we can build protective measures that can protect our customers and our users from any attacks. Additionally, we want to continue to signal or come up with ways to signal trust and authentic packages in our ecosystem. So that's another area that we're looking into. And lastly, we want to encourage high quality metadata in our packages. So that's anything from a high quality package README and anything of that nature. We're continuing to build tools that can support that.
Awesome.
Yeah, the secure supply chain. Wow, over the last few years, that's been the
It's
super
been a really
hot topic,
hot
right?
thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
here at
yeah.
Microsoft, we've done countless hours working on that. And
Yeah,
wow.
it's a big
Yeah,
deal.
It's incredible.
I had one other question. Is you were talking about kind of a lot of the things you're talking about are more from the consumer side. How do I make sure packages are secure and stuff? Some of the things there are you looking at many features for as I'm creating packages? What are some of the main things for me?
Right. I think that goes hand in hand with some of what I talked about for creating package metadata.
Okay.
I think we want to kind of enforce that experience and make it easier for our customers to provide high quality metadata in their packages. So whether that be just tools for building a README or anything like that, yeah.
Cool.
We have a question for NuGet.org. So can the search by target framework find packages that have a dependency for the .NET Standard 2.1 with filtering option .NET 8?
I believe the answer is yes. Yeah,
okay.
I think we have some pretty fine-grained control on filtering exactly what packages you're looking for.
It sounds like give it a shot and let us know if it's not working for you. There's another one here as well. So will there ever be a nice NuGet UI for Visual Studio Code like there is in Visual Studio?
Short answer, yes. That is definitely something that is on our radar, and it's a work in progress, so expect that soon.
All right, we like that short answer.
Cool. Well, I guess that's all the questions we had. Thank you. That was a really informative session. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thanks, Allie. Cool. Yeah, wow, a lot of great stuff.
Crazy, dude.
We had some cool some tweets come in here. James Montemagno, who is supposed to be on vacation, but he's doing a pretty terrible job of it. So he's tweeting and texting and all this stuff. So yes, he's the one to break the news from Fiji, apparently. That the keynote is up. We've got the playlist is up. We've got the studio team is doing amazing work, like cranking these things out. So you can go and check out the keynote. You can start watching these things live. So that's pretty rad.
And then there was another one by Jeremy, I think, that we wanted to kind of highlight
Again,
as well.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, wow. Thank you for all that .NET Conf on Twitter, Jeremy.
Yep. Yeah, so here he's been doing, this is an example one where he did for Beth and Alon's session where he kind of wrapped up, here's the things. But he's been doing this for a lot of the sessions. He live tweeted during all day yesterday and stuff. So great information there. Cool. Yeah, you can continue this hashtag. We'll be watching for this. And again, if you've got local events or anything you want to share, take your pictures of your local events and share those. There are local events going on around the world. They're at akams.net conf-local-event. It's also on the .NET Conf website. We've got 200 of them now.
Wow.
So it's so cool to see the map. People are having these events. Some huge events I've seen people in the past, like from Lagos or just all around the world. It's so fun. So and it's a nice reminder.
It's
we're part of this.
Right?
It's a global community.
I remember when they first came up with the idea of the local events, and I was very kind of skeptical about it. But wow, it really turned out to be great, I think.
And for people that are running these local events, we have. We have the slides, we have the sample code, we have the information from the blog posts and stuff, so people are able to kind of present it sometimes in their own language or different things. So
right.
very
That's
cool.
Right. That's huge. To have it in your own language, right?
Yep. So we've got some really cool ways to dig in deeper with this content. So there's this Learn collection. We're definitely pushing this Learn collection, AKAMS Learn-.NET-8, and so that's where we've gone through and we've collected. This is like a mega listing of all our top resources.
Right. What about .NET 8? Where do people get .NET 8, John?
Yeah, so there is a link for it. It's just AKMS get-.NET-8. You can also always just go to the .NET website. It's dot.net, and it's going to be right there. We're going to be pushing it. We're selling .NET right now. It's on sale.
You want to tell them where to find the videos?
Yeah, so the videos we have at akams.net/videos. And one cool thing about these videos, so we've got a ton of videos. Lately, we cranked out a bunch of beginner videos.
Right.
So these are beginner video series. There's one on, for instance, there's Blazor Hybrid. There's a lot of different, C#, a lot of getting started things. So these are beginner series. They're short, bite-sized videos series. So.
Yeah, I saw Leslie had a bunch of those. That was great. And then for the viewers who miss sessions, When can they expect these to be uploaded?
Yeah, well, so a lot of them are all, day one is already completely uploaded.
it's already all
Your
up
session may already be uploaded,
sure.
I believe.
Wow.
So they're
Pretty fast.
I don't know how they do it.
They're hard at work, those guys. Yeah, I
super
know.
fast. So yeah, they're cranking away on things.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Yeah.
So we have some really cool stuff coming up. We're getting close to the end of the day, and we're then going to do this 24-hour around the world stream. So after this session, we're going to have a short little switch around. So just a heads up on that, we're going to be switching to a different stream so that we can do this round the world thing. And then coming up in this next session, we're going to be talking about Windows Forms.
Yeah, with Mary, right?
With Mary. I have a short little story about Mary.
Okay, go for it.
I was stuck. I was presenting to somebody that needed to learn how to migrate their large application, Windows Forms, .NET Framework, and I was like, who can I ask for help? I asked for Mary. She gave me so much information, videos, code, all this stuff. I was like, Mary, you can't keep all this to yourself. We got to get you at .NET Conf. So she agreed. So Mary McGaw is here at .NET Conf, and she's going to be telling you about new features for Windows Forms developers in .NET 8. So take it away, Mary.
Hey guys, I'm Mary McGaw, and I'm here today to tell you a little bit about what's new in Windows Forms. And actually, I'm going to give you even more history than just what we're doing in .NET 8. I'm going to give you some of the background, and I'm going to give you some of the future of what we're looking at to build in the coming up days. So the first thing I want to do is bring up my deck. And are we good with that? So there we go, I see it. All right, so a little bit of a history lesson or a walk down memory lane. For those of you that may not know WinForms as well as I do, we have it as it's a wrapper around the Win32 and Common Controls APIs. And these are kind of complex to write when you need to do it in C++. .NET 1.0 in WinForms, and WinForms itself, they were born in 2002 as part of the first .NET Visual Studio, and we were able to create kind of a really popular, easy mechanism for building UI apps that looked and felt like the rest of Windows. Now, .NET Framework 2.0 was the next big release, and it added so many things, especially panels, tool strips, menu strips, data grid views, the whole 9 yards. In .NET Framework 4.0 through 4.8.1, we saw continuing investment. For example, 4.0, we added the famous chart control. And in 4.8.1, we added ARM64 support. So we also invested in accessibility, display scaling, and the whole 9 yards. Around 2000, or to this day, WinForms itself is the #1 backbone of enterprise apps. People have been using it and investing in it for something like 20 years now. It's a pretty important part of the ecosystem. And when .NET Core came around and didn't have a desktop solution, they asked us, hey, do you want to get WinForms up there? So in 2019, we open sourced WinForms on .NET Core, migrated to the .NET platform, and we've been going strong ever since. WinForms in .NET is full of so many things that we didn't have in .NET Framework. The first, my most exciting part of it is that the community gets to participate and they get to drive features into the product. We've been working on performance and rendering. As we're getting further along, we're modernizing our COM and our interop. Of course, we want to stay up to date with the look and feel of Windows, so we're continuing to improve that look and feel. Near and dear to my heart is accessibility. And we have a ton of accessibility improvements that we've been adding release over the last few releases. And in .NET 6, we were able to incorporate the full VB application framework into Visual Studio for writing VB.NET apps. And we've been adding data binding and other features ever since. Now, a lot of people think of WinForms as an old community that doesn't really do much, but I encourage you to go to github.net/WinForms. You're going to see a vibrant community with lots of people participating. As we've been improving the look and feel of WinForms, the very first PR that was merged on stage live by Scott Hanselman, thank you very much, was the modernization of the folder browser dialog, which was actually really cool, and I'll show you that in a moment. We've also changed the default font in .NET. We are making it look more, well, we're making it the system font of whatever version of Windows you're on. This could make some layout challenges in the pixel for pixel kind of ports that people want to do. So I'll show you a way around that. We just added in .NET 7 the ability to have previews when you're dragging and dropping documents and content across your screen. We've also been improving layout support and like rounded corners, snap layouts, all that modern Windows 9, Windows 11 sort of look and feel. Recently, the System.Drawing API set, that was brought into the WinForms repo because it is a managed wrapper around Windows APIs like GDI, GDI Plus, and that sorts of thing. As we did that, we were able to now add some new access to the modern system icons that have a lot better scaling options than the old icons that we used to have in WinForms. So the first thing I want to do is take you on a whirlwind tour of some of the stuff that we've been most excited about adding in .NET. So let me switch over to Visual Studio here. And the first thing I wanted to show you is my Visual Studio installation. I've got a tool strip up here. Notice I have it kind of large because that's one of the benefits of the new stock icons I'm going to show you. And I got a couple of controls. I know in demo land, especially when you're doing a live demo, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. So I'm keeping this as simple as possible. The first thing to show you then is instead of setting bitmap images here, I am going to, when the form loads, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the system icon codes, the stock icons that we added. And you can take a look at it right here. Whoops, Control 1. Anyway, you can take a look at it right there where we've got the get stock icons. And in this case, I did a folder and a media blank CD because I want to show the folder browser dialog. And I figured we'd have 2 would be better than none, than just 1. So as we build the application, it loads, always takes a little bit on that first time. And you can see the improved system drawing icons that are better. You can also see the new text that we have in, the new font size that we've got, that we added. So how about this? How about, I'm going to go back to my design here. I'm going to go to the second button, and I'm going to show you that first ever community PR. And it really is exactly the same code that you would have done in .NET Framework, .NET Core 3.0, 3.1. But instead of having just a single square Windows XP style of dialogue, now what you get is, and I put it into the wrong button, but here's the folder browser dialog, and I'm able to go anywhere on the PC, save the folder. But this is the Windows 11 look and feel of the folder browser dialog. Now, if I've got a port that I'm wanting to do from .NET Framework 4.8 or 4.8.1 to .NET Core, we're going to notice that font is very different, and it will make layout problems in your application. So we decided to add a default font, application default font property to .NET so that we can come here into my demo, and I'm going to say, you don't want to watch me type, so I'm just going to drag this in here. I'm going to set the application default font to Comic Sans MS. And 18, I'm old school. I've been doing WinForms since it was invented. And when I run the application, you can see it was a one-stop shop to change the default font pretty much everywhere in the application. You can now, basically, if you want to do the pixel for pixel parody of your .NET Framework 4.1 app, you can just change it to what the system icon used to be, or the system font used to be in Windows in the previous versions. So now, I talked about Visual Basic a little bit ago, and we still have a very popular crew doing Visual Basic. So I want to come over here and bring up my Visual Basic demo. And let's set that one as the startup project. The first thing I want to do is when Visual Basic .NET was added for .NET Core, we didn't have any Visual Studio experience. In .NET 6, we were able to add the Visual Studio experience with your old-fashioned property pages. And when you do these property pages, if I scroll down to the application framework here, you've got all the same kinds of properties that you used to set in .NET Framework. You've got things like high DPI mode, which are new. You can set it here, or you can set it in application events. I'll talk about that in a moment. And I think what I'm going to demo is my splash screen. So I have a VB demo splash screen, and I'm going to let it go for 2,000 milliseconds. And I'm going to build that. I do need to kind of tell Visual Studio this is what I intend to do. We're working out the kinks on reloading this, but I'm going to go to project, unload the project, and save it. That way we reload it and go back to running it. Let's go back to the VB demo and hit run. There's your .NET logo. There's the wonderful, exciting VB application that I created, which wasn't all that exciting. So next up, if you want to do the same font situation that you had in the C# side, there are a couple of ways that you can do that. We haven't wired that up into the property pages just yet. We're working on it. That's part of the plans in upcoming releases. But what we can do is go into the application events, and Visual Basic users are pretty familiar with this. What I will do is go to application events, and I want to point out right up here at the top the new apply application defaults. This is where we're able to apply whatever defaults we want. In addition to doing it in the property pages, now we also have the apply application defaults. In this case, I am going to do the default font. And whoops, that's not the one I wanted. I'm going to say e.font equals a new font. And there's a real reason why you didn't want me to be typing today. So font. And that's going to be, whoops, I have an extra parentheses there. So we'll make it Comic Sans MS, and we'll make it 18 just like we had in my app. And let me make sure that I have the right capitalization just in case it gets cranky. And so when I run the application, there's my splash screen again, and there's my Comic Sans MS default font. There's a little bit of a difference between the way the C# project system and the VB.NET project system work. And if I go back to my VB form, you're not actually going to see that default font. And the reason is because we defined it in application events, and the application events don't actually all fire here in the VB.NET design environment. We do have, however, the ability to pop into your project file, your SDK style project file, and set your default font right there. So I've got the application default font, same Comic Sans MS, and I do need to tell the project that we need to unload it and restart the server process. I'll tell you about what that is in just a second. But as soon as we do that, and I bring up my VB demo form, and it takes just a second to load, you'll see that the project setting allowed my design tools server, my Visual Studio server process, to pick up the new font, and then the event in the application events allows it to be picked up at runtime. Now, the last thing I really want to show in Visual Basic was the biggest initial contribution, a feature driven in .NET 5 from start to finish by the community. We all are familiar with the old WinForms dialogue, message box dialogue. And it has its purpose, but I'm going to be honest, it's a little bit dated. So here what I've got is some buttons. I'm going to use the new Windows Vista style task dialog. And we've got the task dialog, show dialog, and I want it with a caption, a heading, some text. I'll show you what that expander text is here in just a second. A progress bar, and that handful of buttons that I created. And let me make sure that I've got the right demo that I'm launching. There's my splash screen again. And when I click the button, this is the task dialog style messaging, and it can be made extra complex. And you can do pages in there. It can be like a wizard. You have a variety of ways that you can configure this, and it's just one of the cooler features that we've been able to put into .NET and into WinForms over the years. All right, so now back to my PowerPoint. What I want to talk about next is the Visual Studio experience. You got a little bit of a taste of it, but you literally can't separate WinForms from its Visual Studio experience. That's the cool part about WinForms, is the drag and drop design. Now, as you may know, Visual Studio needs to run your initialized component code to be able to display in the designer. And when you're running a .NET Framework app, that works fine because Visual Studio is a .NET Framework process, so we can run right inside the Visual Studio process. But with .NET, we can't do that. It's a .NET runtime versus a .NET Framework runtime. So we had to split out the designer, and you can see that in the image, and we created a design tools server process that contained your .NET app that you're trying to design. And that's so you could see things like the new default fonts, the new icons, everything that doesn't exist in .NET Framework that you want to be able to see in your .NET app. This really was essentially a rewrite of a 20-year-old design system. And so it's a journey, and we're getting there. We have created a new extensibility model so that you can write your own complex custom controls and design experience for those controls. Now, one thing I really want to talk about before we wrap this up today is DPI unaware designing and data binding. So I need to go through both of those. With designing a DPI unaware, or designing within Visual Studio, your coordinates, when you drag and drop and you draw and create your design, those coordinates are set by whatever your current primary monitor is. And if I'm designing on this lovely little laptop the way it is today, and my partner in crime goes and tries to design the same form on a different screen with different sizes and coordinates, we wind up running into places where he's serializing different things than I am without really even changing much. This causes both design time and runtime issues. So this animation here, you'll see when Klaus, my partner in crime, who wasn't able to make it today, designed this application, and he was able to get a user control when he was running at 125% scaling. And it's got quite a few items on here. Me, I design the same form, I start working on it, and runtime, I've now cut off several different lines of the application. That's not what we want. In .NET Framework, the answer was you either set your DPI on your monitor to 96 DPI, go to 100% scaling, or restart Visual Studio in 100% or DPI unaware mode. That doesn't cut it, and the main reason is because Visual Studio the entire frame is in this DPI unaware blurry mode. So I cannot wait to show you this feature that we've got in 17.8 that's available to you today. It's called DPI Unaware tab, and it lets us take that design tools server and have the whole tab in a DPI unaware mode. Now, the animation here shows you why it's important from a runtime. I'll show you just kind of the code perspective of what the benefits really are. So let me go back to my second demo. And this is a beautiful app that I designed at home on a 100% monitor. Unfortunately, this is at 125% scaling. And if you look at the top, I get this lovely little info bar that says, you should try to go into DPI unaware mode. So how about it? Today, if I'm not in DPI unaware mode and I'm just doing it the way I usually do, I go to change this button text to be Mary button. Logically, the only thing that should have changed in the diff is the text property of that single button. Let me go to my Git changes here, however. I'm going to go to the resource file because I did this as a localized application, and I'm going to view the comparison with the unmodified. And if you look, I didn't just change the text property of the button. Somehow I wound up changing all of the sizes and coordinates of the different items that were in the table. That is not what we want. That's today's status quo. And what we're doing now, let me undo those changes and close these screens up here real quick. I'm going to go into my Solution Explorer. I'm going to go to my project properties, and I am going to add the Force Designer DPI, and we're working on getting the tooltips or the work to come through here so that it's autocomplete. But here we've got Force DPI, Designer DPI unaware, set that to true. I'm going to restart that server process because I want you to be able to see it. And the safest way to restart that server process is to unload reload. This is something you'll only do once in your application because you'll save that project file setting. And now let me repeat the actions that I did before. I'm going to go to the button. I'm going to change the button's text to just new text. And what we're hoping to see, and if you really zoom in here, and I can't zoom in for you, you'll see that the text in here is just a little bit blurry, but the rest of Visual Studio's screen all around the frame, that's nice and easy to see. Now let me go back to my Git changes and compare with unmodified. And this is so cool. The only thing that changed now is just the text of the button. So what this allows you to do is everybody on your team can configure their machines however they want, and it's just this one tab of the designer experience that needs to be in a DPI unaware mode so that everybody's doing the same thing. This is brand new in .NET, or in 17.8.1. We can do it for any .NET app, but .NET 8's the best way to go for that. I can't tell you how excited I am about it. So now let me go back to the PowerPoint, because I've got just a couple minutes here to talk about command binding in WinForms.NET. So this is new, really technically, in .NET 8. We had it as a preview feature in .NET 7 to see what worked, what didn't work. We were able to make it enabled by default for .NET 8. It's about 25 new APIs-ish that allow us to create bindable components. And this is exciting because it allows us to create components that have always been really super highly customizable. This is just an animation of a special kind of button that Klaus put together that has a symbol property, which is brand new. It's not a normal tool strip item button. But we can also, if you have a view model like you might use in WPF, WinForm, or WPF, WinUI, .NET MAUI, wherever else you might be working with your data, you can now bind that to these components, and you can do it with the same UI that you might be used to doing in WinForms in general. The benefit is not just buttons and tool strips, or buttons and text boxes being bindable, but the components are bindable too. So now you've got your menu strip items and your tool strip items, and you can truly separate your business logic from your UI stack so that you're able to have the same business logic in your .NET MAUI app and an Android app, as well as your WinForms front end for the desktop scenarios. And more than that, you can also create bindings for commands, which is super exciting here. In .NET 9, and this is just a sneak peek, we're going to round it out so that you have a full end-to-end community MVVM toolkit support. Is we're going to add converters, WinForms style, in our UI, in the designer, so that you're able to do that end-to-end sharing of business logic and separating it from the UI layer. Now, I had a demo here for accessibility. I'm not going to have time to do it because I got so excited about the other stuff. But accessibility is something that we are very, very passionate about at Microsoft. We want to make sure that our apps are available for everyone. And WinForms was built on kind of an older stack for accessibility. Over the last several releases, we've moved to UIA for most of our work, and you can do whatever it is that you want. My goal is that WinForms is accessible by default. And we've got a tool, Accessibility Insights for Windows, that can help you take a look at your app and make sure you're doing things like keeping the contrast ratios proper and keeping the tab orders right and having all the right naming available. So the last thing I want to say today is that we've created a survey to get your opinions about what we've done so far in WinForms and .NET and how your migration is going. Tell us what's working, what's not working, and give us that feedback. So that's AKA-MS/WinForms feedback, and anything you tell us, we're really excited to hear about. Thank you so much.
Wow, Mary, so much great stuff. Okay, some questions come in. One more of a comment, I guess. John Smith is saying, oops, here if I go, we'll go here, that splash screen. So just, you know, a remark there, it's really easy to do. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's really easy to do.
I had a question here. Any gotchas with features as you target different versions of Windows for your WinForms apps?
We build on the common controls, the Win32 common controls, so it's totally dependent on those underlying APIs. The big gotchas would be if one version of Windows changes the system font from what it was between Windows 8 and Windows 11, that'll be a gotcha. But that's why we put in the application default font so that you can keep it consistent even though you've got two different applications or two different fonts that you'd be worried about.
Great.
Okay, there's one here. Yeah. Why is not the DPI unaware of designing options enabled by default? So I think they're asking, why do they have to enable DPI unaware? Why is it not just enabled by default?
You know, that's some feedback that I could absolutely take back to the team. This is a brand new feature. We don't like turning things on by default without the customers, telling us that's what they want. It is something that we could consider putting in, let's say, in new templates for all new applications, so it's there by default. I will take that feedback back to the team, and maybe you'll see that as a default in .NET 9.
Okay, yeah, so it seems like there's kind of the feedback loop there,
Yeah.
one release, and then maybe we'll change the default later after the feedback.
Yeah.
That's great.
And speaking of feedback, you mentioned one sneak peek thing for .NET 9. You're talking about like moving command bindings to the MVVM. Support. Any other things that you're thinking about, like roadmap-wise for .NET 9 in future?
For .NET 9 and generally in the future, we're really going to start focusing on tightening up our COM and our interop stories so that we can be trimmable and AOT compilable so that when you have the app, it is that much smaller, launches that much faster. Other things that we're looking at is trying to remove usage of binary formatter wherever we can, because we know that even though WinForms was originally created using it, it's not the most reliable thing that users could be working with, and it's not really terribly secure. So we're trying to nudge everybody off of it. Longer term down the road, we want to get some sort of dark mode, light mode concept going. It's tricky. There's some definite inner workings that make it a little bit more complicated, but that's on the radar. And obviously, whatever you guys are telling us that you want, that's the stuff we want to bring. Long term, we want it to be able to be easy for you to migrate to a cloud-first app without having to change your user's front end. Okay. That's what they're used to. We don't want to take that away from them. We want to make sure that you get the cloud benefits and the front end that they like.
Awesome. Wow. Well, that's all the time we have, Mary. Thank you so much. It was amazing stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we are wrapping up the in-studio sessions for today. Right. We have a few things to remind people of.
Yeah. So why don't we tell them about the local? Oh, why don't you tell them about the survey?
The survey is important. So please go to akams.net-survey. So that's how you can tell us how you're using .NET. I mean, .NET is on a yearly cycle partly so that we can get this quick feedback and we can build what you want. So we need to know who we're building for and what you need.
What's a good place for them to learn more about .NET 8?
Well, the big place, the blog. We call it the Hero blog. So akams.net .NET 8 blog. No dashes on this one, just .NET 8 blog. That's got all the stuff. It's got all the Aspire, it's got, you know, all the new features in .NET 8, all the great stuff.
Right.
So.
It's the most concise resource for .NET 8 so far.
So it's sadly time for us, just the two of us, to say goodbye for today.
Right.
It's been fun hosting.
Very fun.
Yeah.
Very fun.
So we are now going to be turning over to Jeff Fritz and Javier Lozano because we're going to be kicking off the next, taking it to the next level section of .NET Conf.
Yeah, the global kickoff.
The global kickoff. It's time for the 24-hour stream. So we're going to pass over to them, and they're going to be explaining how the magic happens, where we're going to switch over to another stream, and the round the world craziness starts.
Yeah, and we will see them next year, hopefully, at .NET Conf.
Yep.
You're going to hopefully see us next year.
I know. What's up with that?
and it's like John's calling us the masked magician here. Like we're going to take the lid off and explain, here's what's coming up next, friends.
Well, we've also written a lot of code to make it as simple as possible to make that switch.
Yes, right.
So,
We're changing over here, right? You can't run streams, it turns out, for more than 24 hours on YouTube and the other services.
Yep.
So we're going to be cutting things over. We're going to change over to Community Day, right? .NET Conf's been built on community.
It has been, yep.
We're really the stewards that help make community drive this, celebrate the new releases of .NET, and talk about all the awesome things that you've done out there.
Well, the cool part about it, too, is that because it's 24 hours, we're literally going across the globe.
Yeah.
We have our host here in Australia who is ready to kick things off with the presenters there, which is awesome, right? Because then we just move as the sun sets and the sun rises. So
we follow the sun.
We get to close it again tomorrow with our pieces.
We do.
Here in the studio.
Yeah. So .NET Conf Day 2 is a wrap. We've had so much fun today covering all kinds of things from the .NET team, from the Azure team, all kinds of folks helping out today. And we're about to kick off and hand it over to some of our community folks that are gonna take you through the next 24 hours. So, what do you say we hand it over, my friend?
Yeah, I'm going to push the button right here. 3, 2, 1. The website should be showing the new URL. And we are set to go.
Those of you watching on Twitch, you don't have to do anything. If you're watching on YouTube, we have a new URL for you to go to coming up. Just click through on that link or take a picture of that QR code and jump through. We'll see you over there.
Thank you.